So you want to learn about cybersecurity. This is exactly the right place to be. In this video, we're going to get started on pretty much all the fundamental things that you should know about cybersecurity. Bear in mind that this is not a complete and exhaustive list of things to know, and there's more content on my channel that you can check out that I'm constantly posting to continue to educate and provide awareness. However, to kind of get this started and provide a baseline of concepts and things for you to know, I wanted to put this together all in one video. My videos are just kind of like all over the channel, and I don't want you to have to like hunt for it. There's a playlist already if that's more your style, but if your style is really jumping through timestamps and focusing on just one video, this is it. We're not only going to talk about things that you can be doing on your own, we're also going to talk about some tools and things that you can leverage to continue to advance your cybersecurity journey. And then we're going to dive into all the different concepts that you should be aware of to get started. A word of caution though, as soon as this video is over, if you've watched all the way through, you're not going to be an expert. I'm not an expert. It really takes an incredible amount of experience and time setting to be able to be considered really an expert. And so really this is just to kind of give you a baseline understanding, a foundation of knowledge as you begin your cybersecurity journey. But with all that, we have quite a bit to get into, so let's get after it. In this video, we're talking about ethics. Hi, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like this video if it's helpful, comment down below with your thoughts on cybersecurity ethics, and subscribe for more content. I will be posting every week. Cybersecurity is an interesting field, not just from the technical side, but from the philosophical side. Cybersecurity professionals are charged with protecting sensitive data. Whether you're a defender with a lot of access or you're the attacker with a lot of expertise, this kind of power can go to a lot of people's head. Before we dive in, we need to understand what exactly it is that we're talking about. We're not just talking about the law, we're talking about the ethical side. And so we're gonna make a certain distinction here. The law ultimately is a deterrent, meaning that if you commit a certain action, then there may be certain punishments. However, that does not guarantee that certain people will do the right thing. Ethics, however, is what keeps people from doing certain things or may enable them to do certain things. So what exactly are we looking at? Well, with law, of course, we're talking about the legal and the illegal. And with ethics, we're talking about what is good and evil. Laws are generally framed by the popular understanding of what morality is in a given populace. For instance, generally any person on earth can agree that murder is bad, but whether or not certain traffic rules are enforced is another thing. In cybersecurity, it is legal for a cybersecurity professional to come up with an agreement with a certain organization or individual to perform a penetration test, or that is to use hacking tools and techniques to gain access to the target within a specific scope. However, it is illegal for a cybersecurity professional to, without permission, target an organization or an individual using cybersecurity tools and techniques outside of an agreed upon scope, or simply without permission at all. And so with that, we encounter two basic understandings of what hackers are. You have black hat hackers and you have white hat hackers. Black hats break the law. They hack without permission. They use their expertise to do whatever they want. White hats follow the law. They come up with agreements with organizations and individuals. They hack within a scope and they provide a report so that way that organization can enforce better security down the road. However, in a lot of circles, you will encounter conversation about gray hat hackers. And gray hat hackers can be any number of things. They can be a mixture of a white hat hacker and a black hat hacker. What that means is maybe a cybersecurity professional or anybody with cybersecurity expertise using cybersecurity tools and techniques illegally without permission from the target to target maybe evil individuals or organizations. For instance, any random person deciding to go out and target ISIS, while their methods are illegal because obviously they probably don't have ISIS's permission and a scope to hack within, but the certain tools and techniques that they're using isn't legally sanctioned by any country or organization. Obviously there can be legal exceptions to this, but we're not going to get into that quite yet. Ultimately, what we need to understand is that good and evil are absolutes. And what an absolute is that if something is to be believed, then it should be believed to its fullest extent. It's kind of like it's like a Boolean statement. If it is true, then we should believe that something is true to its fullest extent. And likewise, if something is false, we should believe that something is false to its fullest extent. Understand that the abolishment of the absolute creates an environment where morality is obfuscated, and evil can hide in plain sight, and good can be marginalized to just the sidelines. Therefore, we must insist that the absolute exists, that good exists to its fullest extent, and likewise evil exists to its fullest extent. So in the legal-illegal framework, good may be legal and evil may be illegal. Now we can get into all kinds of debates on whether certain laws are good and evil, and that's a topic for another time. What is important is that we understand that becoming a criminal is probably not good, and that following the law is not evil. That doesn't necessarily make it inherently good or evil, it just makes it a not function. Of course, with something like this, there can be other exceptions made, and comment down below if you'd like to discuss any of them. The important thing about cybersecurity is that in cyberspace, rarely do good and evil present themselves as absolutes. Although they are polar opposite, they find ways to intermesh themselves in our industry just as they do in any other industry around the world. Now, however you decide to define good and evil, it is important that you do it coherently and that it is consistent. Whether you're finding it from a religious text, for me that would be the Bible, or if you are framing it from some other understanding of how the world works. It has to be consistent and it has to be intrinsically good. Now, on the topic of gray areas, or as we talked about before, gray hat hackers, it's important to separate out good and evil in these environments. Like I said before, not having an absolute obfuscates where good and evil lie. And that's exactly what a gray area is. And so in separating out good from evil in a gray area, you begin to identify whether something is intrinsically good or intrinsically evil. Let's talk about a couple fun gray areas to talk about here, and some of them may be a bit more clear than others, but let's just get the conversation started. Remember, the comment section is open for this to be a conversation. Say you're a cybersecurity professional working for a large company. And that large company, and let's just say it's a retailer, is aware that its products are made using cheap human labor on another continent. Let's also say that because of the size of this company, it may be affiliated with certain government organizations that are inherently evil. However, your job specifically is to protect the private data of consumers on your continent who may not exactly be aware of what's going on abroad. I'm sure we can all agree that it's probably evil for you to go against your job description and violate the trust of the consumer and the company by leaking private information publicly. Because of that, it must also be unethical for you to not do your job to the best of your ability, allowing an attacker to steal that information. So what are your options? Well, probably just institute change from within. Generally, change is easily accepted from within an organization than from without. Let's talk about another example. You're part of an online forum, may be more hidden than some other online forums, and you come across some criminals, maybe some terrorists or human traffickers. Now, we already said before that it's illegal to breach cyber infrastructure without permission, and we already said that it is not good to break the law. Therefore, it is probably not good to attack these people. But isn't it good to catch the bad guys? Isn't that what we're really all about? Think about Batman. He was basically committing assault and battery all across Gotham City in pursuit of vigilante justice. Was Batman inherently good, or was he evil? What's important is that you make sure that those that are legally sanctioned to catch these individuals are able to do their job. And if perhaps your passion is catching these people, then maybe you should become legally sanctioned to do that. Maybe you should join a law enforcement agency or become part of the intelligence community tasked with catching cyber criminals. Now, of course, we want to talk about your day-to-day tasks and the people that you'll interact with every single day. Remember that they may not necessarily be as woke as you. They may not understand what's going on around the world. They might just want to get through work. So make sure that you have grace wherever you go. And of course, remember that nobody is perfectly good and nobody is perfectly evil. This can often change the way that you think about other people that you may like or you may not like. Also, remember that if you are willing to do good, then that is because of the goodness in your heart. And if you're willing to do evil, then that's because of the evil in your heart. Cybersecurity can be very complicated, and the conversations can get very interesting. From the technical to the grand scale, you need to make sure that you're staying aware of your environment and where you fit in. So let's continue this conversation. Like if this video was interesting at all, comment down below if you want to talk about cybersecurity ethics more, and subscribe for more content I'll be posting every week. Thank you. Cyberspace moves incredibly fast, and it is on us as individuals and professionals to make sure that we are staying up to date on the current trend. In this video, we're going to dive into 3 ways that you can keep up with the current trends and make sure that you're providing the most accurate assessment, advice, consulting, what have you, whenever you're working at your job. And we're gonna get started on all of that starting right now. First, shout out to V at DigiConvos on Twitter for suggesting this video. Really hope that this video is helpful and informative. And if you have an idea or anything that you would like to see in a video, comment down below and I would be more than happy to do some research and put something together just for you. Now, whether or not you are on offense or defense, keeping up with the current trends is absolutely important. It's part of being a professional, and that can be a real challenge in cybersecurity because, like most other tech industries, things really kind of move at the speed of sound almost. If you remember that, cybersecurity is really just a cat and mouse game between the attackers and the defenders. They're always changing TTPs to get ahead of one another. And if you're not familiar with TTPs, that's tools, techniques, and procedures. And so it's always helpful to remember or to try to find out the newest tools, techniques, and procedures, for instance, to be able to stay ahead. Now, if you're on offense, you want to try to emulate adversary tactics. Of course, in this case, whenever I say offense, I'm referring to if you're a white hat hacker, whether you are on red team or if you're a pen tester, you want to try to keep up with the newest tools that are being used, the newest exploits, the different kinds of ways that different threat actors are working in an environment, so you can try to emulate that. So keeping up with new things and with different trends is very important for you. And then, of course, obviously, if you're on defense, I mean, how could you possibly defend, the threats of tomorrow if you're only prepared for the threats of today? You really have to keep an eye forward into the future and be prepared to adjust to the cutting edge TTPs and the cutting edge ways of thinking in the cybersecurity world. And so we're going to talk about 3 ways that both of you, both offense and defense, can try to keep up. Now, of course, I do want to add a note at the very front that keeping up can be hard and it can lead to a real pileup of work, especially, the larger the environment, then the more work obviously will come with. And that can really stack up and compound. The more faster changes come out, the more changes come out, the more things that you have to do to adjust to those changes. So definitely have some patience and grace both with yourself, your organization, with everything that's going on. Make sure that you're staying intentional about keeping up with these things and you're not losing track of anything. But the change isn't just going to happen overnight. And so as long as you have intentionality and you're working efficiently to address these things, just keep an eye on things and you should be in good shape. Now, of course, starting with that in mind, we're going to talk about point number 1, that is establish a workflow. And again, this can be very challenging depending on the size of your organization. If you're a smaller organization, it can be much easier to roll out changes on the fly. If you find out that there's an update that is out that can protect you from a recent exploit, you can deploy that update fairly quickly and efficiently and be done fairly swiftly. However, if you're in a larger organization and maybe you're using all kinds of different tools, different platforms, it might be a little more challenging to roll out those updates just because you're worried about integration issues, you're worried about whether or not it might shut off a service that the business needs in order to function, and now you have a bigger problem than that of an exploit. You have a business continuity problem, and that can be an issue. And so coming up with a workflow can really help you and your team to address these issues, especially as they're coming out on the fly. And that not only comes with the consumption of information, that comes with the dissemination of information. Who are your points of contact that you need to get in touch with whenever something like this comes out? Let's say a brand new exploit comes out. Who do you need to talk to say, hey, we see that this is a new problem out there on the internet that attackers are using. What can we do right now to fix it? And part of that is maybe you don't have to simulate it. Maybe you do have to simulate it just to work that muscle, but chances are you won't have to simulate it because there's enough going on that you can just, pick an issue out there in the wild and say, hey, start working that flow, right? And then of course it helps to document whatever workflow it is that you're building, write down and put on paper, or in this case, like a digital document, who it is that you're contacting, some of the steps that you are all working through, and that can help whoever you're onboarding in the future. That can help you if you go a length of time without having to do any of this. Say, luckily, none of the issues that you're seeing on the internet pertain to you, and you don't have to enact changes. Well, you want to make sure that information is retained and kept fresh. Now, of course, if you're in a position where, say, you are a very small IT team, and I'm saying IT team specifically because a lot of organizations might be, small to medium size or even bigger, and they may only have one IT staff and not even like a dedicated cybersecurity desk. I'm talking altogether just IT desk. And so if that's the case, this can be a tremendous challenge because your workflow is already up to here, you're already overwhelmed, and now, great, you have another problem on your hands. So again, this is really where the patience and grace comes in. Just try to focus on the little things, do what you can, but obviously it's a risk mitigation, thing, and you don't want to make sure that you're waiting too long on these kinds of. And that leads to point number 2, which is establish strong information gathering and retention processes. Do you have a team in your organization that works exclusively on threat intelligence? Chances are, because statistically, most organizations aren't big enough or cybersecurity mature enough to build out their own native, organic to them, threat intelligence team, which means that that's just another hat that you have to wear. And unfortunate as that is, that's also an opportunity for you to be able to build this process. Even though that might be a little frustrating, that's something you can put on a resume. But I digress. You want to find news sources, you want to find blogs, you want to find individuals out there that are putting out reliable information. Even newsletters can be a fantastic source of information. CISA, NIST, SAN, InfraGard. These are all different organizations that have newsletters that put out all kinds of valuable information in their newsletters on up-to-date and current threat actor TTPs. And they will even give you advice on, hey, we're noticing this. Here's what you can do to mitigate your own risk. And that is a way that you can very handily, subscribe to those newsletters, subscribe to the blogs, what have you, and ingest that information and then use that to secure your environment. And of course, that leads to point number 3, because maybe there is a source and you haven't seen it, and that might be where you need to involve other people in this process, and they can catch that for you. Not only does that reduce the overall workload on you, it distributes the workload amongst the team or amongst other individuals, but it gives more people skills and awareness and has them in that mindset of, okay, we're in an environment that is contested. There are attackers out there that are trying to gain access, and we need to figure out how it is that they're doing that. And if they're looking at, for information on what attackers are doing, as well as you, then you may all find different sources of information finding the same thing. And it all corroborates pretty well and effectively, and that produces actionable and solid intelligence. And then of course, if they're all on different parts of the team, then you don't necessarily have to notify them of what you're seeing. They already know. And so you're already working on that workflow on implementing changes. And then the more you do that, practice makes perfect. You're gonna have yourself a well-oiled machine that keeps your organization secure over the long haul. So with all of that, if you have a process for keeping up with the rapid pace of cybersecurity, let us know down in the comments below. I really want to hear about your experience, and that can be an asset to other viewers as well. So definitely comment below. And if this was helpful for you, hey, consider hitting that like button and leaving a comment as well. These really help with the YouTube algorithm, and I greatly appreciate it. So with that, we'll see you next time. Bye. We've previously spoken about how to keep up with the rapid pace of cybersecurity. And one of the more specific things to keep up with is attacker tools, techniques, and procedures. Now, in that last video, we talked about just in general how to keep up and kind of create a workflow for you and your organization to be able to consume that intelligence and then translate it to actions and things that you can do to protect your environment. Today, we are going to talk about 3 places that you can look for this information, and with a specific focus on attacker tools, techniques, and procedures. And we're going to talk all of that right now. First off, thank you so much to Abhay Qatar on Twitter, and I really hope that I pronounced your name correctly. Let me know down in the comments. But I really appreciate you suggesting this video on Twitter. And if you have a suggestion, viewer watching this video, and you have something that you would like to learn more about, let me know down in the comments and I will do my research and try to produce a video for you. Just let me know. So with that, let's dive right in. So why should you keep up with attack vectors and hacking tools? Well, to me, as a blue team individual, I think it's pretty straightforward. You want to know what you should set alerts for. You want to know if, and this is specifically if you're on defense, you want to know what the attacker is doing, where they're coming from, what tools they are using, so that way you can set proper alerts. You can make sure that you're blacklisting the wrong places, blocking the right places, you're allowing the right connections, and you're not allowing anything malicious. And then you're also keeping an eye out for, in your alerts, are you seeing any executables being run that look a little fishy? Are you seeing obfuscated code that looks familiar because you've seen it on a blog somewhere? And we're going to talk about that. And then, of course, if you're on offense, specifically red team, because you're looking more for emulation, but you want to make sure that you are keeping up to date on attacker tools, techniques, and procedures, because then you can use them in your security audits as well. But also, again, if you're on red team, you want to be able to emulate those TTPs. So you're going to want to adopt the tools. You're going to want to try to mimic as much of it as possible. And that requires a considerable amount of research into these threat actors. So now let's talk about the first way, in my opinion, that you can keep up, and that is following the MVP of cybersecurity Twitter, in my opinion. Well, actually, there are several, so let me not just put it on one. But Kevin Beaumont, John Hammond, there are several other cybersecurity researchers. Huntress Labs will occasionally put out information. And this is if you are on Twitter specifically, because I'm on Twitter, and this is where I see this. It can be such a valuable resource. And I want to make a note about social media, and specifically Twitter here. Twitter is whatever you make of it. And if you make it, just a list of cybersecurity researchers that you're following, then your Twitter feed is going to be pretty awesome. It's going to have all kinds of things that you learn. If your Twitter is if you're following a bunch of less educational individuals, then you may not come away with the same experience. And so Twitter can be, and so all of that is to say that Twitter can be an actually awesome source of information, especially in learning about attacker TTPs and specifically tools and vectors. Kevin Beaumont, for instance, he's a cybersecurity researcher. He'll often set up honeypots and then he'll tweet about things that he's seeing. So for instance, whenever Proxy Shell was going on, he sets up a honeypot that's vulnerable to Proxy Shell, and then he lets people know, hey, here's where I'm seeing scanning from, here's where I'm seeing people popping shells from, and here's what they're doing as soon as they are in. And we've actually cited him on some of my previous news videos. Other people, like I said, John Hammond, Huntress Labs, there are so many other cybersecurity researchers out there. Comment down below if you know of any that should be followed. And they're all producing very valuable intelligence that you can use to secure your organization. Now, point number 2 is subscribe to some newsletters. In my last video, I actually named a couple of these, and that would be like ISAC, SANS, CISA is a government organization, as well as InfraGard. They are all putting out newsletters and information in those newsletters via email that is incredibly valuable. That includes things on, what they're seeing on the internet, and they're giving you the playbook here. They're saying, hey, here's what we're seeing on the internet. Here's how you can mitigate risk to these kinds of things. You can take that and use that in your own environment and implement the necessary changes. And that is absolutely awesome. So definitely subscribe to some newsletters. And then the third way that you can do this is find a blog, find, a website, find, something, some place where people talk. You'll often find, a website where someone does cybersecurity research and they'll actually publish their research publicly for anybody to consume, or maybe they'll put it behind a paywall, but that might be very valuable to you. But the information is out there. Sometimes attackers will brag about it on the dark web, and then you'll have researchers that actually go through those forums. They will report on that, and then all you need to do is find that researcher. There are so many sources of information out there. It's really just a matter of you going out and finding them, and I'm hoping that these 3 ways are really giving you a lead on where you can go. So with all of that, how do you keep up? I'm really interested to learn more and see if there's anywhere that I have had a blind spot there. So comment down below on if there are any resources out there that you've been using or that you've seen that you think are very helpful and that could be helpful for other people as well. And if this video was helpful at all, please do consider hitting that like and subscribe button. It really does help with the YouTube algorithm, and I appreciate it. So with all that, I'll see you all next time. Okay, I can't tell you how many times I've seen this on social media, on live streams, wherever, and I've even been guilty of saying this in some cases as well, that humans can be your weakest link. And the fact is, that is sometimes true. That's not always, a lie. However, there are other cases where that is not true, and humans can actually be an incredible strength. And so today in this video, we're going to be talking about how you can flip, an entire workforce, or, how you can flip non-technical people. You can flip your team, you can flip whoever, and turn them from being, a potential liability in cybersecurity, and instead make them one of your greatest assets. And we're going to talk about all of that right here. We often get pigeonholed, especially on YouTube, on the technical side of cybersecurity. However, it's not all technical skills. A lot of it is soft skills. And one of the areas that our industry has had trouble with historically is in those soft skills and communicating with human beings, the importance of cybersecurity. But not only that, communicating how easy it can be to actually reinforce cybersecurity. It's not all patching. It's not all vulnerability management. It's not all, pen tests and all these things. A lot of it is just communicating one-on-one with another human person on the other side and saying, hey, here's what we need. Here's what we need you to look out for. Here's what you can do. But it's not enough to be able to just tell them in nerd speak, right? You have to speak to them in plain language, whichever language it is that is native to you or that you're speaking with them. But you have to communicate in a form that they understand clearly, not only what it is that they're looking for, but what's expected of them. Another thing that happens is, we often see a lot of people showing off all the shiny new toys, and that is obviously it's a human thing, right? You want the shiny new toys. Everyone for instance, wants a Tesla. Maybe you don't want a Tesla, but whatever. We all want the shiny new thing, but it may not always be feasible for, people to get that shiny new thing. For instance, I'm not going to get a Tesla. I can't get a Tesla. That's fine. It's what you really need is function over fashion. And sometimes, in the industry, it can be possible for human beings to be distracted by the shiny object and not necessarily the function that needs to be obtained. And why do I say this is because humans can provide function. Humans can provide incredible function. After all, humans are more intelligent and more capable than computers. And the proof of that is computers can't feel emotion, and emotion is one of the, just most intelligent things that a creature can feel, right? Maybe I'm wrong on that. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. Comment below. I say all of this to say that if you're a smaller organization, it may not be feasible to get that shiny new toy. You might see other people talking about the shiny new toy and think, great, I can't get that. You might be seeing a lot of people talking about all the technical things, all the different, technical chatter, and maybe you're not a technical individual. Maybe you aren't, you're not working in cybersecurity. You're just watching this video because you want to. Maybe you're just watching this video because you want to leave a like on it, which you should. Absolutely. I want to let you know right now that it is 1000% possible for you to have a good level, a decent level of security in your environment, and it is all dependent on the people.
In fact, this is such a critical element of cybersecurity that you could have all the shiny new toys. You could throw, millions and millions and millions of dollars into cybersecurity, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars into cybersecurity. You can have massive, massive teams, and none of that matters if you have an untrained user base that allows ransomware into the environment. You're probably gonna have mitigated the risk on the back end pretty effectively, but I'm just saying, the human firewall, as it's termed, is, that is your first defense. If you can train the users to be able to look for malicious things in the environment, then you can make up for the fact that maybe you're lacking on the back end just because you're a smaller organization or you can't afford to hire a cybersecurity professional. Now, where does the term human firewall come from? I tried giving it a look. I have no idea who actually coined it. So let me know in the comments if you know who officially coined the human firewall phrase. I didn't want to attribute it to one person mistakenly. That's why I say I have no idea. But the original person that coined it, let me know in the comments. That would be sick to know. However, it refers to the level of cyber competency that your user base has in your organization. And that can be accomplished, that can be built through training, and more training. But why is it so powerful? Because a successful phishing email can lead to ransomware, and malware that is imported into the environment can completely undermine all these expensive products that we've already talked about, the shiny new toys. Things like a malicious USB or other removable media can do the same. Maybe users are just kind of doing whatever they want on work machines and they have access to a production environment or a business environment, and they are unknowingly clicking on malware online. All of these things can be negated by training the staff to be able to recognize what is okay and what's not okay. And it's really not that hard, and it can be done pretty cheap. In fact, you have YouTube where you can find all kinds of other cybersecurity videos, such as those on my channel, that can educate users on what to look for. And in fact, if you are a small business leader or you work in an environment where maybe you need to build up the human firewall, comment down below on what kinds of things you want to educate your users on for free, and I'll make a video for it. That is that is what I want to do. That's why I made this channel, is to be able to give you an opportunity to build that human firewall. However, that being said, you can get some phenomenal services done, and this isn't like a sponsored thing, I'm just saying, but groups like KnowBe4 provide some excellent training. There are all kinds of other organizations out there that provide really, really good cybersecurity training, and they can also help simulate different things and test users on their knowledge. That's not necessarily something that I can provide as someone on YouTube. However, that is a resource that's out there that you could utilize. And if you're watching this and you know of other resources that small businesses or individuals can use to train their user base, comment down below. Now, what happens if you build up the human firewall? You have your first line of defense built up. And now the thing that a lot of people online are saying is the weakest link in cybersecurity now becomes one of your strongest links. And now the weaker link is the lack of shiny new toys. However, you can build that up on the back end, knowing that you have a strong and reliable user base that's keeping you secure. Now with that, let me know down in the comments if this was helpful, and if it was helpful, please do consider hitting that like button. It really helps this video with the algorithm, and it helps it get out and find people that could use this kind of advice. And with all of that, I will see you all next time. Have you ever heard the phrase loose lips sink ships? Well, today we're going to look into if you're sinking any ships by poor OPSEC. So we're going to talk about what OPSEC is, how to use it, and how to make sure that we're using OPSEC to improve our organization. Hi everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like if this video is helpful, comment down below with your thoughts on OPSEC. Subscribe for more content we're posting every week, and subscribe to my Twitter account where we can engage if you have any If you have any video ideas that you'd like to see on this channel, any questions you might have about cybersecurity, hit me up on Twitter. I'd be more than happy to put something together. Information is our #1 priority, and it can be leaked in more ways than just any kind of cyber activity. What's even worse is imagine accidentally leaking information without ever even realizing it. And in fact, yes, you can do that if you're not following good, proper OPSEC. Now, first, we need to understand what exactly OPSEC is. Well, OPSEC is an acronym kind of condensing down the term operational security. Basically, what that means is it's the practice of securing information over the course of an operation or a procedure. So if you think about going on throughout your day at work, you're employing good OPSEC by not telling someone in another company literally what you're doing. And you're not broadcasting on social media what kind of platforms you're using. So these are ways that you can employ OPSEC, and we're actually going to talk about that here in just a moment. First, we need to understand why OPSEC is important. We live in a world of good guys and bad guys. Cybersecurity is based on this premise. Well, OPSEC is needed to make sure that the bad guys don't get the information that we have and make our lives more difficult. Basically, we need to make sure that bad guys are not able to learn about our tools, techniques, procedures, size, strength, capabilities, any of these things that they can use to gain access to any of our systems, to basically understand what current projects we might be running, anything like that. Simply put, OPSEC is incredibly important. I mean, you can't really secure information if you're implementing bad OPSEC. You are only as strong as your weakest link. So if you have an incredibly strong cyber posture, but you have really poor OPSEC, it really doesn't matter. Now, how can we do OPSEC? How can we practice OPSEC in our day-to-day lives at work or at home? Well, first we want to make sure that we're taking the perspective of our enemy or our adversary. Insert here someone that you do not want to be able to access this information. The first question we want to ask is, what information do we care about if we are the enemy? So for instance, clearly we would want to know about current projects. We'd want to know about, different kinds of applications or platforms that you might be running in your environment. We might want to think about what kind of tools, techniques, and procedures that your organization uses throughout the day. We might want to know about, how many people work in your IT department, who those people might be, what their interests could be. A lot of that might be able to be collected through open source intelligence, such as social media, LinkedIn, whatever. And then you can ascertain capabilities by finding out what kind of platforms and applications you're running. Maybe you're using a really high grade firewall. Well, that's a capability that, an attacker might want to be aware of. Now, second, we want to think of how, as the enemy, you would gain the answers to those questions. So would you, be able to gather that information through open source intelligence? Do you have to go on social media for that? Could you find information on social media? Could you Google it? Any sort of open source intelligence feeds that you're able to use to gain intelligence on yourself, that's something you need to know and probably mitigate. Now, if you could also gain this intelligence by maybe, communicating with a coworker, or maybe somebody that works for your organization, that maybe if you're able to get them in a position where they might be willing to share that information, well, that's something you're going to want to know about. Now, third, you're going to want to know how your organization is protected and how your organization is not protected from these methods that you've already concocted from your second question, where you're trying to find, how you can gather that intelligence. So, you want to look at your strengths, your weaknesses, how you are able to prevent your adversary from collecting that intelligence, and then how you are weak and not able to prevent your adversary from collecting that intelligence. And that will help you to determine, where you should shift your priorities and resources to make sure that you are holistically strong. Now, it's up to you to look at how you can implement these security strategies, and we're going to talk about a couple general ways to implement operational security, but you do generally want to make sure that people at the outside of your organization are not able to gather information about, your tools, techniques, procedures, your size, strength, and capabilities, those kinds of things. And it might also help that people inside your organization aren't able to gather that about other divisions. If you're a large organization, if you have the ability to compartmentalize, and so, people at one end of your organization don't really know about, tools, techniques, or procedures, or size, strengths, capabilities of another end of the business that maybe they don't interact too much. So in this case, we'll say, your Active Directory team and then like your HR team. Those, they don't really need to work with each other that much unless, say you're adding someone to your organization. So you need to create an AD profile for them or remove or whatever. But, aside from, the necessary flows of communication and information, they don't, one team doesn't necessarily need to know that much about the other. So here are some general ways to improve the OPSEC in your organization. You want to limit social media exposure. So maybe it's some kind of policy that you have your employees sign that kind of basically states that they have a non-disclosure agreement. They can't go posting on social media or anywhere else about different kinds of tools, techniques, procedures, size, strengths, capabilities, applications, projects, anything like that on social media. And that will insulate you from a lot. People will post a lot on social media. Maybe they're posting that they're frustrated on work. And that will be kind of difficult to get ahead unless, you have a really healthy work environment. But someone posting on social media that they're frustrated at work, that could clearly tip the enemy off that, this person's disgruntled. Maybe we can get them to spill some beans on this company. Well, that's something that you need to be careful of. And so that's someone that maybe either you can try to get them back into your company and mend those broken relationships so then they won't be willing to break OPSEC. But if, things are not looking so good, you'll need to come up with a way to mitigate information loss. The next is to have a clean desk policy. And this basically means that anytime you get up from your desk and you leave, there needs to be nothing on your desk. All your papers, your computer, everything needs to be put away, in a locked container. So say, you get up for a meeting, you take what you need for the meeting, you lock your computer, you put your loose items into a locked drawer, and that way anybody that's passing by in the office is not able to look on the desk and start collecting information. That's a really good way, to make sure that passersby, people that might be inside your organization or even outside on a visit, aren't able to just stop by, start collecting intelligence just by looking around the office. And the third, of course, is just being willing to take your time and implement solid security. Security takes time, and it does take patience. You may not be able to move at breakneck development speeds if you're implementing solid security and you're taking time to make sure that security is a priority in your development process. And while that might be frustrating on, the development end or just trying to, make really tight windows in the timetable, it's really going to pay off because it's ultimately the difference of it could be a few days or a few weeks that maybe you're behind to suffering a security breach that could cause a significant amount of damage for your company, not only financially but reputationally. So taking your time, being careful, not cutting any corners when it comes to security, that is a great way to improve operational security. Mainly just remember that OPSEC is not a government term. It's a term all of us should be familiar with. So take your time, do your due diligence, make sure you're implementing solid security, and you'll be upholding solid OPSEC. Thank you. In the cybersecurity field, there is a massive talent shortage, and that's an opportunity for you, the viewer, to be able to get into cybersecurity. And so in this video, we're going to be breaking down several cybersecurity positions by type and just kind of explaining their role. And maybe that is, one of these could be something that you would be interested in and can apply for. Hi everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like this video if it's helpful, comment down below with any kind of position that you're after, and subscribe for more content I'm posting every week. Cybersecurity is a massive field. It really is an industry unto itself. But that isn't necessarily something that many people would really realize whenever they're getting into the industry at first. So, today we're going to look through a few different positions that you might be interested in, and we're going to kind of analyze what they do. Now, an important thing to understand is that oftentimes some of these roles will be rolled into one, where, maybe an organization that doesn't necessarily have a very large or robust security budget, they might have, their security personnel wear multiple hats, and that's totally normal. We're going to talk about these roles kind of like, it's a larger organization and they can't afford to split these out and have, individuals doing each individual
task. So, and I'll point these out whenever we go through there. So of course, the first position is going to be your ethical hacker or your red teamer. So if you're not familiar with what red teaming or blue teaming is, basically blue team is the defense and red team is the offense. So basically, organizations that have a larger cybersecurity budget can afford to have what's called a red team. So basically, they simulate their own offense. And no, they're not, using that offense to go attack other companies. That's illegal, obviously. They're using that offense to simulate what adversaries are doing. So a red teamer is basically, they're an ethical hacker. They are hacking the company to simulate real world attacks. And that can do one of a few things. It can give the blue team some time to train and to be able to drill on their skills. It can give employees a kind of a real world experience and an idea of, okay, this is what this attack looks like and this is what you need to do in that moment. And then it can also be a nice audit for your security infrastructure. If your red team is able to just bust right through, then clearly there's some work to do. But the red team is in a constant communication loop with the blue team to say, hey, here's the attack that we did, here's our scope, and here is how we've been able to succeed. And then you can kind of negotiate, well, how can we get better? How can we improve the defense? So in a way, the red teamers are kind of still defenders, because they're ultimately motivated by improving the defense of the organization. However, they're doing so with offensive tactics. Now, these positions are very competitive, and they're competitive because they're pretty rare, and they're also, you need a pretty good technical background. You need a good understanding of how these tools work, of how the applications that are being used or in the environment work, and kind of thinking outside the box, being able to attack problems from different directions and being able to do that. Well, of course, there's a lot of people that can do that. And so that's why those positions are highly sought after. But another thing is trustworthiness. Obviously an employee or an organization needs to know that whoever they're hiring onto their red team is trustworthy, that they will be able to use discretion when talking or referring to their role, and that they can make sure that they're staying within that target scope. Scope is incredibly important for ethical hackers. You cannot go outside of that scope. And what that means is whenever, you start, an ethical cyber attack, I guess we'll say, where the red team is actually starting to do their attack on the blue team, they have certain constraints that they have to stay within. For instance, you're attacking these applications, you're not attacking this section of the company. Clearly or obviously, you cannot go after a third party because you don't own them. You know what I mean? And those are some out of scope areas that red teamers cannot go after. Now, obviously, attackers will go after those things. So there has to be kind of a balance where you're making sure that you're red teaming your environment, but you're also keeping the security up everywhere that maybe you don't quite have control. You're at least filtering what's coming in, but at least for a red teamer, you have to stay within that scope, and that takes obviously some discipline, but also just some knowledge on where those boundaries lie in a technical environment. Now, the next is a security architect. And really, this is a kind of a generic term for really anybody kind of operating in the blue team. And I've kind of divided this out because this is one where you might have, a security architect that's playing a number of other roles that could be divided into different categories. So the definition really for a security architect is similar to a red team, but on the blue team, obviously, where they're anticipating adversary action to mitigate access or unwanted access, right? And so they'll do that by doing a number of things. They'll do so by administering the network and different systems on the network. They'll do so by providing training, by doing some level of threat detection, by doing some level of incident response. Those are all things that a security architect is responsible for. Now, like I mentioned, in a larger company, those roles are going to be divided out because there will just be so many things going on that you can't just put that on one individual. So, we're kind of dividing those out. So one thing that a security architect will do is engineering. Well, in a larger organization, you'll have an engineering team that's responsible for that. They will be responsible for, obviously, the creation, the maintenance, and the upkeep of all the different applications that the security team needs to be able to run, right? And that's kind of their job. It's the network and systems admin. The next will be your threat hunters or your detection team. And we've gone over threat hunters already. Here's a link to a video on that. But threat hunters are responsible, or those in the detection team, I'm going to use those interchangeably here, but they are responsible for using the data that they have collected or that they have available to them to detect, or hunt for indicators of compromise. And that will give your incident response team an idea of, hey, here's an incident we have discovered, here's why. And so basically that's kind of how that workflow works is, the engineering team will set up the tools. Your threat hunters or your detection team, they'll use those tools to look for different indicators of compromise. Once they find an indication of compromise, they'll pass that to your response team, and the response team will basically work on quarantining, mitigation of access, and then eventually, getting rid of the attacker, and then, trying to fix whatever problem was there that the attacker took advantage of. So that's your response team. And that's kind of your three different hats, I guess you could say, that your security architect would be wearing. Next is going to be your security software engineer. And this is, kind of in a way similar to your engineer in the last position. However, they're entirely focused on creating these new programs. So if you think about, a software architect working on like a SIEM, right? Or working on any other kind of security program. That's their job. They're basically just building this application to make sure that it has, strong functionality, good security, and it's fitting a need within the cybersecurity community. So if you like coding, if you like building applications, and you love cybersecurity, that could be a perfect place for you. The next position may also be a good place for you, and that's being a forensics expert. A forensics expert is responsible for basically taking a malware artifact or a piece of leftover malware that they have discovered or they have saved and reverse engineering it. And that allows them to do a number of things. You can learn more about what the attack is designed to do, what that malware is designed to do. You can even learn about the attacker. For instance, does this malware call to a command and control server? Where's that command and control server at? That might be kind of important, or does it call to other programs? Does it call to other malware? These are things that you need to know as an organization if there's been an incident. And so that's what your forensics experts are there to do. Now, question for you, do you love math? If so, maybe being a cryptographer is the thing for you. And we've all heard of cryptography. Here's a link to hashing and encryption for you. But that's basically what you do is, you're building different cryptographic algorithms. And the reason this is important is, as technology gets faster, it will be easier for that technology to break older encryption standards. And as that happens, it's going to be very important for cryptographers to make sure that there are newer algorithms available, that there are new standards available to be able to pick up the slack and provide security for the data that we need to keep secure. So that's what cryptographers do, is they just, they build new hashing and encryption algorithms that can't be broken, which sounds cool. I'm not great at math, so it's not for me, but it could be for you, and that's awesome. Now, this next one is the big kahuna, and that is your Chief Information Security Officer. And this sounds like a cool one. It does kind of sound like a cool one, at least to me, but it also probably has, it definitely has a lot of pressure on it. And that's because your Chief Information Security Officer, you also see that in an acronym, a CISO.
your CISO is the head honcho. They're responsible for the security of your organization. And so, that can be a number of ways. That can not only be the digital security, that can be the physical security in your organization. Anything that pertains to information security, your CISO is responsible for. So no pressure, but you'll basically see that, your CISOs will have been in the industry for a little while. They'll know a thing or two, hopefully. They will be responsible for policies, making sure that those are not only up to date, but they're putting out new policies if there needs to be a new policy, revising one where needed. They'll also kind of take the security team and provide a direction for them, kind of give them, here's our objective. Here's what we need to get to in the next fiscal year. And they'll provide kind of the framework for how the team gets to that point, right? And so it's absolutely a leadership position, but it can be very rewarding because if you're a CISO, you can basically say, well, I was accountable for security at an organization for a time, and you can list off a bunch of security improvements, and that would be pretty cool. Now, one of the things that probably doesn't get talked about is because they're a chief officer in a company, they will have to interface quite a bit, probably with a lot of, depending on the size of the organization and, its hierarchy, they'll have to interface with a lot of non-technical people. And so explaining the necessity of a lot of security, platforms that need to be implemented or practices that need to be implemented to non-security people that may not quite see the value, that does take a level of translation. And so that's where the CISO comes in. And so, you not only have to have that in-depth technical background and understanding, but you also have to be able to speak two languages. You have to speak, technical with your team, but you have to be able to, transcribe that to English whenever you're talking with people or whatever, language you're speaking. So that there are so many opportunities out there in cybersecurity. In the cybersecurity field, there is a huge gap for cybersecurity talent. And this is an opportunity for you to dive into any one of these roles. So, hey, hit like if this video is helpful, comment down below with what kind of position you're after, and subscribe for more content I'm posting every week. In this video, we're going to talk about a topic that maybe isn't talked about nearly as much as perhaps it should be talked about. We're going to talk about your resumes. So there's a lot to talk about. We're going to jump right into it. But before we jump into it, I want to thank my friend Rahul for suggesting this content. If you would like a video made on something, consider buying me a coffee and letting me know what you think. Now, your resume can make or break your cybersecurity career. Most companies tend to weed out the content that's on the resume, so you want to make sure that you're getting past that HR firewall. And it's also paramount to make sure that your resume sticks out of the pile and shows the interviewing team that you are who they are looking for. For some of you that might be trying to get into Infosec, you might have a record that is absolutely what people are looking for, but there might be a chance that the resume isn't exactly working for you. And so we want to make sure that we're tightening everything down. We're making the resume just absolutely pop, so that way whenever you walk into your interview, you have everything down. They know that you're on top of it and you're ready to go. So this is a sample resume that we're actually going to go ahead and walk through. But first things first, you're going to notice this is all on one page. You might get different opinions on this, and this is just the information that I've got. So, if you have a different opinion on this, let me know your thoughts down in the comment section, especially if you're just starting off. There's no reason to have more than one page for your resume. And really, you want to keep it one page either way, to keep it succinct and relevant to the organization that you are interviewing for. As you can see on this resume, on this sample resume, I'm listing 3 separate companies that you can use as an example of your experience. And if you have several positions going back in your career so far, then you'd want to list in order of relevance the most relevant, obviously, jobs that you've had towards the role that you're applying for. So it might even help to categorize the kinds of organizations that you're applying to and have resumes built for those categories. And you're kind of editing it along the way, but you have a solid resume for each one that's relevant to the target organization. Now, another thing, you want to keep it neat. And I've heard some people say that, you want it all black and white. I've seen some people incorporate color into their resume. As you can see on this one, I have like a light blue on the header. and you can see it on these links up here. It literally, as long as it is consistent to your resume, you don't have separate colors. This is the same color. It's bold here, so it looks like a darker shade of blue. You know, you want to make sure that it is neat, it is orderly, and there's not just formatting errors all over the place. Another thing is you want to clearly define the sections of your resume. So you can see general information here up top. We got the name, we got some just general information about me. We got over here any kind of certifications or anything. Then you got your professional experiences, you got your technical projects, and then you got kind of like your leadership and skills, and then your education. And so these are the kinds of sections that you want to include on your resume, and just really try to fit everything under those categories. Now, please note that the order in which these sections are presented, I mean, it's literally, I've heard, you know, put the technical projects up top. I've heard keep the professional experience on top. I've heard put the education up top. I mean, you'll get different answers from different people. Definitely find what works for you. Definitely find what fits the, you know, organization that you're going after. It might even vary industry to industry. You might have people of a different industry kind of suggesting different things for their resume formats. A lot of it might, you know, a lot of it does kind of come down to that kind of like industry-wide preference. So, you know, do some research, talk to some people. This is kind of what's worked for me so far. There might come a time where I'll, you know, continue to shift this around and build it out differently. But generally, and we're talking in broad generalizations here, this is kind of what you want to do. Now, a note on formatting. You definitely want to make sure that everything's lined up. I mean, very as close to perfect as you can. For instance, here, everything's going to be lined up along the left side. On the right side, you want to have everything on a perfect line. You don't want any spelling errors. Here in the comment section, you'll have, again, because this is literally just a demo resume, this isn't obviously real text down here, but you want to make sure that you have proper grammar in the bodies of your resume descriptions. It's just looking good. Definitely try to find somebody that's, you know, good at resumes. Like I have my wife that I fall back on, and she really helps me, you know, put together a better resume. Have them look over it. They'll be able to catch some of those for you if you might have missed some of them. Definitely do your own proofreading. Get different opinions on what might work. And it might even help if you have a friend that works at an organization that you're applying for, have them look at it too. And they'll be able to give you feedback on, you know, kind of what resume that their, you know, HR staff are looking for. Now, let's go top to bottom for this resume. Up here, we got the name. You want your name big, bold, you know, this is your resume. Include, you know, your city. You can include your city, your email, your phone number, you know, just the general means to contact you. Let's say you have a website, or you have like, you know, you're or some sort of like a LinkedIn, or you're producing some sort of content, you're doing write-ups or some sort of a project that you're presenting outward. You can include those in hyperlinks here. These are hyperlinks, and you can, if you don't want these to be shaded a certain color, you can actually change that in the text color itself. I have it blue just because I want the links to stand out as different and let people know that if they're seeing the digital copy, that it is a hyperlink. Then next, if you have some sort of a clearance, maybe you'd want to list that up top, because that is, of course, important for whatever organization you're applying for. That might be interesting to them, especially if they're looking for someone with a clearance. If you have certifications, you also want to list that off up here. Definitely include that you have them, because that might get you through an HR firewall. A lot of them will literally just filter out resumes that don't include a specific keyword, which might be the title for a clearance or for a certification. Now, a note on this section here. You'll get a bunch of different opinions. Personally, for me, I don't know where I fall on this one. So, I mean, ignore any of my opinions here. But some people will say include aspiring or you are working on blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, obviously you'd word that a bit differently. But if you're working towards a certification actively, then you would basically express that in a very, you know, succinct way here as well. And that will get you through the HR filter and let them know, okay, you are working through it, you might know some of the material, and then you can kind of really get to the position where you're interviewing with human beings, and then you can communicate that out. I've seen some people say don't do that. I've seen some people say do that. Continue to talk to people about that for you, what works best for your situation, but more specifically, what works best for the organization that you are applying for, because that might change. So we've got all of that up top. Next, I have professional experience. Now, again, sometimes you'll have people say, okay, then the next top should be your technical projects, then professional experience. Again, we're going with this for here. Whatever works best for you, however you want to order the sections, do that. But for professional experience, I've listed off 3 separate companies. Now you can see company, the position title, and then over here on the right-hand side, we've got location, and then we've got our start and end date. Now, if you are currently working at a company, then instead of an end date, you would just want to put present to express that it is a current employer. So start time and then present. Now, for these points, and this is super important, you want to use active speech whenever you're describing your 3 points for your current position. So you are actively blah, blah, blahing, but you also, something that you want to do is include, specific numbers and express a specific impact. So let's say you are building out some sort of an environment using X number of devices or building X number of endpoints with Y impact. So again, you want to be specific. If you don't know the true number, or maybe you can approximate, but you want to include a number, right? Make sure that you're doing that. And you're going to do that for all 3 points. And so make sure that you're doing that. Now you'll notice on this resume, there's a ton of white space down here. That's because each of these is only 1 line. This resume will fill out as each one of these, descriptor lines become 2 lines, because of course you're going to be conveying a lot in those sections, and you can play with the size of your words and stuff like that to kind of fit this all into 1 page and make it nice and formatted. For previous jobs, you're going to be speaking in past tense, but you're still going to be specific about impact. So you blah, blah, blah with X number of resources with Y impact. You're going to do that for all 3 things. So, so company 2 you liked, you commented, and you subscribed to StudioSec. And that had, a solid impact. That's a terrible example, and you made me happy. Great. And then company 3, you're continuing to be past tense. You're continuing to specify in numbers what you used and what you did and the impact. If there's a dollar amount that you can include, that might be interesting because, companies like to save money. So if you're saving the company money, that might be something that you want to include. If you save time, if you made something more efficient, try to express the improving of efficiency in this line. Now the next section for technical projects. On this sample resume, I include 2 technical projects. You could include a 3rd, but again, you want to try to fit this all on 1 page. So, play around with it, but you want to include, your project title, the type of project, whether it was personal, school, work, what have you. Try to express, why are you working on a project, or why did you work on a project? What was the goal, or the mission statement, right? And then you're just like with your, company experience, you want to make sure that it is past tense, but you did include impact and your scope in some sort of a specified manner. Definitely be sure that you are including the outcome here. What was the point? And you can actually do the steps here. Say if you could explain the steps in 2 steps and then what the impact was. Play around with it, workshop it, just try to do that. Now say you're working multiple projects, only include the projects that are relevant to the position. You definitely don't want to include some project that I built a gingerbread house. Whenever you're applying for some sort of a cybersecurity job, that might not make a ton of sense. Now the next section is going to be leadership and skills. You want to express these kinds of things if you have them. Of course you're going to have skills, so list the skills out here. Again, those are going to come up as keywords whenever the HR staff are trying to filter out resumes. So don't lie on any part of the resume. Don't lie here. But you want to make sure that you incorporate as many skills as you can. I've seen a lot of people say don't include Microsoft Office if you're applying for a cybersecurity job, because that's implied. Whether or not you choose to include that, that's on you. I have no opinion, frankly. But what do I know? Language, if you have any language experience, maybe that's interesting. Any leadership experience you might have, so that way you can show that you are capable of upward movement. And then volunteer experience, that might be very helpful as well. And then education, your school location, and then you're gonna, here on the far right, you're gonna have your graduation date, your degree title. Some people will say include your GPA. I've heard include it if it's at a certain range, if it's over 3.5. As you can tell, my GPA is not listed. and then if any kind of time abroad is relevant, you can include that as well. Now, I actually tweeted out a request for information from you guys on, what your tips were on resume building, and you guys sure delivered. For instance, Tish mentions here, list all of your soft skills as well. They add to your overall experience. Use the CAR method, context, action, result. And we actually talked about this whenever you're talking about the different points from your job experience. Here, Davin Jackson mentioned, add any of these if they are applicable, blogs, projects, CTFs, hackathons, meetups, stuff like that. Do try to do a write-up of 2 to 3 Vulnerable or HackTheBox machines if you've rooted them in detail to show methodology and process of going through that. And that's, absolutely awesome. And you can hyperlink those. You can include those as a technical project. You can list them off if you have a blog up top like we looked at. Red Skull mentions be honest, list your soft skills, get involved in the community. Anything that doesn't fit into a section can be worked into your personal statement. That's very true. Emphasis on be honest. I've seen a lot of people talk about dishonesty when applying for certain jobs, and that kind of blows my mind. Anonymous says become a black hat. No, stay legal. Marie says less is more. Ask someone if in doubt. Absolutely ask someone if in doubt. Ask them if in doubt, and that might mean the employer that you're applying to. That's a good one. No colors unless you're in a creative position. Keywords are everything. And then ask others in the community. They probably have templates to share. That's absolutely true. Just kind of going to scroll through here. Cyber Warrior says include a blog, website, or GitHub to your resume. Definitely good. Attend local chapter meetings. Those are a great way to network. I know we're, hopefully coming out of COVID here to a point where a lot of those are going to be in person. Definitely, be involved in those. Don't be shy, to that horn. That is a good one. This is a really good graph, I think, that shows common resume pitfalls. And, obviously this is all a lot of the stuff that we've been talking about. So definitely look through this. And I'm going to include a link to this thread in the description. So definitely check it out. Definitely check that thread out as well while you're building your resume. And if this video has been helpful, definitely hit that like button and share this with a friend. And, always just reach out to people for advice whenever you're trying to build your resume. Definitely make sure that you're workshopping it. You have a few people look over it, and it's the best that it can possibly be for the applicant or for the organization that you're applying to. So with all that, I will see you all next time. Today, we're talking about the need to tell stories with data. Hey everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you so much for watching. Like this video if it's helpful, comment down below with anything that you've learned, and subscribe for more content. Also, if you want to join the StudioSec Discord, check out my website. There's a link down in the description. I look forward to chatting with you there. In cybersecurity, you will be tasked with explaining and presenting data to people. This is going to be true regardless of whether or not you are on the red team or blue team side of the house. In blue team, you might be presenting data on URL blocks, on different kinds of things you're filtering, maybe on malware signatures you're catching, and on red team, you're going to be presenting information on your penetration test. Now let's dive a little bit more into the red team side, and then we're going to tackle the blue team. On the red team side, it's going to be easier, obviously, to be able to tell a story because you're kind of chronologically going from reconnaissance to initial exploitation, privilege escalation, and then any kind of, data exfiltration and bouncing off to another box. So that's an advantage you have over the blue team, among others, with your data reporting. Now, one of the other things that needs to be talked about, and is super important, is how you report and present this information. Obviously, whenever you're presenting this information, you're going to be coming up with all kinds of things to improve on, right? But it's super important to make sure that you're presenting it in a way that whoever you're presenting to isn't going to check out of the meeting. So when doing this, don't focus only on the bad or on the things to improve on. Present to them some strengths that they demonstrated. Here's why you want to do this, is if you're in a meeting with somebody, you're presenting your report on a penetration test, and you're only presenting to your client, here are a bunch of ways on how I was able to gain access and do this, that, and the other thing. Here are a billion ways to improve, and you never provide any positives, then they might come out frustrated and ejected, and then a little bit concerned with, wanting to hire you back. And it's not necessarily them not wanting to hire you. It's them having the impression that a penetration test was just an effective or was just an expensive way of being told that they're not good. Obviously, they're going to have some strengths. And if you encounter an organization that literally has zero strengths, send them to my channel. We'll get them fixed up with some of the cybersecurity fundamentals, and then we'll send them right back. But there are a couple of different ways I think that you can present data in a more positive and upbeat way. One would be presenting with 3 sustains and 3 improvements. Obviously, you can add the number here, but you want to try to balance out the number of positives with the number of negatives. So obviously, sustains are things you need to sustain. Here are some strengths that I noticed. I was not able to do X, Y, and Z. And so you should continue to work on these things, or you should continue to do these things because they make an impact. And then obviously the improves are gonna be, here's what I was able to do, and here are the ways that you can improve, so that way next time I can't do it. Now, obviously you don't wanna provide too many points. You wanna create just enough actionable items that it's realistic within, like, say, a year's time for them to actually act on those things. And so next year they can hire you back and you can try again. Now, another way is the sandwich method, where you give, here's a sustain, here's an improvement, and here's another sustain. And so that way you're starting and you're ending with positives, and in between those is a strong improvement. Now, I really think that these are gonna be some really good ways that you'll be able to maintain their attention. You'll keep a positive atmosphere in your presentation, and everybody's gonna walk away knowing what their action items are, knowing what their strengths are, what their weaknesses are, and then that way they're excited next time for you to come back, perform another penetration test, and everybody will be better for it. Now, let's talk about the blue team side. And this is where presentation of data is super, super important, because there's gonna be no shortage of the data you have to present. Now, obviously, the more data you have to present, the better. There's never too little data you can actually have, but you're gonna wanna make sure that you're presenting them in a way that makes sense. More specifically, in a way that tells a story. Now, to do that, you're gonna wanna base a number off of any one of these following things. Like, you're gonna wanna base it off of time, the number of, so let's say you block 500 URLs, right, in a particular day, and that's the data point you wanna present. Now, if you're basing this off of time, then you can show a clear trend upwards, downwards, or sideways, and that can tell you one of several things, is that, you know, maybe your coverage is improving or not improving, or maybe you're getting trends on user behavior. You can base it off of mission. So if your goal is to improve the coverage for URL filtering, then seeing a larger number than before might indicate more coverage. You can also orient off of a specific event. For instance, if you see a lot of URL blocks shortly after SolarWinds, and you go in and do some research and you see that some of those URL blocks are related to SolarWinds, well, that tells you some information that you might need to know. However, none of these items can be pulled from that if you only go in and say, we blocked 500 URL. That data's point is awesome, great, you have that stat, but it means nothing unless you're able to tie it in to any kind of context or relevance for the audience. Now let's hammer down on that. Without context, a number is just a number. It's not gonna excite anybody. It's just something that, you know, a leader, a business leader is gonna look at, probably get a little confused, and then they'll probably go off and create their own action items, whether or not those action items are really relevant to the security strategy or the needs. However, if you provide context to a number, then a business leader can clearly see what purpose that number serves, what action items they can pull from that, and then they can create action items from that that do meet business needs. And that comes into the main point here today, is you want to create actionable intelligence. You cannot really create actionable intelligence just with raw statistics. You have to do something to link statistics together, to relate them to events, to tie them into an overall story, so that way you can walk away kind of with context on where you're at today, an idea on where you want to be tomorrow, and then you can create action items to get you to where you want to be. Now, mind you, you probably already know this, especially if you're already working, but if you go into a meeting, you want to come out with some kind of value, right? Nobody likes meetings that could just be an email. And so you want to present data that serves a purpose, that adds value, that shows context, and that everybody is able to walk away with some action items that they can work on, and they can understand what purpose their work actually serves. Now, do understand, especially if you're just starting with this, that this is a skill and it's going to improve over time. As Sean Cannell always says, if you improve 1% every day, then over 100 days, you will have improved 100%. Well, it's just like this with reporting. If you improve your reporting by 1%, then over 100 reports, you will have improved by 100%. So start practicing presenting actionable intelligence. Start presenting contextual data today. So with that, like this video if it's helpful, comment down below with your thoughts, and subscribe for more content. Glad to see you guys. See you next. In this video, we're going to talk about how you can build a cybersecurity home lab in your home affordably, so that way you can get engaged in all the different cool cybersecurity projects you want to get in. You can actually follow along with some of the projects that we're doing on this channel and more. And we're going to talk about all of that right now. Now, this was actually the first video that we talked about on this channel, and we're talking about it again because we're going into 2022, and it might be good to try to get in on some of these things. Your cybersecurity home lab can be an absolutely huge asset towards your cybersecurity journey. Now, despite the intense sounding name and perhaps the idealized image of a cybersecurity home lab, no, it does not have to be a super expensive server rack. In fact, my home lab is literally sitting right there. That's my home lab. And I actually have some Raspberry Pis over here as well. But you don't even have to go like that crazy. Your computer can serve as your home lab, and we're going to talk about that here in just a moment. But today, we really want to talk about two different ways that you can set up your cybersecurity home lab in a cheap and affordable manner, so that wherever you're at financially, you can actually get started on your cybersecurity journey. Now, method number one, use virtual machines. And this can be both the most expensive, and it can also be the cheapest, a method according to where you are at with hardware. For instance, this really requires a computer that is capable of running virtual machines. If your computer isn't necessarily beefy enough to run, say 1 or even 2 virtual machines, then maybe a hardware upgrade might be in order. And that can get a little costly. However, if you do, then you're in luck, because you don't even have to spend any extra money. You can get a hypervisor like Hyper-V or VMware or Parallels, and that might not even cost you all that much money, if any, depending on the hypervisor that you're using. And you can go ahead and download some virtual machines and get started today. Literally, all you need to run this is a computer that can run virtual machines, your hypervisor, and then the different OVA or ISO image that you're going to use to go ahead and run your VM. Now, what can you do in this environment? Pretty much anything you want. For instance, say you're not watching this video from a cybersecurity perspective, you're just wanting a home lab. You can practice coding in a nice secure environment where if you do end up breaking anything, you can revert back to a previous image and go ahead and continue your projects. If you have enough hardware, you can actually build your own Active Directory network. For instance, if you take the Cyber Mentor's Practical Ethical Hacking course, then in that course, he actually builds an Active Directory environment and using virtual machines. And you can do that too following along. That can teach you the basics of networking, Active Directory administration, obviously pen testing, and a bunch of other super cool things. Say you want to work with containers. I mean, that's a huge topic right now. You can work with Docker. You can work with Kubernetes and spool up all kinds of different containers and practice with that. Now, you do want to, and this is especially if you're working on something cybersecurity related like practical or like ethical hack, you definitely want to make sure that you have your machine isolated onto a host only network if you're going to be attacking a virtual machine. You don't want to accidentally be attacking a different target. You don't want to accidentally be attacking an actual machine on your network, and then, or even worse, a real machine in a real organization, and then get yourself into trouble. Keeping your machine in a host-only network really keeps you focused on that one target. And also, if you have a deliberately exploitable machine, well, it keeps that deliberately exploitable machine without any access to anything else that might be able to attack it. Now, what are the pros of having a virtual home lab? Well, you can spool it up and spool it down super easy. You literally just click it and then you're good to go. You can easily swap between the different virtual machine images, and that allows you to build all kinds of different home labs pretty much at any time. Really, you're only limited by the speed of your internet connection, as fast as you can download different virtual machine images. And it scales with your hardware. So the bigger the machine that you have, then the more virtual machines that you can spool up and the more things that you can do in that environment. Now the cons, and this is kind of where it gets a little bit away from the affordability side. Again, you're not buying a server rack or anything. You're buying a computer that has beef. But again, if you're coming from a position where you don't have a beefier machine, then in order to get to that kind of a situation, you might have to go and get one. You see, cheaper computers have a limited ability to spool up virtual machines and to do certain things with them. So if you want a more robust virtual environment, you might have to fork some money to go ahead and build up that environment. It is money well spent. Don't get me wrong. It is absolutely money well spent, but definitely, disclaimer up front, that's going to be a little pricey. Now, price-wise, what isn't nearly as expensive is option number 2. You can use Raspberry Pis. And we've actually talked all about Raspberry Pis on this channel. You can check out a full Raspberry Pi review right over here. But your requirements here for using a Raspberry Pi home lab is literally just the Raspberry Pi and your input-output devices. Obviously, as you can probably tell, your Raspberry Pi doesn't really have a screen on it, so you're gonna have to go ahead and get, that's actually what this that's actually what this monitor is for the Raspberry Pis. But you're gonna have to go ahead and buy that hardware along with the Raspberry Pi. So it's not necessarily as cheap as $45, but it's not going to be nearly as expensive as buying a brand spanking new computer with RAM. Now, what can you do with the Raspberry Pi? You can do all the exact same stuff as you can in a virtual environment. You can code, you can network, you can practice ethical hacking, you can do all those things. However, there are some disclaimers there. You are in a different kind of architecture. And so you may not be able to use all the tools that you might be able to use in a virtual environment on a desktop. And some of the different exploits, some of the different tools may not work as easily. And so that's one issue. Another issue is the hardware is obviously not as robust. You can tell by how small it is. And so whenever you have things like password cracking, it's going to take you a much longer amount of time to be able to perform those kinds of attacks as whenever you have a virtual environment with more dedicated RAM to perform those kinds of computations. Now the pros, they are cheap and mobile. You can literally just take it anywhere. You can fit it in a backpack. You can do whatever you want. You can also swap OSs on these too. You can re-image the SSD. You can have Windows, Linux, Mac, whatever you want. Now the cons, we've talked about them. One, the hardware is pretty limited, so the computing power is pretty low. And obviously another thing that we talked about was that you may have trouble running certain tools, being that it is on an ARM architecture. Now those are just 2 ways that you can make your own home lab. And if you have a different way that you made a home lab, definitely comment down below. I'm definitely interested to hear about it, and like this video if it was helpful. And if you're interested in building your own home lab, check out the links that down in the description. I've actually curated a list of how you can build these home labs with all the different devices that you might need on Amazon. Definitely give it a check out. Definitely check it out. Those are affiliate links, so those help the channel. So that would be a great way to support me in these videos that I'm making, and also build out your home lab and tell me about it in the comments. So that, I'll see you all next time. Bye. Today, we're going to be looking at TryHackMe.com as a great resource that you can use when starting your cybersecurity journey. Hey everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you so much for watching. Like this video if it's helpful. Comment down below if you use TryHackMe or if this interests you, and subscribe for more content. We will be having more TryHackMe content here in the future, and we actually already started. Now first, a brief description on what TryHackMe is. TryHackMe is a free resource that you can find online, but they also have a VIP version, which is paid. But they have all kinds of modules and training resources that you can use, everything from fundamental concepts to different skills that are broken down like web security. And this is all information that can be super helpful not only as you start your cybersecurity career, but even as you continue through to getting your OSCP. This is so helpful, in fact, that I've started using it as I start prepping for the OSCP. You can actually find those videos on this channel. We've already gotten started recording different offensive security content. Let's get into this video. So whenever you start off, you'll have this dashboard, and this dashboard is going to show you different courses that you've recently enrolled in, as well as all kinds of other cool things. So it'll have the number of questions you've answered recently. You've got like a really cool streak that will get you certain badges. It'll show you your percentage of completion towards a specific learning path, and I'll show you what this particular learning path is here in a moment. If we scroll down, it'll show different rooms that have just been released, and we'll kind of go through what those rooms are. You actually can rank up
based on your progress, and you can actually get friends. So if you want to be my friend on TryHackMe, comment down below. Let's be friends on TryHackMe. Let's push each other for success. Now, if we jump over here to the Learn tab, here's just an overview. So we get the overview, we get all rooms, and then we get series. Now, there are 5 different learning paths to start off with, right? You get cyber defense, complete beginner, offensive pen testing, CompTIA Pen Test Plus, and web fundamentals. Now, if you're starting off in cybersecurity, I highly recommend looking into complete beginner. And I also recommend looking into cyber defense, because both of these are actually going to be super helpful, especially if you're trying to go the offensive route with offensive pen testing and Pen Test Plus. It will also help to go through web fundamentals, and we'll be going through each one of these on this channel in the future. Right now, we are currently looking into offensive pen testing. Now, if we scroll down here to the modules, here is where we start to see a complete breakdown in each different skill, right? So we have Linux fundamentals, networking fundamentals, web hacking, and more. There's all kinds of really awesome modules in here that we can go through. For instance, I just started looking into web hacking fundamentals because I found out that they had a burp room. And here it is. It's, you get like the web fundamentals, which teach you how how web pages work. And then you get Burp Suite. And then there's OWASP, uploading vulnerabilities. And then there's even CTFs at the end of each one. Of course, for those of you Rick and Morty fans out there, we got a Pickle Rick CTF. How awesome is that? I'm Pickle Rick! So you just gotta, try these out. These are super educational. They'll not only give you a conceptual overview, but they'll give you some real hands-on experience as you go. Now, of course, if we zoom out to all rooms, you can actually see different categorizing or different categories that we can go through. So for instance, let's look at Linux rooms. We'll see Linux Fundamentals Part 1 through 3, Pickle Rick, which is the CTF we just saw, and much, much more. We got 6 different available pages that are related to Linux. And all of these might be tied in to some of these learning paths. They might also tie into Linux fundamentals. And of course, if we check out what series exists, we got it'll show you the different levels of difficulty you can enroll, and it will effectively gamify your educational journey with these different tools and concepts, which is super, super cool. Those of you that enjoy video games out there, I certainly do, this is a great way to learn because it makes it a game. It's a challenge. It's something that really engages you, and it helps you learn along the way. And those are tools and resources and skills that you can take into your career. Now over here, we're going to look at leaderboards. And yes, there are leaderboards here. So if we look here, 0 day, here is at the very top. Let's see who else is here. If you are on this leaderboard, let me know. I'd love to get your experience with TryHackMe and just kind of see if I can get some tips from you, not only for myself, but also for others that are watching this video on how to be effective and make the most out of this platform. Now, these are your general rankings, but if we look at King of the Hill, and we're going to talk about King of the Hill here in a minute, we get a different set of rankings. So what is King of the Hill? It is literally attacking and defending a box. So we're going to read the About section. King of the Hill is a competitive hacking game where you play against 10 other hackers to compromise a machine and then patch its vulnerabilities to stop other players from also gaining access. The longer you maintain your access, the more points you get. How sick is that? You get to compete against other people. You get to combine your offensive security skills and your defensive security skills. And those are things you can use at work. Now, if we check out this other tabs, we got docs, vouchers, develop rooms. You can create a room if you would like. Let's look into documentation. We got all kinds of cool stuff here. So that is TryHackMe. Comment down below if you are already using TryHackMe as a resource. I'd love to connect with you on here and become TryHackMe friends. Yay, friends! And if you're interested, I will be posting more content. We've actually already posted Blue, the offensive security walkthrough room, and we'll be posting more and more here in the very near future. So with that, like this video if it's helpful, comment down below with your thoughts, and subscribe for more content. Thank you. In this video, we're going to be talking about HackTheBox. HackTheBox is an awesome resource that you should totally be using, and we're going to learn about how you can use HackTheBox, what it even is, and all that.
we're breaking it all down right now, starting right now. So of course we have here the home page of HackTheBox, but before we dive any deeper, we want to understand kind of conceptually what HackTheBox is. Now, if you've seen my previous video about TryHackMe, this kind of follows a similar methodology, right, on education, and that is gamified learning. You get points for completing boxes, and there are leaderboards, and there are challenges that you can do. And, you know, they're super, super cool, but they also give you all kinds of just fantastic experience if you're wanting to get into offensive security and pen testing. So here on the homepage, we can kind of get an overview on what all is going on. They have the announcements here. They got, of course, your ranking. Yes, I'm a noob. Deal with it. Still working on it. You can get, you know, some of your account information up here on the top. You can connect, and it'll give you ways to connect. You can... of course, there are several different VPNs that you can get access to. One would be, you know, endgame, starting point, and machines. Machines, we're going to talk about each one here in a second, but just understand that they all take different VPNs. Of course, I don't have any friends, so if anybody wants to, like, you know, come be my friend, I'm so alone. Anyway, so let's go to starting point, because that's a good starting point, right? And it has here a list of machines. Now, mind you, you have to connect to the starting point VPN, but it'll give you, I mean, all these machines that you get to hack. And you can see kind of the machine here. You get a picture of the OS. So this is a Windows box. Okay, so we know that this is a Windows box. By HackTheBox's standards, it's considered very easy, but you can see the user rating. Users don't seem to believe it's crazy easy. It kind of dips into medium, right? So you kind of get two different ratings on how it works. Then you, of course, you got the user owns and the system owns, and the difference is there are two different flags. You get the user flag and the root flag, and you have to do privilege escalation to get the root flag. So that's why you have two different numbers here. Now, why more people have system owns than user owns is confusing. Like, did they just forget to grab the user flag? But one of the things that you can also check out is they have walkthroughs. So that's super cool. But let's kind of break down, you know, what this machine looks like, right? You can add it to a to-do list. So you're going to decide, okay, I'm going to do this later. And you can kind of build your to-do list, right? You got a forum, and people are talking about all kinds of different machines, right? Some of the machines are live, and we'll talk about the difference between live and retired here in a moment. But people are, you know, they're collaborating. They're giving each other hints. They're, you know, just kind of giving each other encouragement, which is super, super cool, right? Here you can get some different statistics on what people kind of, how people rate the machine. You know, how is it, you know, in the CTF style? How realistic is it? What about enumeration? Can you enumerate a lot with it? Any CVEs that you're able to use? Or what about custom scripts? So it's, you know, there's quite a lot of cool things that you can, you know, get out of the statistics, but really it comes down to just adaptability. And then of course you can see kind of the activity log, and here we got the walkthroughs that HackTheBox will link here. So super cool. They even have their own write-ups, and they have videos. So very, very cool. Now, whenever you start up a machine, the startup is pretty quick, right? And then you're able to just copy and paste the IP here, which will appeal. So let's start this machine up and just kind of see what that looks like. I'm not hacking anything, but here you see the IP address. You can stop it and you can reset it. Sometimes, I mean, because everybody's hacking the same machine, sometimes there can be just errors that come up. So it might help to reset the machine back to its original image that it was designed to be hacked in. So that's a nice way to troubleshoot some issues there. Now we got starting point. These are some nice, easy machines to get started with. Let's talk about tracks. And you know, here, what is tracks? A track is a section of machines and challenges tied together for users to progress through mastering a particular subject. Super cool. So, you know, you got the beginner track. You got intro to binary exploitation, intro to blue team. You got intro to so many cool things that you can take advantage of that will give you, you know, experience and get you more prepared to just dive into some of this. And maybe on this channel, we'll be getting into that. Let me know in the comments if you would like to see live streams of me diving into this, because that sounds like something I'd like to do. Next, we got the machines. Now here, let's talk about active versus retired. Whenever they debut a machine, it's going to be what's called active, meaning that there are no walkthroughs allowed. They're not going to post walkthroughs, and you're not supposed to reference a walkthrough. And it is a live machine. And so you're going to see all the machines that are here in different categories, right? You got your easy, your medium, your hard, and then your insane machines, right? And after a certain amount of time, whenever it's just kind of reached like its retirement point, it becomes a retired machine. Now, if you have the VIP, if you're a VIP and you pay for the subscription to HackTheBox, you can get access to all the retired machines. I want to say if you, here you get 2 different free retired machines, but if you're VIP, you get access to all of these. Awesome. And so you can just kind of go through and practice this. Notice I've been spending a lot of time, working my way up on these. I mean, I haven't spent a ton of time in HackTheBox at all. So I do plan on kind of going back through here. But the retired machines, they're no longer active. You're going to find walkthroughs for them. Start them up and start them down anytime you'd like. Super easy. Next, you got some of the more gamified learning things, right? You got challenges. And on the challenges side, we got the debugging interface. We've got, factory, signals, wanderer. And these challenges are, you got active and retired challenges, so somewhat similar to your boxes, right? Your machines. But these are just challenges on specific skills, right? And it'll kind of take you through more of the situational side of hacking and cybersecurity in general. Here, you got some web, you got some OSI, you got some forensics. Super cool. Next, you got fortresses, which are vulnerable labs that a company can host on HackTheBox. So that's kind of cool. And maybe, here you got Accenture Security. You got, some of these other companies that, they'll put up a lab or a fortress. And I actually haven't even played around with these. So, but my impression is just that it's like a full network that you can kind of bebop around. That's exciting. Then you got in-games, and these are labs simulating real-world infrastructure and exploit scenarios with multiple hosts and various attack paths. So probably pretty similar. I really like this. This is pretty cool. So let's look into RPG. So you got, you got the introduction, right? And then you've got all kinds of just different, it's like, it almost kind of lays out like a story, which is kind of funny, but you got your entry point, right? You've got some walkthroughs here that you can follow along with. But it's got 4 different machines of different operating systems. You got a Linux and 3 Windows machines. So a pretty good variation there. Then you got the Pro Labs, just different kinds of hacking training and stuff. I can't seem to scroll down. Okay, here we go. So let's look into Dante for beginner. I don't know if I even have access to this because I do not have the full VIP. Yeah, so here you get a nice little readout on what this is supposed to be, and it's pretty cool. You get to kind of just role play, a pen test, which is kind of cool, right? Really, really helpful stuff if you're trying to get into it. Then, of course, you got your player rankings that can appear worldwide. I rank super low because I have not spent a ton of time. You can form some teams. You got university teams that can form, or you can form a team as a university. So if you're a student, you're watching this, hey, talk to one of your professors and say, hey, let's form a team on HackTheBox. That'd be kind of sick, right? And then comment on this video, hey, we did that. That's awesome. I'd love to see that, and I'll retweet that. Next, you got Battlegrounds. So this is one place where you can kind of go up against somebody, right? So you got different kinds of environments that you can do this, and you can go up against somebody where you hack them. If this is similar to the TryHackMe King of the Hill version, you get you attack a machine, or you're both attacking the machine, and then you're trying to do the blue team stuff to keep the other from getting access, which is pretty cool. And then of course you got the Academy right here, and this will give you all kinds of cool trainings on HackTheBox. Now mind you, this is separate Well, this is similar, but it's a different subscription, I believe, from the VIP subscription. So if you get VIP on HackTheBox, I want to say that you're not able to get access to all the different modules in the Academy. If I'm incorrect on that, let me know. But I have had trouble doing that. Oh, we already clicked on Academy. Then here's where things get kind of cool. You got careers. So here's the job board. And you got all the different companies that are featured here that are looking for pen testers and people with skills on TryHackMe. And you can start applying for some of these jobs. And look at that. Senior Defensive Content Engineer remote. So even HackTheBox is looking for employees here. You got Amazon, you got Aon, you got all kinds of other companies that are looking for penetration testers, and you can apply and they will use your record on HackTheBox to kind of determine, well, how skilled are you? So if you have a good ranking, that's pretty legit. That will be pretty, that might put you a leg up, right? Here you got a bunch of cybersecurity companies. Now, if you're watching this and you would like your company to be featured on here, you can enroll your company. So that's pretty sick. That's really one of those areas where it's like, yes, this kind of seems like a game, but it very much can be, your business. So absolutely, look into it. Then of course you got universities. That's also, it doesn't appear that there's a lot. Oh, nope, here we go. We can scroll down. Buggy. So that's kind of cool. We got top universities here. We got our newer universities. So if you want to get your university registered on here, again, that would be a pretty cool thing to do for your cybersecurity program. And then of course they got a Discord. You can, at some point, you'll be allowed to DM people. Got your shout box, and it looks like those two things are kind of coming soon. But yeah, that's HackTheBox. It's a pretty cool platform. I've really only kept my head down and hacking things, but it is an incredible resource that you should absolutely be using. There are job opportunities with that, and that's fantastic. So definitely look into HackTheBox, at least try the free material. And maybe on this channel we'll be doing a lot more, definitely on live streams, but going through some of these machines. I'm hoping to, I'm preparing for the OSCP myself. Got a long ways to go, but I know that HackTheBox is one of those resources that will be just absolutely invaluable for me to get those reps in, kind of get familiarized with some of the tools and how to use them in different ways. And I hope to share all that on the channel. So with that, if this is helpful, subscribe, like, comment. We'll see you next time. The NIST Cybersecurity Framework is one of the most important things that you can know if you're wanting to get into cybersecurity. So today, we're going to learn what that is. Hey everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like this video if it's helpful. Subscribe if you're wanting to learn more about cybersecurity. Comment down below with your thoughts on the NIST Cybersecurity Framework. And follow me on social media, Twitter, Reddit. Find me wherever. Let's keep this conversation going. Today we're going to learn about the NIST Cybersecurity Framework. But first, if you're not familiar with what NIST is the National Institute for Science and Technology. Now, NIST will come out with all kinds of different things that include policies, different frameworks. The cybersecurity framework is one of the most common things that companies will use to create and expand their cybersecurity programs. So today we're going to learn what that is. The NIST Cybersecurity Framework consists of 5 levels: identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. Now we'll be breaking down every single one of these layers in a moment, but please be aware that each one does have a certain amount of tasks associated with them. And in mature organizations with large cybersecurity organizations, you're going to find entire teams that are dedicated to each individual component of the NIST cybersecurity framework. However, for the average organization that maybe doesn't have a large cybersecurity staff, you might have to wear multiple hats. So instead of being able to focus down on just one of these, you might have to focus on 3 or even all 5. Now, first, let's start with identify. Obviously, this covers how you identify threats. Now, this goes from asset management to the business environment. So how are you managing your assets? Are you performing regular scans? Do you have any kind of audit requirements that would notify you if there was a potential breach? What about your business environment? Do you share information with business partners and clients? Do they have any access into your business network? Next would be governance. Do you have any policies and what kind of policies do you have? What kind of chain of command do you have in place? What kind of, tools, techniques, and procedures do you have documented? Governance can really be a big help if you are really trying to set long-term success in cybersecurity. Next would be a risk assessment. Have you performed a risk assessment? If you haven't, definitely perform a risk assessment, because this will illuminate all kinds of things about your organization. Probably some things that aren't that great, but also some things that are really, really good. So perform a risk assessment, and that will identify all kinds of vulnerabilities you might have that you can work on. And then of course that leads to your risk mitigation strategy. Now that comes from your risk assessment, and the risk assessment will really help you with creating that risk mitigation strategy, because without knowing where risk exists, how would you know to mitigate it, right? And you have to have a plan to mitigate it. That's not just going to go away overnight. You're going to have to institute technical changes, but also procedural changes to make sure that risk is limited. Now we've got protect, and this covers how you protect your systems in your environment. How do you protect the systems in your environment from the risks that we discovered in the last section? And of course, this covers asset control. How do you bring new devices into your environment? Do you perform any kind of scans before you actually deploy them? Do you perform any kind of assessment of the systems to make sure that they are working as intended? Mind you, not all cybersecurity is focusing against human threat actors. Sometimes you're focusing against some kind of technical difficulty that might bring availability down, right? Availability is a whole third of the CIA Triad that you are supposed to work on. So, you want to make sure that the assets that you're bringing in work and that they are secure. Next is going to be awareness and training. Obviously, you want to make sure that your users are aware of cybersecurity threats, they're aware of risk in their environment, and they're trained to deal with it throughout their day. Next will be data security. How are you protecting data at rest, in transit, and use? Any context that data can exist. How are you protecting it? OPSEC is a very important strategy to maintain data security. Next would be information protection, processes, and procedures. So, that kind of plays into what we just talked about with data security. That's basically what you're trying to do. You're trying to make sure that data at rest is secure, information that whenever you're using it is secure. You gotta just create these processes and procedures so that way you can systemically implement secure data practices. Next would be, of course, maintenance. So whenever you're performing maintenance, who's performing maintenance? Do they have clearance to that machine? And how long will that scope go? Is somebody, supervising the maintenance to make sure that, if it's physical maintenance and they need access to a secure room, is somebody maintaining eye contact and making sure that they're not rummaging through places they don't need to be? And if they're performing some kind of digital maintenance, are they not rummaging through files they don't need to be going through? Next is going to be detect. How can you identify when a threat is active in your environment? And that is super important. You need to have all kinds of different threat detection capabilities in your environment. An intrusion detection system is one that was really helpful, but you're mainly going to be looking for anomalies and events, right? Something that is out of the ordinary. This is where AI is often deployed within an organization's cybersecurity structures. They're looking for anomalies. And that sometimes does produce false positives, but it does produce false negatives as well, which also is not very good. But it's looking for different things that just are out of the ordinary. If someone's logging in at 6 a.m. every morning, but they log in at 1 a.m. in the middle of the night, that's kind of weird, right? So that's something you'd want to look into. Next would be security continuous monitoring, and that's where a SIEM would come in, a security event and information management system. And that's what you want to use to be able to look for anomalies and events. And of course, detection processes. How are you managing this information? How are you processing this information when you have it? And, are you passing it off to somebody else so they can, perform some kind of response process? And of course, that leads right into response. Notice on all 5 of these levels, they all kind of bounce and flow one to the other. And that's intentional. And so the next is response. So what do you do whenever you get an active threat? So congratulations, you've detected an active threat. Now you have to respond to it. So of course that must require some amount of response planning. You can't just ad hoc every single issue you find, right? You have to have some kind of tools, techniques, and procedures that will get you through it. Some kind of guidelines, some standards, whatever. Of course, you want to maintain some level of communication. Who do you talk to? As soon as an event kicks off, who do you need to notify? What clients need to know? What business partners need to be aware? Who Who else on your team needs to know that an event is kicking off and that you're going to need their assistance? Of course, there's going to be some level of analysis. You need to know, okay, well, what kind of threat has breached our network? What is it doing? Who is it communicating to? And that's where malware analysis comes in. That's where forensics come in. And of course, mitigation. Whenever you have contained the threat, now you're trying to mitigate its access. Maybe you're trying to mitigate the privileges it's able to escalate to, right? And then of course you want to have improvements to this process as well. And the final will be recover. So now you've responded to your threat, you've taken care of it, now you need to recover. And of course that requires some degree of recovery planning, right? And that's where business continuity and disaster recovery planning comes in. It may not necessarily just be a cyber threat, it could be a natural disaster that takes something down. And so you need to make sure that you have those plans documented and in place so you can use them when needed. Now again, knowing this framework is super important, so feel free to watch this video again to really make sure that you're getting this information down. Now if you're a student and you've made it to this end of the video, well, one, you're a stud and you have a bright future ahead of you in cybersecurity. Well, one, you're a stud and you're going to rock it in this industry. And two, bring this up in a job interview if your interviewer doesn't bring up the NIST Cybersecurity Framework, and they will circle your name and probably really like you for whatever your position you're interviewing for. This is probably something that even if they're not using, they'll want to use it. And if you show that you're knowledgeable in it, well, that obviously is very valuable to them, and that will be very helpful in finding a job. Now, if you're a leader in an organization or a business and you're watching this video, try to see if you're already implementing this in your business strategy. If you're not, hey, now's a great time to pick up the NIST Cybersecurity Framework and try to identify, okay, how can we implement this in our cybersecurity strategy at work? And if you are using it, I mean, how solid can you make it in all 5 phases, right? You want to win all 5 phases. So continue to work on that. Now, with all of that being said, whoever you are, you're going to do great in this industry because you've shown that you're serious about cybersecurity and you're learning this stuff. So comment down below with your plans to get into cybersecurity or what you do in cybersecurity. I'd love to get to know more about you. Thanks, everybody. So you want to learn more about cybersecurity. That is absolutely awesome and you are in the right place. So hit that subscribe button. However, there's something that you absolutely have to know before you continue in this journey. And make sure that you do stick until the end of this video because I'll be tying what we're about to learn to both red teaming and blue teaming. So definitely stay tuned. And with all that, we're starting right now. Now, we're not only just learning one thing, we're actually technically going to be learning 3 things. And if you haven't been able to guess what we're about to learn about right now, we're learning about the CIA Triad. The CIA Triad is absolutely fundamental to the rest of your cybersecurity journey. Everything else that you learn actually will come from somewhere in the CIA Triad. Everything from the really cool hacking video or bug bounty program that you saw online, it ties to this. Every single InfoSec professional, myself included, we can all tie our career, really, and our specific job title to a specific area within this CIA Triad. And if at any time I mention a concept or a topic here in this video that you may not quite understand, check out the rest of my channel. I might have already talked about it. And if I haven't, let me know down in the comments and I will absolutely get something out for that as soon as possible. So what is the CIA Triad? Well, let's talk about it. It stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So what do I mean by confidentiality? Simply put, is this data secure from prying eyes? From this corner, we get things like permissions management and encryption. The goal obviously is to make sure that only the right people have access to the right information, nobody else. You can probably infer that from the title. Is this information confidential? Okay, if so, who has permission to check it out? And if you do not have permission to check out that specific information, clearly you will not be allowed to have access. That leads us to the second term I, integrity. Is this data secure from being manipulated? We can confirm that data hasn't been manipulated by using hashing. If you're not familiar with hashing or encryption, check out this video. But hashing basically is a unique value that you can derive from a specific piece of information. And if anything about that information changes, literally if you change a lowercase a to a capital A, that entire hash changes. And so you'll be able to immediately check, okay, these 2 hashes don't line up, something has been altered. Oftentimes you might see whenever downloading a program online, you'll see a SHA-256 hash or a number of other hashes listed. And you can make a hash of whatever it is that you're downloading and compare it with the hash that you see online. And if the two values match, then you know that you're getting the right package. If they don't match, then you know that something might be wrong. Something else we do to maintain integrity is patching and vulnerability management. We really want to mitigate integrity flaws as much as possible. And so that's why you'll get like Patch Tuesdays, for instance, where, we're constantly out looking for different ways that, a system can be undermined and the integrity could be violated. And so we implement those patches to try to decrease the likelihood that integrity could again be violated. Next is availability. Simply put, is the data available whenever users need it? In a previous video, I said that the Facebook outage actually was a cybersecurity issue. Even though it didn't have to do with attackers, and there was, it wasn't because malware got executed in the environment. It was entirely a networking issue. It was a cybersecurity issue because what are we tasked to do? We're tasked to uphold the CIA Triad. At the end of that is availability. And simply put, systems were not available to clients. In fact, Facebook lost billions of dollars over the 5 hours that their systems were offline due to lost revenue and reputational impact. So a lack of availability really does play a huge role in our jobs. It's not all just defending against hackers. A lot of the time it's defending against, a lot of the time it's just making sure that things aren't falling apart due to a bad networking configuration. Or let's say like a natural disaster like a tornado or a hurricane doesn't completely wipe the business out. Now, unfortunately, and I think it's just because this is kind of the less sexy side of cybersecurity most of the time, this is an often overlooked element of cybersecurity. You'll see so many people talking about hackers and hacking and all that stuff, and that absolutely is a huge part of what we do. However, a lot of the time it just has to do with making sure stuff is available. So I said that I was going to tie red and blue teams to the CIA Triad, and that's exactly what we're about to do. But first, don't forget to hit that like button if this video is providing value. Now, before we dive into this, if you're not already familiar, red team basically means the offense and blue team means defense. By offense, I'm not exactly talking about bad guy hackers. I'm talking about white hat hackers. But really simply put, in cybersecurity, you'll see people hacking and they are basically getting paid by a company to hack within a specific scope and report their findings. And then again, on a blue team, you got defenders defending against the white hats, but they're also defending against the black hats, the criminals out there that are trying to actually do bad things. So obviously the red team is there to audit the CIA Triad. They're really there to make sure that that information really is confidential, that access to that information and the integrity of systems is maintained, and that the availability is not impacted by anything. And of course, the blue team is trying to uphold all three pillars. And it really is an everyday ongoing battle. Sometimes an update that's designed to improve the integrity of a system might impact availability of another system. A perfectly available system may not have 100% integrity. On the flip side, a 100% confidential system will not have 100% availability by nature. The CIA Triad is a spectrum, and where your organization falls within that spectrum is really up to the leadership. And what is their risk tolerance? It all stems from a risk assessment. And so you really have to come up with a determination on your own on what value you place on all three of these pillars, and then how you can best execute these to get the most out of all three without impacting the business. Now, we just went over a lot, so definitely like this video, leave a comment with any questions you might have. If there's a question that you have that could be another video, let me know in the comments, because I'm sure that from this, there are so many directions you can go in your cybersecurity journey, and this is exactly the channel that you should be at. So definitely scroll through what I have already, and if I don't have anything that you're looking for, let me know down in the comments. And with that, I'll see you all next time. There are a billion terms out there for cybersecurity that you need to know, and not all of them are going to be explained right off the bat. So today we're going to look at the top 10 that you need to know, and that way whenever you're getting started with your job, you're getting started with your degree path, whenever you're learning about cybersecurity, you know what these terms are, and that'll really help whenever you read a news item or you're having a conversation on cybersecurity. Hi everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like this video if it's helpful. Hey, liking and commenting, that really helps my channel grow and I really appreciate the engagement. So please let me know, give me some feedback, like it or dislike, whatever, on my videos, and comment if this content is helpful for you, and subscribe if you want to learn more about cybersecurity. I'm really trying to make this channel interesting for you and relevant to you. Also, if you want to engage with me, hey, follow me on Twitter. It is at sec_studio. Let me know what you're thinking about the channel. I'd love to, engage with you and get to know each and every one of you. So like I said in the intro, there's a ton of terms that we need to know in cybersecurity, but not all of them are really explained to you. So today we're going to learn the top 10 that you need to know, absolute non-negotiable must-haves. And most of these are going to be some sort of acronym, so that'll be helpful because there's also a billion acronyms. Now, number one is going to be antivirus, or AV, right? And if you don't know what antivirus is, no problem. It's best you learn sometime, right? Now's probably a great time to learn what antivirus is, but basically it's software that will scan your computer or your network or your application for some kind of virus or malware, right? And so one of the most popular out there is McAfee. You can scan, you can manage all kinds of other security settings with McAfee. There's other kinds of AV software out there on the internet you can find. Obviously be careful what you're downloading onto your computer, but that's where AV can come in handy, is it'll scan things that you're downloading for viruses and malware. So ultimately having AV on your computer keeps you safe. Now, an important note on antivirus is it's not always host-based, it can be network-based antivirus, or you can even have it application-based. So there are different kinds of AV out there, but again, what you're probably thinking of whenever you think of antivirus is some kind of host-based system. Basically what that means is obviously network-based AV scans the network, host-based scans the host, and application is just focused on that application. Number two is data loss prevention. Now this is really kind of the main job in cybersecurity. Ultimately, you are here for the security of your organization's information, and so clearly you want to make sure that you're not losing any of that information, hence data loss prevention. So that can be from a number of ways. It could be some sort of a disaster, could be some sort of theft. There's a number of ways that data could be leaked, maybe just accident. So ultimately it's on, the information security officer or the chief information security officer to ensure that data loss prevention systems are in place and that they're being followed. But to kind of describe what DLP is, it's really just the practice of making sure that you are retaining the data that you have, you're not leaking it out, you're not losing it for whatever reason, you're not letting others gain any kind of unauthorized access to the data. Three is going to be open source. So this means something that maybe it's been collaborated on, it's been built by many different kinds of individuals, and it is pretty much free on the internet, right? And GitHub is a perfect place to go find open source content, right? That is where people are making programs that literally the source code is open. It is open source. That's really what it means. And you can look at the source code, and if you notice, hey, there might be a bug here, I've run this and this is the part of the code that bug is happening in, you can post in the comments on like GitHub and say, hey, this is what's going on, here's a change that I made that fixed the bug, and then that could be pushed to the main version of the program, and just about anybody can make the program better. So open source is a way to distribute the development of applications and software and make it where just about anybody can contribute to that program, and you get some pretty interesting results from that. An interesting way that this has played out is Linux, the operating system. That's a completely open source. And so you see all kinds of flavors of Linux out there, like Kali Linux, like CentOS, like Ubuntu. These are different versions of Linux that have been created over time from the original kind of blueprint from Linus Torvalds. If you don't know, Linus Torvalds invented the Linux operating system. Next is patch. Now think about, with a pair of clothing, whenever there's a tear in it, right? You want to create a patch for that tearing to make sure that your clothes last over time. So it's similar in this way with applications and security, where maybe there's a gap in security, so you create a patch. So oftentimes that will come in the form of an update for an application, which will include patches to security vulnerabilities. 5 is malware. Now, we probably know what malware is, but we really just want to make sure you know for sure. It's malicious software, right? It's any kind of virus or any kind of software that's going to run on your computer and cause harm to you or your system, right? So malware is very important to pay attention to. It's out there, it floats around, it does its thing, but attackers will leverage malware maybe that they've created or someone else has created, depending on your threat actor type, and they will use that to cause harm to the target. Now, malware can be anything from something that literally spams your computer with pictures of Nicolas Cage, or it could literally be Stuxnet. So, and if you have Stuxnet on your computer, man, I'm sorry, how? So next is going to be APTs, or advanced persistent threats. Now these are a threat actor type. If you watch my last video, we talked about threat actor types, so you can learn more there. But these are really kind of the primary boogeyman in cyberspace. Really, they're out there. They're very sophisticated. They've got a good line of funding. They've got some talent, and they're causing damage in cyberspace. They're often on the bleeding edge when it comes to cybersecurity incidents. Causing incidents. So APTs are something as a defender you need to be paying attention to. Next is going to be white and black hat hackers. And for this, let's think of an example on really where it comes from. It comes from like those old Western movies where the good guys wore white hats and the bad guys, the outlaws, wore black hats. Well, it's just like that in cybersecurity. The good guys are your white hat hackers, and the bad guys, the threat actors, are your black hat hackers. And if you believe in any kind of, gray area, then that would be where you have your gray hat hackers. At number 8, we have honeypot. And honeypots are a way that the defenders will try to basically quarantine an attacker, so the attacker believes that they have found a system that they're after, something that has all kinds of access and information that they've been targeting, and finally they're going to gain access to it and they're going to get what they're after. But in fact, it's a honeypot. It's something that is not real. It's something that quarantines the attacker and the malware that they're using, and that allows forensics teams and the defense to be able to investigate the attacker and learn more about them. So if you think about in like the real world, like the blue team is thinking about very like good places to put a honeypot, and then they just lie in wait for an attacker to fall into one. Next is going to be exploits, and that's whenever you have any kind of vulnerability or a gap in security. Well, an exploit literally exploits that gap. And so if you think about all kinds of patches like we were talked about, those are patching vulnerabilities so that previously an exploit that was usable, something that an attacker could use to exploit a vulnerability, that exploit no longer works. So in this case, we're using the term exploit to describe software, a command, some kind of software that they're running that takes advantage of any kind of misconfiguration or any kind of feature that allows the attacker to gain unauthorized access. Next and last, we have information security, and this is really kind of the bread and butter of what we're after here. So on this channel, we talk a lot about cybersecurity, but really what we're all after is information security. So when we use the term cybersecurity, we're really at its core, we're talking about protecting data when it's in cyberspace. But really, information security is a more holistic approach to that, where we're not only covering what's stored on cyberspace, we're covering physical security as well, and preventing any kind of unauthorized physical access to data. And so information security not only covers the cybersecurity element, it covers the physical security element. So of course, some of these terms have been explained in other videos on this channel, so take a look if you haven't already, and we'll of course be posting more content that further dives into some of these terms. So hit the subscribe button and stay tuned for more content. I'm posting every week. Like if this was helpful. Liking this video will really help the channel as well. And comment below if this was helpful, if you learned anything today, and also if you'd like to see any specific videos in the future. In this video, we're going to learn about risk. Welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like if this video is helpful, comment down below with any comments or concerns, and subscribe to this channel. We're posting more content every week. What is risk? We hear about this all the time, but how often is it really explained? Now, we know what the term risk refers to, and really we don't have to dig much further into those elementary concepts. However, it's incredibly important in cybersecurity to be intimately familiar with risk, where it is,
what degree it's at, and how to work with it. In the business sense, risk is the probability of an event occurring that would cause any kind of negative impact, such as loss of money, reputation, business, data loss, what have you. These things are defined in what's called a risk registry, and we'll talk about that later. Now, we all have to live with some degree of risk. If you cross a street, there's a risk you'll get hit by a car. Now, that risk depends on whether the light is red or green and when you're walking, but the concept is the same. There is the risk of somebody ignoring the red and the green light and you still getting hit. Well, likewise in business, any process that occurs, anytime money changes hands, anytime you connect to the internet, you are importing risk. For the most part, that's fine. It can be pretty minute, but it's important to know and understand where that risk is and be familiar with it. If you're particularly risk adverse, it's important to remember that it's impossible for anything to exist with zero risk tolerance. A business with zero risk tolerance simply would not be able to exist. With risk, you really only have 4 options. You can assume the risk, you can control the risk, you can transfer the risk, or you can avoid the risk. If you choose to assume the risk, that means that the risk impacts a mission critical process that you cannot get rid of. Therefore, you learn to live with it. Perhaps you create disaster recovery plans or some kind of strategy that you implement on the back end. So if that risk comes into fruition, you're covered. Insurance is a common way of covering it. If you accept the risk of an event happening, it's good to know that you're covered on the back end. Conversely, if you want to control a risk, that means you're allowing it to live, but you are trying to control its impact. This can happen in a business function that it may not be mission critical, perhaps it's a little bit more malleable. You can control the risk to a degree, but you still do have to live with it. For instance, that might be with implementing a new policy and training your staff. Now, that mitigates the risk. You're controlling the risk, but the risk is still there, and it does come at the cost of you losing productivity and that employees are no longer doing their jobs for the time that they're training. So there's a risk attached to that. Mind you, all risks are interconnected. It's kind of a massive web that you have to try to untangle. Third is risk transference. This is whenever you pass the risk onto somebody else more capable of dealing with it. For instance, if you're a small to medium-sized business and you have the capability to offload your cybersecurity needs on a third party that is their role as a cybersecurity company, that is called risk transference. Fourth and final is risk avoidance. This is where risk is intolerable. These can generally be for risks that can completely kill a company or cause massive irreparable damage. For all of these, it helps to develop a risk registry. A risk registry can be created in any which way you would like. It really is up to you ultimately, but it maps out every process and its risk. In doing so, you are rating levels of risk for every process, and that helps you decide what you want to do with that process. If you want to accept it, transfer it, control it, or avoid it. For example, I've accepted an amount of risk in making a YouTube channel, in that I could always get negative comments in the comment section. I don't only accept those, I invite them. Like if this video was useful. Comment down below if you want to accept my invitation for risk. Or if you have anything else you'd like to talk about risk or risk tolerance or risk registries, it's a fun conversation to have. And as always, subscribe for more content I'm posting every week.
In this video, we're going to be looking at what a risk assessment is and how to perform one. Hey everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you so much for watching. Like this video if it's helpful, comment down below with a cool risk assessment story you might have, and subscribe for more content. Now on this channel, we've talked a little bit about what risk is and how important it is to mitigate it. You see, ultimately in InfoSec, risk is kind of the name of the game. We're all looking at ways to mitigate risk in one form or another, but that all stems from one thing, and that will be your risk assessment. The risk assessment ultimately births the cybersecurity plan. You can't really create an informed cybersecurity plan if you don't have a risk assessment. So we're going to talk about what that is today. You see, risk assessment is really what you can imagine it is. It's an assessment of risk, but more specifically, it is an analysis on the people, the processes, and the technologies that an organization or a business uses day to day, month to month, quarter to quarter, and what risks or what vulnerabilities might arise from those things. Now, one thing to note, it is impossible to have a risk-less profile. If you have a computer, the only real way to have zero risk is to unplug it, put it underground, never touch it again. I just created a riskless strategy for you. Obviously, everybody's gonna have some level of risk, especially if you are a business or an organization, you're gonna have probably more risks than an individual. And the reason is, especially if you hire people, you're bringing people in. If you are dealing with clients, you have some kind of an information exchange. If you have third parties, there's that risk as well. There's all kinds of risks, but you have to be able to find a way to quantify and present those risks and create a plan. Now, there are three ways to classify risk. There's risk tolerance, risk avoidance, and risk mitigation. Risk tolerance is effectively just saying that you accept the risk, you tolerate the risk, you will just take whatever comes at you. Maybe you get some kind of an insurance and you just say, you know what, we have to have this function, and so we will accept whatever risks come with it. Risk avoidance is the exact opposite of that. It means you want nothing to do with those risks. The risks are too intolerable. You will avoid the function. You're just going to avoid the risk. And then, of course, there's risk mitigation, which is a combination of the two, which is you need the function, but you also can kind of strip away some functions, or at the very least enact some policies that can mitigate risk. Now, how to perform a risk assessment. What do we do here? As I said before, we're going to be looking at people, processes, and technologies. If you've worked with any kind of leader in business, you've probably heard those things said before, because that's what they're looking at. They're looking at people, processes, and technologies. So that's exactly what you should look at. But more specifically, you should look at the life cycle of information in an organization from initial creation to the information being stored and left to the sands of time. You want to know exactly everywhere information flows, who touches it, who handles it, who stores it, who executes it. All this information is going to be super important for you to know in developing a risk strategy. So how can we identify that with people? Well, what people interact with a particular piece of information? How do people share information in an organization? For instance, are people sharing sensitive information over email or over some kind of an internal IM? Or are they sharing it over an encrypted messaging app? For processes, and this is going to vary, of course, by what kind of third parties are out there, as well as your business needs. But for processes, you're going to want to make sure that you're looking at from creation to long-term storage, where information flows. What process is this information tied to? What kind of compliance is this information ultimately falling under? We've already talked about who specifically handles this information, but does this information interact with any other processes or tie into other pieces of information from another process? What do those processes like? Does information ever leave an organization? For instance, does a third party store that information? And of course, that leads to technologies. Is what technologies does that information move through? Is it over a specific email? Is it over through a specific web application? Is it stored in a particular kind of database? How is it stored? How is it shared? Is it encrypted? That will be your technology portion. A big piece will be data classification. If data is not classified by certain tiers, you might run into some extra issues, because data classifications can really help differentiate between just like a normal hey, what's up note, right? Like written down on a piece of paper, and credit card information. Clearly, you don't want to handle those two things the exact same way. And so classifying certain data within an organization will really help with this. Now back to the technologies part, you want to look at also if any part of the network or any internal infrastructure is connected to the internet, or if it's behind a firewall and a VPN. You'd be surprised with the number of organizations that have internet-facing internal applications. And it's not by choice. It might be some kind of an innocent misconfiguration, but those tiny little misconfigurations have huge impacts. And that is something you're going to want to look into. Now, when you're performing your risk assessment, you're going to want to take your time because obviously there's a lot of information you're going to be covering, and you want to make sure that you're covering it thoroughly with a detailed report, because this information is very important. You'll be presenting it to the leadership of your organization, but they'll be creating a cybersecurity plan from it and ultimately determining the future of your company in that way. So you want to make sure that you're giving them accurate, detailed, and well thought out information, so that way they're not making poorly informed plans. And of course, you're going to want to perform periodic risk assessments. You could do this annually, you could do this biannually, you could do this every 5 years. Another thing you could do is do rolling risk assessments. So let's say every 5 years you perform a full risk assessment, or maybe every year and every year in between you perform a risk assessment just for a particular department in your organization. And the reason you'd want to kind of spread that out a little bit is because it'll take time. You'll want to continue to audit to see where you've improved and where you might have fallen off the wayside. And you're going to want to make sure that you're constantly keeping a thumb on the pulse on where risk is in your organization. So with that, like this video if it was helpful, comment down below if you have any risk assessment experience, and subscribe for more content I'm posting every week. Thank you. In this video, we're going over cybersecurity governance and why it matters. Hi everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like this video if it's helpful, comment down below on your thoughts on cybersecurity governance, and subscribe for more content I'm posting every week. Governance is important in all environments. Having a series of policies can help shape business strategies and objectives. They can help employees know what to do and what to expect. They can help clients know what to expect. And they can be the difference between short-term success and a long-term lasting success. So with that, we're gonna go into different types of governance, and we're gonna dissect each kind. First, we're gonna talk about policies, then we're gonna talk about strategy or a goal, then we're gonna talk about compliance, then standardized processes, then enforcement and accountability, then senior leadership oversight, and finally, resource allocation. So obviously, these are several areas that many organizations struggle with. If you're a small business, these may be some areas that maybe your organization could work on, or maybe they're areas that you've already addressed, but maybe you could circle back to. Either way, it's super important to never neglect these areas. So with that, let's go ahead and talk about policies. Your policies are kind of the meat of your governance. And really, you want to design your governance around your policies. And the reason for that is these are printed documents. These are typed out, these are written out. These are explicitly declared positions that your business has on how you will address certain topics, on how you will operate in certain conditions, and they really will kind of make or break how your company reacts to certain environments. Ideally, your policies will push towards your business goals. They should be readable and easy to understand, and they should also be consistent. You do not want one policy to declare one thing and then another policy to contradict that. You want to make sure that your policies weave into each other and form a cohesive fabric that is consistent and makes sense whenever you read it all the way through. Next, we're going to talk about strategy and goals. And with these, you want to ask yourself, what do you actually want to accomplish? Now, of course, these have to be clear, they have to be realistic, and they have to be something that you can measure. It may also be helpful to include benchmarks along the way of meeting your objective. Something that you can kind of identify, like, okay, we've hit these benchmarks, we know that we are on our way to meeting our goal, and maybe you can include a timeline. By Q2, we want to hit this goal or this benchmark, and that will let us know that we are on track to meet our overall fiscal year goal. Next is compliance, and let's be honest, you're never gonna escape from the all-consuming gaze of compliance. This includes things like HIPAA, if you're a medical or you deal with medical kind of information, FERPA if you're in universities or you deal with finance information, all kinds of compliance documentation that you'll need to be keeping track of. Overall, you just want to make sure that you are still in compliance, you're not falling out of compliance, you're doing all the right things, so when an auditor comes around, you're above board and you don't have any problems there. This does require constant vigilance, and if you're already in the cybersecurity world, this is probably one of those things that keeps you up at night. If you're a business leader, yeah, it's probably something that keeps you up at night too. Just something that you're constantly wondering,
where are we out of compliance? Where are we not seeing a problem? Well, something that can kind of help with that, and that's the next point, is standardized processes. Thing is, once you find a process that you know you're gonna have to be doing multiple times, document it, standardize it, make it easy for anybody to come into the organization, pick it up, and be able to accomplish the same level of success every single time. And this level of standardization will make it easier across your organization for you to scale, for you to bring on new people, for you to cross-train, for you to be able to document and make sure that people know what they're doing. With standardized processes, it's just overall, it's much easier to scale as an organization and to grow than if you have, unique ways of handling the exact same topic or the exact same problem. If you're, to use the analogy, if you're skinning the cat multiple different times, well, that's not going to be helpful for a new person that comes on. They're going to have to interpret their own way to skin the cat. You want to make sure that you have, your document way of skinning this cat. And yeah, wow, we're doing a lot of skinning these days. I'm a cat person too, so that hurts. All in all, standardized processes should make complex tasks easy, make it easier for other people to pick it up, learn it, and move on. But they're also really helpful to reduce complexity. So if you have standardized processes, well, this might tie into a complex process. And so if you standardize different chunks of it, then that can reduce an incident or a problem or an error because, it's standardized, people are trained, they know how it works, there's documentation on it, there's, kind of the way to do it, quote unquote, and that will reduce an error. At the very least, you'll know where that error is coming from. Next is enforcement and accountability. So for this, you want to ask, if something goes wrong, what happens? And that's not really a fun question to ask because it might actually, expose some pretty scary things in your mind that could happen. But mainly what you want to be focusing on is, how is your organization holding itself accountable? How is it making sure that, it is staying in compliance? How is it making sure that things are, rolling just fine and, no one's stealing money or you don't have a bunch of ports open on a server that weren't supposed to be open, stuff like that. Enforcement and accountability really just make sure that, people know you're doing the right thing, they're doing the right thing, and you can build that trust and know that, you're both moving in the right direction and you can accomplish your objectives. Generally, enforcement and accountability will be declared in your policy. So, let's say if you're the Chief Information Security Officer, you may be the enforcement arm of certain policies. If you're the Chief Finance Officer, you might be the enforcement arm of certain finance policies. You can declare who is going to enforce certain policies. It's up to you. It's up to you if you're the business leader or if you have a leadership role. What's important though is that someone is enforcing these policies. And this is especially true when it comes to compliance. If you're not enforcing those policies, they will when they arrive to audit your company, and it'll be tough. Next, we want to make sure that we have senior leadership oversight. Now, this probably won't be hard. I bet your senior leadership will probably already want to be involved, but just in case you have a very relaxed senior leadership, you want to make sure that they're involved and that it's explicitly put in policy, which senior leader is directly responsible for a certain policy, for a certain procedure, for certain goals and objectives. You want to make sure that they're not only aware, but they're involved in the process. Now, obviously, this information is going to be going up and down the chain, right? The chain of command. You're going to want to make sure that you have a streamlined flow of information where it's not that much time between where information is learned at the lowest level for it to travel to the highest level and then be sent back down, or a reaction or a response sent back down. You want to make sure that you mitigate the amount of time in that communication loop so that way the people on the lowest level know what they're doing, everybody at the top, they know what's going on, and they can pass feedback back down. Next is resource allocation. Now, you want to make sure that your budget reflects your priority. So if cybersecurity is a priority in your organization, then you need to make sure that your budget reflects it. Now, of course, we've talked about a little bit before, but if we haven't, cybersecurity is one of those things where it's going to be a cost and it will not directly produce profit for you, but it will make sure that you keep what you have, right? So if it's a priority, if something is truly a priority, you want to make sure that you are funding it, that you're making sure that it has all the resources it needs to succeed, and you're not, shoveling just pennies over to it and saying, you got to do what you got to work with what you have. Because that's really, it's going to lead to frustrated employees, frustrated leadership that, results aren't being produced, and just all kinds of problems all across the board. Now, as we've already talked about all these things, governance is incredibly important. It can really be the difference between long-term success and overall strategic failure. You want to make sure that you're hitting all of these things, preferably at the same time. But not only do you want to hit these things once, you want to do constant refreshes. You want to do an annual review. You might do biannual review with certain policies, but you want to make sure that you're going back through and you're saying, okay, what policy is needing an update? What policy is still good to go? We'll sign off on it, and if it's updated, you don't want to continue to pass those out to your employees, to any clients that might need to know, to any auditors that might need to know. You want to make sure that you're really squared away on governance, because again, that's the core. Once you have that core, and if you want to use the analogy of a body, right? We use the analogy that policies are the muscle, they're the meat of your governance. Well, you want to make sure that you build that structure, right? Because if let's say that this person you're building, right? So you got like the policy is the muscle, the bone is the oversight and the resource allocation, right? And whatever. And let's say we have this complete person that kind of makes up your governed business, right? Or your self-governed business. Well, it's going to be able to go out and accomplish objectives more efficiently, right? Because it's got everything it needs to live and sustain itself, right? Whereas if you don't build any policies for your organization and you just try to go and accomplish business objectives, well, there's no muscle, right? So that there's going to be problems down the line. Like, if somebody, starts forwarding malicious emails, that might break a policy in a robust company or a company that has an email policy. But if you don't have anything explicitly, discouraging that or saying don't do that, well, then who's to say that what they're doing is wrong, right? It might be wrong, but you want to make sure that your company is declaring, okay, this is what's right, this is what's wrong for our company, and we're going to hold to it because these are the enforcement arms that we've declared. Here's our lines of accounting that we've set up to actually accomplish this. And once you have that down, you'll be able to see some long-term strategic success. So with that, we've talked a lot about cybersecurity governance, just about governance in general. Maybe you're not, part of cybersecurity and you're watching this, and this, I hope this is helpful, right? So if it is, smash the like button. Comment down below on your thoughts on governance, on if there's anything in there that you want to learn more about, and subscribe for more content. I'm posting more every week. In this video, we're going to learn about cybersecurity policies. Welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like this video if it's helpful. Comment down below with your policy stories or if you have any kind of policy you'd like to implement. And subscribe for more content. We're posting more content every week. Policies are incredibly important. They make up the backbone of your cybersecurity posture. No change lasts without governance, and policy is that governance. Policies are what you can show clients, vendors, employees, third parties, everybody that you're serious about implementing certain security practices. They're also incredibly important for compliance. Finally, policies let IT staff and other employees know their specific role on certain issues. I do want to say up front, SANS offers great templates to get you started. I've included a link to their website with the templates down in the description. Be sure to check those out. Policies should generally include several different features. They include an overview of what the policy is. They include a purpose on what the policy is intended to accomplish. They include a scope on who this policy applies to and when this policy is to be implemented. Finally, you have the policy itself. Next, you have policy compliance, which is what happens if the policy is not adhered to. Next, you have related policies. So you want to make sure that your policies do have links to other policies if they are related. Next, you have definitions. If you have acronyms or certain terms or concepts used in that policy that may not be widely understood, Those can be defined in the definition section. Finally, you have a revision history, so you can have a change log on your policy. Be sure to update your policies annually for any changes that need to be made. As time goes on, it's common for some policies to become out of date, to include terms that may no longer be relevant, or to miss out on terms that are relevant. It's also incredibly important that your policies are consistent and uniform. Inconsistent policies create gaps. And if you're familiar with cybersecurity, you know that the attacker is looking for those gaps. So you want to make sure that you're squared away in policy and making sure that those gaps are mitigated. You want to think of your policies as a coat of armor. You don't want a super bulked up chest piece and leave your limbs exposed. So for example, if you have a really robust password security policy, but you don't have an email security policy, that's a pretty big problem. Now, to explain an inconsistency, if your password policy says you do not share your password, and then in an email security policy, you specify that it's okay to share a password, I don't know why you do that, but you get the picture, that is an inconsistency. Think about these concepts logically. You want to be uniform, and you want, if you were to read these policies all together, for it to make sense. Also understand that gaps in policy can really hinder your ability to implement your strategy, your cybersecurity strategy fully. Remember that policies can make or break your long-term success. You can go super gung-ho on cybersecurity, but say you leave the company and you do not create policy, and then the next person comes in and completely scraps those changes, there are no policies to say no. You have to establish policies to make sure that cybersecurity is taken seriously and is followed. Armed with this knowledge, we can create policies that will ensure the long-term security of our organizations. Like if this video was helpful. Comment down below if there are any questions on policy or anything that you'd like to work on as far as policy is concerned. And subscribe for more content. We're posting new videos every week. Thank you. On this video, we're gonna break down the OSI model. Welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Be sure to like this video if it's helpful. Comment down below if you have any comments on the OSI model, and subscribe for more content I'll be posting every week. If you're new to IT, you've probably heard the OSI model before. It's the cornerstone of any IT career. Knowing what level events happen will help you to troubleshoot these different processes. OSI stands for Open Systems Interconnection. The OSI model provides a 7-layer graphical display on how data is moved and presented. These 7 layers are application, presentation, session, transport, network, data link, and physical. Here's a fun phrase for you to practice. All programmers seem to need data processing. Let's say that again. All programmers seem to need data processing. That'll give you a top-down phrase to remember: application, presentation, session, transport, network, data link, and physical. Now let's break these down. We're gonna do this in reverse order. In other words, we're gonna do this from the order of you watching this video. We're gonna start with layer 7, application. The application layer provides network services to end user application. For instance, whenever you're watching this YouTube video, that's on application 7. It is unpacking the content and presenting it to you. Layer 6, presentation. The presentation layer converts the traffic for use in application or vice versa to be transported across the network. Whenever you're watching this video using HTTPS, since that S is secure, that's encrypted. So on the presentation layer, this video is being decrypted and then passed off to layer 7 application. Inversely, if you want to shoot me a negative comment or a positive one if you're a friend, it will encrypt that message and send it down the stack. Layer 5, session. Session manages the flow of traffic. For instance, your device is running several different processes, some in the background and some in the foreground. So session is managing the flow of data so that way it ends in the right spot. Layer 4, transport, moves data between network devices. Common examples of this are TCP and UDP. And TCP is a two-way connection and UDP is a one-way connection. And to kind of break that down a little bit more, think of TCP as like you and I have a handshake. In fact, there is a TCP handshake. And that's where both of us are engaging in communication and we're exchanging feedback, be it through the handshake, that allows us to know that we're connected. However, with UDP, that's if I were just to shout at you and I'm not checking to see if you're listening or not. I'm just screaming at you. So right now, while you're watching this video, your device is communicating with YouTube servers to be able to get packets to watch this video. Layer 3, network. The network layer provides mapping for moving data from point to point, and it does so using an IP address framework. You should be familiar with what an IP address is, but if you're not, it's a unique identifier for your device on any particular network. So if you're on your home network, you may have a private IP address, and there are certain private IP address ranges that are specifically reserved to be private. Your device has a unique private IP address, and those connect to your router, and your router has a public IP address. Now your router will use that public IP address as the source when it's sending requests out to the internet, say to Google, and the Google IP address will be the destination address. Layer 2, data link. Data link digests this information from bits to frames. Many frames make up what you are viewing right now. Now, what does that conversion from bits to frames mean? Well, it's because those bits are actually being transported on the physical layer. Layer 1 physical will make up your physical devices like Ethernet, fiber optic, and other kinds of transmission items. And these convert those bits into some kind of a physical transmission medium, from lights to different kinds of radio waves to whatever it is that that medium supports. So this is a very complex topic and requires a lot of research to fully understand. I've attached in the description a document that I thought was very helpful for me. It was written by Bradley Mitchell from LifeWire, and it really succinctly breaks down all these different pieces, and it should help kind of visualize what exactly is going on here in the OSI stack. Be sure to like if this video was helpful. Comment down below if you have a favorite OSI layer and you want to tell me about it. And subscribe for more content. I'm posting more content every week. Thank you. In this video, we're going to be going over the advantages and disadvantages of cloud and on-premises infrastructure. Welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like if this video is helpful, comment down below with your thoughts on cloud versus on-prem, and subscribe for more content I'm posting every week. The cloud is all the rage. It's like the Ferrari of IT, right? No, that's not a good analogy. The cloud is all the rage. You'll never be able to escape the all-consuming cloud that is taking all service. The good thing is that it has its perks. It also has its downsides, and we will be covering both in this video. Here's the thing that we need to make sure that we keep in mind is that the cloud was never designed to completely replace all on-prem infrastructure, and we'll talk about that. Mind you, it was meant to complement it, to make it easier for you to scale at a large rate, while at the same time maintaining some degree of control over an on-premises infrastructure. Now, mind you, on-prem infrastructure kind of seems like it's there for the big players, for companies that can afford to pump a ton of money into their on-prem infrastructure, and it can be very expensive, but it does have its perks as well, and we'll talk about those. So let's talk about the pros of the cloud. Well, it's managed by another company, so if something goes down, you don't really have to worry about it. You don't have to hire IT staff to take care of outages. That's all managed there for you. They'll probably have backups available for you to use. They may also be able to provide services for you that you may not be able to use or build for yourself natively or on-prem. You can also access it anywhere that there is internet, and that's pretty handy. And it's mostly disaster proof. Of course, that's, there are always exceptions, to whenever it comes to disaster that, we may not be thinking about right now, hence, so that's why I'm saying mostly disaster proof, but especially whenever you have a distributed cloud provider, like let's say, Azure, or Amazon Web Service, if some disaster happens in one part of the world, they'll have fallback infrastructure in another part to still keep the service up and running. It's also pretty affordable. If you're a small business and you want access to this kind of power and these tools, you have that. You don't have to spend a ton of money. It may get kind of costly as you go, but that's really up to you and which provider you're going for, what services you're going for. Now, here are the cons of the cloud. It's not 100% in your control, and it's not, security isn't 100% in your control. You're really putting faith in the cloud provider, keep, whatever it is that you're putting in the cloud secure. And that might be a little concerning for some people, especially if your company isn't necessarily in the best position with security. That might actually be a pro, having a larger company with more resources and staff, take care of that problem for you. But if, maybe you're a bit more established, with your security posture, that kind of could be a little bit of at least a warning flag. You also don't own or manage any of the services that you're paying for. So that's kind of a no-brainer, right? But especially kind of if you're wanting to keep things kind of under your umbrella or in your control, this is one such area where you're kind of holding on to somebody else's umbrella, right? It's their umbrella, you get to use it, but they could ultimately revoke it from you if they needed to, or if they, hike the price up. You might have to make that decision on, is this a service we need to keep? And, if you're putting mission critical functions in the cloud, that could be a bit of a problem. Now, here are the pros of on-prem. Well, you own it. So for, if we're talking about mission critical processes, you can put that on-prem, and no one can tell you, hey, we're hiking up the price. It's yours. You own it. You're the one hiking up the price. Like, you get to determine, what functions you're doing. It's all yours. It's your umbrella. Here's kind of another perk: is security is on you. This can be a perk. I'm saying that this is a perk if your security posture is pretty squared away. But if it isn't, that could very easily be a con. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. You want to make sure that if you're adopting things on premises, that you have the capacity to do so in a secure fashion. You have the policies. Here's a link to policies. You've got all the governance that you need there. Here's an explicit con of on-premise: it can be very expensive. You're not only paying for the hardware, you're paying for the people to run it. You might have to hire new IT staff to be able to run the services that you're needing run. BCDR, or business continuity disaster recovery, could be a factor if you're going on-prem. So, if you're putting all of your infrastructure in just one location, well, let's say a tornado destroys your location, then all of your infrastructure is gone. So you kind of have to not only, hopefully rely on insurance to get it recovered, but, in the time that between, everything's lost and you can get it back up again, there's a complete outage, no business going on. So, you can store it in multiple locations, and that can be a great thing to do for BCDR. But again, that just exponentially increases the cost, because now you're not only paying for one site, you're paying for several. And again, it always needs more staff to manage. So with that comes, more salaries, costs and benefits, that kind of thing. So mind you, cloud can be a great asset, and it can be very handy to use the cloud, but it's very important to keep in mind, what data is being stored in the cloud, whether or not you're comfortable with that, and whenever it gets moved in and out of the cloud, to an on-prem device, what that process looks like, how it's being transferred, what your on-prem infrastructure looks like. If you're a smaller company, is it a good idea to build on-prem infrastructure just yet, or should we just rely on the cloud for now? Kind of building your overall IT plan, and we'll talk about that in future videos, and building your cybersecurity plan. These are important things that you need to do long-term to kind of contextualize, okay, here we are, here's where we want to be, here's what we need to do to get to where we want to be. So let's say, here we are, we're a small business, right? Our capacity for on-prem infrastructure isn't necessarily there. But so we're going to rely on the cloud. But eventually, we want to get to a point where we're able to do everything on our own. We don't need the cloud, and maybe we want to use some on-prem infrastructure and then some cloud to supplement that. Well, you're going to have to come up with some kind of a transition plan in the future, or a criteria on when to initiate that transition in the future, and that's part of your cybersecurity and your IT plan. Is building that criteria, defining what that transition is supposed to look like, and being prepared to execute on it when you hit it. So mind you, at all times you need to make sure that your governance is up. We'll have a video coming out on cybersecurity governance as well, but And here's a link to a video on cybersecurity policies. But you want to make sure that everything's consistent with policy, everything's consistent with compliance. You're financially able to do what you need to do with on-prem infrastructure. Now, if you're skeptical of the cloud, mind you, you're not going to be able to avoid it most of the time. You could elect to not use it if you're a small or medium-sized company and just rely on on-prem, but you might have a third-party provider that is using the cloud. So, you just want to be cognizant of, you're not going to be able to escape the cloud. It's here to stay. But you can kind of dictate when and where you're going to utilize it for your advantage and how you're going to avoid, some of the downsides of the cloud. So what are your thoughts on the mighty, mighty cloud? Comment down below. Like this video if it was helpful, and subscribe for more content. I'll be posting every week. Did you know that you can run a different operating system on your computer than what's already installed? Well, in this video, we're going to talk about virtualization and how you can do just that. Hi everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like if this video is helpful, comment down below with any questions on virtualization you might have, and subscribe for more content I'm posting every week. So as I asked in the opener, did you know that you can have a separate OS on your computer? Well, that's exactly true, you can, using virtualization. But first we want to understand what exactly virtualization is. Well, virtualization is a technology. It's a concept. It's built on a concept, but ultimately it's a technology. So there are many ways that you can implement virtualization in your organization, but we want to talk about how this technology works. Basically, virtualization allows your computer to harness the hardware, the physical resources that your computer possesses in order to run a separate operating system. So if we think about it, or if we think about how your computer runs normally without any virtualization, you have your hardware, so you have like your, let's say like your power source, your input and output devices, your motherboard, like the processor, your RAM, your random access memory, and all those kinds of things. Well, those are used by your operating system, and your operating system leverages those resources to run applications. Well, as we've already learned in the operating system video, and there's a link right here, every operating system can be a little bit different. And so some of it can be down to user preference. Some of it can actually be down to the nitty-gritty, like how the kernel runs, what kind of applications your operating system is able to run easier. And so if you have one operating system, like say Windows, and you want to try to run Linux, you can run a virtual machine on your computer, and what your host operating system will do, so Windows, your Windows computer, it will pass access to the hardware to your virtual machine. So that allows you to run more than just one operating system on a computer. Basically said, your virtualization allows your computer to run another operating system, kind of like how it would run an app. So if we think from a practicality standpoint, you can use this if you're a small business owner or any kind of organizational head. You can leverage virtualization to do all kinds of cool things. A caveat to be aware of with virtualization is that your virtual machine will only have access to a partition of your host hardware. Your virtual machine may not be able to run using all the hardware available on the machine. And that's because your host operating system still needs something to run. So, let's say normally your host operating system can run at 100%. It might be a chunk of that. Like, you might want to run with like 10 or 20% for your host OS, depending on what you're trying to do. You can, of course, negotiate that with the application, the host application. And two examples of those would be like VMware is a popular application, and so is VirtualBox. And those applications allow you to host a virtual machine on your computer. Now, with that in mind, now that we've answered the question of what is virtualization, let's answer a new question of what does that mean for you? It's cool that this technology exists, but what do we do with it? How can we make this useful? Well, if you think about trying to deploy a virtual work environment or allow people to work remotely, a virtual machine is a perfect option, allowing them, to use their own computer, their personal computer, to VPN or use a VPN tunnel into your organization and to access a virtual machine. So maybe they have like a virtual desktop available to them. And that can, not only save office space, you don't have to, reserve, some space for somebody to work at. They don't have to commute all the time, but also you don't have to buy a whole new workstation for them, with all the hardware that goes with the new workstation. You just need to get, a new license for VPN. You need to stand up a new virtual machine, which if you already have the infrastructure is not very cost prohibitive at all. And then they can just use that. So kind of if you think visually, what you would have is you'd have, from a hardware perspective, you would have your, on your server rack, you would have like your firewall, you'd have like some, additional security hardware on there. Check out a video for Cybersecurity Technologies, and they would access the hypervisor machine. And that's going to be a machine that has, a serious amount of RAM, of random access memory, and of storage space. And then you can partition that to host many virtual machines. And you can set those up dynamically. And those are what, your employees will be able to access. This is also excellent if you're wanting to set up any kind of a test environment, or especially, and here's your hint, if you're a student, is your home lab. And here's a link to a video on Homelabs. Very important. But your virtual environment, especially if you're using VirtualBox, you can make a whole lab for free at home on your computer. So check that video out. But this is how, it's using the technology available to you, virtualization, to stand up virtual machines, to access technologies that maybe you didn't have before, or to access operating systems and applications natively in like Kali Linux, for instance. And that allows you to have a home lab that you can test and learn. So, obviously, if you think from a cost perspective, virtualization really is a handy thing. But with that, we've learned a lot here. Like if this video was helpful, comment down below with your thoughts on virtualization. If you have any questions, fire a comment down below, and subscribe for more content I'm posting every week. Thank you. So we know with virtualization that it's possible to run a different kind of operating system on your host machine, but is it possible to do something similar with an application? Well, we'll find out here in a moment. Hi everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like if this video is helpful, comment down below. If you're learning something about containerization, if that's been helpful for you, maybe comment that down. Maybe that's helpful for others as well. And subscribe for more content I'm posting every week. Now, here's a link to my video on virtualization, and that's important because that's going to kind of give you an idea on how that works, and that'll give you a basis for what we're talking about here with containerization, because they're kind of built on the same thing. But kind of as a summary, virtualization isolates running basically an entire operating system. It gives it all the libraries and dependencies and a kernel, and it gives it access to the hardware on your computer, and it allows those to run independent of one another, right? So if you're running like on a laptop that has plenty of beef on it, right? So if you're running on just like a desktop that might have, all kinds of hardware on it, then you can use, your host operating system to kind of act as a hypervisor, and you can run multiple virtual machines on that. Or if you're running like a server, a large, beefy, racked machine, you can put hundreds of virtual machines on there, right? You could deploy instantly, entire work environment pretty much from there, right? So that's what virtualization gives you. It gives you the ability to scale. It gives you the ability to deploy, several different operating systems that can allow you to do more than just, what your hypervisor, or your host operating system can do. It can really kind of unlock what you're able to do from a technical standpoint because you have the resources of that new operating system. Now, you can also do something similarly in an application level. It's not quite the same. It basically what we're doing here is we're adding everything that the app needs to run, and then we're also including its binaries and libraries into its own container. And that is basically running on the containerization engine. We'll talk about what that is here in just a moment, which is running, of course, on your operating system. Now, the reason we're comparing this to virtualization is because, obviously, your virtual machine, it has its own, libraries and dependencies and stuff, but it also is running on its own virtual operating system, and that's on the hypervisor, which is running on the operating system. So, let's say, you're wanting to deploy an app very quickly, right? So you set up a virtual machine that's capable of running multiple apps on it, right? Now that virtual machine, let's say, that obviously we see that is, running through a hypervisor, then through the host OS, and then it has access to the hardware, right? But, so there's a few steps there for it to get through before it can have access to the hardware, which can kind of slow the application down a little bit. So if you want to take away, let's say the guest operating system, right? The virtual machine operating system, we want to take that layer away, right? And we want, the virtual machine to just run the app. It does not run anything else that it takes to be a virtual machine. That's effectively a container, right? That is effectively a container. In fact, that quite literally, according to this graph that we're showing on the screen, is a container, right? So what that allows you to do is you can scale applications just like you can scale virtual machines, right? You can cluster applications just like you can cluster virtual machines. It kind of unlocks Pandora's box from a scaling perspective on what you can do with an application. So mind you, the application can run just about exactly the same as a normal application, right? But it is scalable. So you can basically, that container is running off of what's called a container image, right? Those container images can be created, or they can be pulled from what's called like an image repository, and we'll talk about that here in a moment. So you pull the image, you create the container, and then if you want to create a cluster, you can build multiple containers running the exact same app, right? And then you can scale it. You can multiply, so you can create copies of that container or that cluster and expand it so it can take on increasing, amounts of usage from more people. So if you're a large organization and you have an application you're wanting to scale throughout the organization, this is a great option to go. Now, of course, let's talk about the containerization engine, right? And so what the containerization engine is that something like Docker, right? And Docker is kind of the main example of what a containerization engine is. Now there are others, but that's kind of, Docker is kind of the go-to, right? That allows you to pull, containers from a repository, and then it helps the container to communicate with the operating system, right? And that allows your containers to run. So you can do that with a containerization engine. Now, I also mentioned you can run it in a cluster. Now that can be done with Docker, but that is mostly in the industry being done with what's called Kubernetes. And Kubernetes is a container clustering service that allows you to create clusters of containers. I mean, it's pretty much that simple, but you can do all kinds of other things with it. You can expand it, you can scale it, you can knock some down. You can pretty much do anything you want to do, like with Docker, but you're doing it with Kubernetes. Now, I mentioned also, there are images and there are image repositories, right? So like Docker, for instance, has its own image repository. It's kind of, think of like GitHub, right? So you can go to GitHub, you can download a program and you can run it. Well, it's similar on like Docker. They have a list of applications that you can get, and you can download that application and run it containerized using the Docker service. You can also use that in Kubernetes, but mind you, in the newer version of Kubernetes, as of the moment that this video is being published, that is February 2021, you are going to see less, Kubernetes is not going to be working with Docker as much. It's, Docker will not be, the main source of images for Kubernetes. It'll still work, but, it's not going to be, the main source of images there. Now, if you're probably thinking of different deployments, yes, you can run Docker on just about every major OS, including Mac, Linux, and Windows, but you can also run Kubernetes, out there. And Kubernetes is also, that runs on all the major cloud providers. So if you think about like Amazon Web Service or Azure, they have their own Kubernetes integrations available. Now with that, that's basically containerization in a nutshell. It's pretty simple, pretty easy to understand, but if you have any questions about it, comment down below. I would be more than happy to help clarify. Like if this video was helpful, and subscribe for more content I'm posting every week. Thank you. In this video, we're gonna go over VPNs, what they are, how they work, and how to use them. Hi everybody, thank you for watching and welcome to StudioSec. Like this video if it's helpful, comment down below with your thoughts on VPNs, and subscribe for more content I'm posting every week. With COVID-19, companies have had to create remote infrastructure on the fly, especially if you're a small to medium-sized business owner and all of your employees worked on site. Well, shutdown can be a real problem if you don't have a remote infrastructure set up, but you're capable of it. Fortunately, you can create remote work infrastructure, and that's by using VPNs. VPNs can also be great for personal use. So if you're watching this just for personal security, continue watching. First, we need to just understand, what is a VPN? Well, a VPN is a virtual private network. And in order to describe what it is, we'll just kind of talk about how it works, and it'll make more sense, I promise. Basically, a VPN allows you to connect to another device and then have access to internal resources. Or if you're browsing the internet, it allows you to connect to a device and then use it as a proxy to handle web requests. Now let's kind of break this down. First, the user will authenticate at a VPN gateway. The VPN gateway handles all kinds of authentication requests from users, and based on their authentication, if they do have a user account or they do have permissions to use a VPN, it will assign them an internal IP address. Now we're going to kind of talk about for personal and business use here in a second, but we'll just kind of table that. It assigns you a new address based on whether or not you've been allowed to authenticate into it. For instance, and we'll just get into it, if you're a business, then once you have that new IP address, it'll be a private IP address, and you will now have access to internal resources. These might be resources that you do not want connected to the internet, but you may need to have to connect to from the internet. So using a VPN gives you that access from outside of your work network to the internal resource. However, if you're wanting to use a VPN for personal privacy, then once you authenticate into a VPN gateway, then you can use the server as a proxy. And so on the internet, whatever site you're visiting will see the IP address of the proxy and not you. So it's a way to obfuscate your real identity online. Now, it needs to be made clear that this does not make you anonymous online, especially if you're using a kind of corporately available VPN to browse the web. Law enforcement may be able to use a warrant to get access to security logs on a VPN provider, and they'll be able to see exactly who you are and what you did using that VPN. So, again, do not use VPNs to break the law. It's not only illegal, but it's also unethical. So with that out of the way, let's go ahead and break down for business purposes what VPNs can be used for. Well, like I said, VPNs allow you to have access to internal resources from the internet. And mind you, that connection is encrypted over the internet. So it's not an insecure connection. It requires users to authenticate to the VPN gateway, and this is a great place to use multi-factor authentication. And if you're not familiar with what multi-factor authentication is, it combines one of two different things. So it can be something you have and something you know. For instance, the user knows their password, but they may also have their cell phone. And on their cell phone, you may have them download an app like Duo or an app like that, which will send them a code, a unique code for their session, and they have to type that code in order to be authenticated to the VPN. That way, if an attacker is able to figure out the password of a user, they'll still not be able to get in because they probably don't have the user's cell phone. Now, for this, there are plenty of VPN options. For instance, there's Cisco and Comcast and several others that allow you to create a VPN environment for remote workers. Now, for personal use, this can be a great option, especially if you're traveling overseas where internet access is limited. VPNs not only allow you to browse the internet with a degree of anonymity, but they allow you to access internet locations that may not be available in a particular country that you're living in. How it does that is it connects you to a server in that country. So say you are in country A, and country A may block certain websites, then you can connect to a VPN in country B, and country B doesn't restrict web access. So as soon as you're able to authenticate into a VPN proxy in country B, you can access the wider internet. Options for personal VPNs can be NordVPN or ExpressVPN. They provide either free trial options or subscription options for multiple device coverage. Now, mind you, there are plenty of options out there for VPN usage. Again, if you're a business owner and you're trying to find a way to allow your workers to work remotely, then VPNs can be a great way for them to access internal resources from quite a distance away. If you are wanting to travel and you're wanting to use a VPN for personal reasons, then again, using certain apps can help you with that. Again, I want to make sure that I stress, be wise, ethical, and legal with your usage of VPN. Do not use a VPN to break the law. They will find you. So with that, like this video if it was helpful. Comment down below with your thoughts on VPNs. If you have a VPN service provider that you want to recommend to other people, then please comment with that. And subscribe for more content I'm posting every week. In this video, we're talking about encryption, hashing, and the differences between the two. Hi everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like this video if it's helpful. Comment down below with your thoughts on encryption and hashing. What a topic. And subscribe for more content I'm posting every week. Information is precious and valuable. Now, if you are in cybersecurity, if you're in IT, maybe you work with information elsewhere, you definitely know this. Maybe you don't work in those areas, you definitely know this. Like it's a pretty well understood rule by now that information is one of the most valuable resources your organization possesses. Now with that, attackers are trying to get it. Either if they can't get it, then they're trying to destroy it, and defenders are trying to protect it. Now, with all of this said, and we're going to throw a curveball, just because you have information doesn't mean you're able to actually read it. And by that, I mean information can be hashed or encrypted to prevent prying eyes from understanding the information once they have it. Now, if you are coming from the CIA Triad video, and if you aren't, then maybe you can check it out next. Here's a link to that video. This is part of the confidentiality arm of the CIA Triad. Now let's talk about these. And we're going to start with encryption, right? Encryption kind of works information through a function, right? Or through what's called a cipher, right? And it converts that data into something garbled or unreadable, right? So we're gonna kind of go with ROT13, right? It's a old, basically a shift cipher, right? Where it shifts every letter in the alphabet 13 places to the right? And so, this, sentence A can be a garbled mess in sentence B. And we'll throw an example right here, right? But encryption, it's designed to make sure that, once information is passed through the cipher, then it is unreadable. But you want it to be decrypted, right? And so you'll use, a key or something like that to decrypt it. It's basically an inverse function of the original function. So you have function A, which encrypts the information, then function B, which function B is the inverse of function A, and that decrypts that information. And kind of the origin of encryption, right? If you want to think about wartime, whenever, two sides are trying to share, or, one side is trying to get information, to elements farther on down the line, right? But the enemy is trying to read in on that information to gain valuable intelligence. Well, let's say, a messenger gets captured. You want to make sure that even though that messenger has that information, it's encrypted or it's unreadable. It's not able to be understood or digested by the enemy. So even though they capture the information and they're in possession of it, they can't read it. And so at that point, it's a matter of time till they can figure out the cipher if they can. And historically that has been a case, but that's kind of the origin of encryption. A very famous historical example is Enigma in World War II, where the Germans, the German Navy and the German Army were able to use a very advanced cipher that was nicknamed Enigma to be able to communicate with itself all across, the eastern and the western fronts. Well, because of the hard work of allied engineers that are super smart, way smarter than I am, they were able to figure it out. Alan Turing is actually, he's one of the guys that he took part of that. He's kind of the father of modern day computing. He's, a great guy to look up, take a look, very interesting fellow. And I say fellow, he's British, so that's exciting. But yeah, they pretty much, they developed, the great grandfather of modern day computers. They were able to break Enigma. They were able to be able to decode German messages, and that changed the outcome of the war because now allies were able to hear what Germany was saying to its navy and allow allied soldiers to get across the Atlantic and to really kind of have, a step forward in Europe. Enough about history. We're talking about encryption. Now, there are two different kinds of encryption. There's asymmetric key encryption and there's symmetric key encryption. And we're going to talk about symmetric first because that's the most basic. So symmetric keys, there's only one key, all right? There's only one key, and that key, we kind of consider it to be, a variable. So you have, your encryption algorithm, right? And, your key is a unique identifier saying, okay, this is me, and this message is coming from me and I'm sending it to you. So I'm going to send you the key, right? And you can decrypt it. Now that key, it can both encrypt and it can decrypt. So I will use my key to encrypt this message. I'll send the message and I'll send you my key. And then you can use my key to decrypt the message, right? Does that make sense? And so that is symmetric key encryption. Now, asymmetric key encryption, there are two keys. There's a private key and there's a public key. So say I want to give you a message, I will encrypt my message with my private key, all right? And then I will send the message to you, and then you will be able to use my public key, which I don't have to give it, it's public. You can just take it for yourself. So you can take my public key and you can decrypt the message yourself, right? And that's asymmetric key encryption. So, it's very, it's good to know the differences between these two. They are used in different scenarios. Now, mind you, symmetric key encryption is much faster than asymmetric key encryption. So obviously the deployment's going to be different, but likewise, symmetric key uses one key, right? So, let's say a bad guy was posing as you, right? Or whatever, and I think I'm sending you a message, but I'm actually sending it to the bad guy. Well, now the bad guy has my key, so that's not good. So you'd probably want to use asymmetric key encryption to coordinate a secure channel, and then in that secure channel where we can verify, okay, you are who you say you are, I am who I say I am. At that point, we can default to symmetric key encryption where the information is still encrypted while traveling through the internet, but we can use faster encryption method. Mind you, if you're an attacker, encryption, it can be broken, but it really takes time. If you remember, these are math algorithms that we're putting this data through. So just because you have it doesn't mean you can crack it. It will take a long time, right? You'd have to have a pretty beefy computer that can handle, many threads, like thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of, attempts on an algorithm. And you're just, that's kind of brute forcing a hashing an encryption algorithm and trying to break it. But it's been done before, so who's to say modern encryption won't be broken again? Now, mind you, encryption can be encrypted and it can be decrypted. Now, with that, we're going to talk about hashing. And the difference between encryption and hashing is hashing can be hashed, but it cannot be unhashed, right? It is one way. So, once you hash a particular data set, it's hashed. It's there forever. You're not going to be able to unhash it, right? And so, like that, you would want to use hashing to secure information that maybe you're storing for a long time. Maybe it's information that you want to verify is unchanged. So here's another important tidbit. Let's say you have 10,000 document paper, right? And you hash that document. Now, if someone gets a hold of that document and they change just one space in that entire document, just one, then your hash, which is just going to be a long garbled mess of characters and numbers and letters, that will completely change. The whole hash will completely change. And so that's how you can verify whether a piece of software, whether a document that you've received has been unchanged, is the pure document, right? Is that the hash of what you just downloaded matches the hash that maybe they posted online saying, this is what you should see if you hash your document. And that's a very important way of identifying that. Another way is if you store passwords, you probably want to store your passwords in a hash, right? So it's not in clear text. And so whenever user logs in, they'll type in their password, and then that password will be made into a hash. And if that hash matches the hash that you have on file, they're good to go. But obviously if it doesn't, then they're not. So you can still verify information, but it is not using the clear text. Now, mind you, there are some instances, such as like with MD5, for example, where you can have two different values that produce the same hash. That is called collision, or a collision. And that's something that attackers can use if they know that you're using what's called like a broken hash. And again, MD5 is one of those. You know, they don't necessarily need to have the exact data set that maybe you've hashed. They just need to have one that produces the same hash. And once they produce a collision, then they're able to gain access. So mind you, just to reiterate here, right? Encryption is two directions. You can encrypt and you can decrypt, and hashing is one way. You know, once it's hashed, it's hashed. And mind you, and both rely on math to work, right? These are complex math algorithms that they're going through, you know, and that's why computers are great, right? They can just solve it really quick. But you know, some computers can solve them a lot faster, some solve them a lot slower. So it also depends on the kind of hardware that you have. And so as you can imagine, as computers get faster, the algorithms will be able to get more complex. And so, you know, if you have, you know, hashing and encryption algorithms today that are a lot stronger than what were around 10 or 20 years ago, right? But if you know, if you look at the advancement in computing, then in 10 to 20 years, you know, let's say with quantum computing, you know, who knows how fast it's going to make computing compared to now. And you know, the kinds of advanced math functions, those are going to be able to calculate in an instant, right? Those will be able to work with much more intense and secure levels of hashing and algorithm, or hashing and encryption that normal computers just won't be able to do. So, pop quiz. Is MD5 an example of hashing or encryption? Comment down below with your answer. Like this video if it was helpful, and subscribe for more content I'm posting every week.
What is SCADA? Let's find out. Hi everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like this video if it's helpful, comment down below on cool things you've learned about SCADA systems, and subscribe for more content I'm posting every week. And while you're at it, hey, follow me on Twitter. If you want to engage in the community, if you want to kind of get some ideas on cybersecurity jobs that are out there, I do like to retweet people that are posting openings. And if you'd like to see any videos on questions you might have on cybersecurity, hey, let me know, and I will be sure to put a video out for you. So, what is SCADA? Well, SCADA is an acronym. It stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. What? Basically, SCADA is a series of networked computers and nodes that allow for a high level of communication control and management. Yeah, I'm still not sure what that means. Basically, SCADA gives you a massive amount of insight and control over your environment. So really, who uses or needs SCADA systems? Well, anybody that processes a very large amount of information or needs an incredible amount of control over their environment, as well as anybody that needs to be able to, you know, manage your environment in a very quick and easy way to prevent any kind of issue that might happen. So to be more specific, it could be industry, from oil to any kind of production system, to transportation, from, you know, any kind of like metro to airports, or anybody managing any kind of critical infrastructure from a nuclear power plant to your water treatment facilities. Simply put, SCADA systems are everywhere, and they're very important everywhere that they are. So if you're watching this and your organization has SCADA systems, then they're probably very well protected, at least I would hope so. And needless to say, attackers are always looking for SCADA systems to attack. Now, if the threat actors that could be doing this would be any kind of nation state, any kind of cyber terrorist groups, really anybody that is wanting to take a SCADA system and whether they want to put it offline or manipulate it in some kind of way, or they would ultimately be causing damage not only to the network, but to physical infrastructure and ultimately to human lives. This is where cybersecurity meets with kinetic warfare, where, potentially you could be looking at a human cost to a cyber attack. Now, obviously, the loss of a SCADA system is unacceptable. Security plus question. Control over a SCADA system means that the threat actor will be able to manipulate not only the digital environment, but the physical environment, cause human harm. That's a bad deal. Now, you might be wondering, have SCADA systems ever been breached before? Oh yeah. In 2008, the Iranian nuclear facility at Natanz suffered a breach, and the SCADA systems that were in control of that were infected with a malware called Stuxnet. And this caused pretty much a total loss of over half of the centrifuges being used at that facility. Are you interested in that story? Subscribe to this channel. I will be posting about that story. Now, you might be wondering, can you get a SCADA system for normal business? Well, if we're thinking about a normal mom and pop, well, why would you? I mean, they're incredibly expensive, and you won't really need them for most traditional businesses. Now, if you work in a business that deals with some kind of critical infrastructure, some kind of transportation sector, what have you, then yeah, you probably will need one. But remember that SCADA systems are some of the most important systems out there in the world. That, if you have one, you are essentially managing some sort of physical infrastructure. And so it needs to be probably the most heavily protected and defended system on your entire network. And to kind of and to kind of describe that, really a lot of them, or if not most, are going to be completely air-gapped, meaning they're not connected to the internet. So to access it, you have to physically be present and using the device. And beyond that, they have some of the tightest security in the world, from firewalls and digital security to physical security and having armed guards. So that's a SCADA system for you. And also, I do want to say that if you're watching this and you use SCADA systems at work, don't tell us. Do not tell us. Use good OPSEC. Keep it to yourself. See ya. In this video, we're talking about security event and information management systems. Hi, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like this video if it's helpful, comment down below with your thoughts on SIEMs, and subscribe for more content. I'll be posting more every week. IT has changed a lot over recent years. Gone are the days where small data sets are all you really have to worry about. Nowadays, cybersecurity professionals kind of need to be able to move in and out of the perspective of being a data scientist, where you're dealing with an incredibly large amount of information and finding ways to use that to find bad events. If you're familiar with big data, this is kind of around the lines of what we're talking about. We are dealing with incredibly large or big amounts of data and finding ways to use that data to find attackers where they may be, or different kinds of bugs, or whatever it is that you're looking for. So let's kind of, if you're not terribly technical or aren't familiar with why this is, let's go into this concept here. So events in IT are logged. So whenever you log into a computer, your computer creates a log of that event, which includes the time. It could include your account. It may even include your password. It could include the location that you logged in from, or what machine you logged into, that kind of thing. This can also include what you do while you're logged in. So let's say you log into Twitter. It will include the time that you logged in, maybe what pages you visited, if you clicked any links, where you went. That kind of information is all logged. Now, these logs are rotated daily. They can also be rotated at a custom rotation set, as governed by the IT administrator. It may be a policy that they set, but they are rotated because this is going to build up. Of course, if we're using the Twitter analogy,
a lot of people tend to log into Twitter, in a given day. So they need to be able to rotate those logs so, you can make it easy to reference. One thing that is important to note here is that these logs may contain interesting events, which could include certain logins and logoffs, whether or not a computer is connecting to another machine outside of your corporate network, for instance, or if a website is visited. All of these things are logged. And those may be things that could be interesting to either the IT team, a development team. If you're an app developer, you want to know how your app is being used. Or if you're a security team, you want to know where the connections are happening. However, as you can imagine, there are a lot of logs, and these aren't necessarily human readable. They're written automatically by a computer. So it's not, necessarily something where you can just, pull up a log file and just read through it. You need custom software to be able to parse this data, make it readable, and make it referenceable. Otherwise, it's like finding a needle in a haystack, but the haystack is basically the size of planet Earth, and the needle's the size of a needle. So, it's a lot. So again, we need something to store this data. We need something to parse it, make it human readable and searchable, and then something that we can make, kind of like reports and alerts out of. And that, my friends, is where a security event and information management system comes into play. That's exactly what it does. It will ingest these logs, parse it, and then make it referenceable. So if you want to search for some kind of an event and build an alert off of it, you can do that. If you want to build reports, like these are all the connections we had today, in a PDF, you can do that. You can, do all kinds of things. Now, mind you, if you're a cybersecurity professional, this might be something that you're working with. And so it's important to kind of be familiar with what kind of SIEMs you'll be working with. So, Splunk is a big one. Elk is another one, Waza. You can go on Google and find all kinds of different SIEMs out there. And whichever one you're most comfortable with, just find a way to get, really good at that. A lot of companies will use, a combination of them based on pricing. But it's really important to be good at using a SIEM because, again, we're looking for a needle in a haystack, and really the attacker just needs one needle, right, for an effective attack. And so, as you can imagine, if maybe you're getting into cybersecurity, you're not terribly familiar with, the day-to-day operations, that can be a bit of a challenge if you're on the defensive sside. So again, it's important for cybersecurity and IT professionals to be able to utilize a SIEM very effectively. If you want to build your kind of op tempo to check, here's where interesting things are happening. Here's where we don't know what's going on, so we need to start, sifting through logs and figuring out what's up there. Building all the kinds of reports you'll need. Compliance may dictate that you'll need to be able to provide accounting on certain events. In fact, that's absolutely what's going to happen. So a SIEM can be an excellent resource for your organization. Now, if you're a small business and maybe you work at a small business and you're watching this video and maybe you're not in a position to, bring a SIEM on board just yet, and mind you, this might be, one of the later things you're doing in your development process for building your cybersecurity posture, but maybe the price is pretty expensive. It's a little prohibitive. You can try to stitch together the free versions. It may not be perfect, but it is something. You want to provide as much visibility for your organization as possible. So what kind of SIEM should you use? Well, again, it depends on what you can afford, and it depends on what your actual objectives are. For all of them, you want to be very careful of the cost and how they do costs, and also how they scale. Again, if you're a small business that has plans to scale, you want to make sure that you're doing plenty of research on, what the pricing is, not only today, but what it will be tomorrow, and then, several years from now when your business hopefully is, quite a bit bigger than where it is today, and just kind of map out, okay, well, if we want to keep a SIEM for, the long haul, then we want to make sure that it can scale with us and also be affordable. You also want to make sure that those dollars are really serving their purpose. So for compliance, obviously, you're going to need something, right? Something to be able to show auditors that you're tracking that data. And it may be difficult to do that if you don't have a SIEM. So it might have to, it may not be necessarily, is this worth it? But we kind of have to do this. But even then, you want to make sure that you're maximizing your dollar. Mind you, whenever you're using your SIEM, you're not going to be able to ingest everything at once, because that, again, that's going to be a ton of logs. The size is going to be a problem. So that's where data triage becomes a thing. You have to decide, okay, what are the events that we absolutely need? There is no negotiation. This has to be ingested into our SIEM. What are some events that we really want, but we don't necessarily have to have? What do we want, but we're willing to not have? And then what's just, things that we don't necessarily need to be paying attention to right now. Those are important tiers to be able to create whenever you're data triaging. And then as you begin to grow and your capacity to ingest information grows, you can revisit this conversation and just kind of figure out, okay, well, what do we want to ingest? Well, where do we rank it? Where do we have it tiered? And how can we get that ingested? You may also want to be careful with how licensing is done with your particular SIEM. Some will do licensing based on ingest. And so again, you may not be able to ingest everything where you could. You may have the hardware specs to make that happen. But the financial, impact would be pretty large because you'd have to purchase additional licenses, and that may be a bit of a problem. So remember, it's just going to take some diligence, some research to figure out what SIEM is for you, and then once you have it, how to use it best. So with that, comment down below with what SIEM you're looking into. If you have any questions about SIEMs, comment down below. Like this video if it was helpful, and subscribe for more content I'm posting every week. What are bug bounties? Watch this video and find out. Hi everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like if this video is helpful, comment down below with your experience with bug bounties, if you've taken part, with your tips for anybody that might be new, that's maybe thinking about this as a potential career option. Anything that you can comment regarding bug bounties, hey, put it down there. I'd love to see it. And subscribe for more content I'm posting every week. So, what are bug bounties? Well, they are bounties for bugs. I mean, it's pretty much, the name's in the description, but really, let's break this down a little bit. And to do that, I'm gonna use kind of like a historical analogy. So, think of like the Wild West, where maybe you have an outlaw that's running around causing a lot of havoc. And, the sheriffs at the time, who there weren't many, they couldn't really cover a lot of ground. They couldn't go out and actively hunt for these outlaws. They would put a bounty up, with like a picture and information on where to find these outlaws, allegedly, and where they believe you could find these outlaws. And a price. They'd say, hey, if you can bring this person in to jail, we will pay you this amount of money. Well, think of that, but for bugs. Companies are constantly looking to make their applications work better and to make them more secure. And one of the ways that they do this is by providing bug bounties. And that they'll be able to pay in forms of money, in forms of other things. They will have competitions. Where many companies will come together and say, hey, who can find bugs in our applications? We will pay you money. And whenever I say by pay you money, these prizes can range into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is a career field. If you enjoy playing with code, if you enjoy finding problems and finding solutions to problems, this could be the thing for you, is doing bug bounties. And in doing that, you're going to be able to do all kinds of cool hacking, because effectively to find the bug, you have to intricately know how an application or a program works, and then try something. If you think, okay, but I don't think that it will work well if I tried this strategy on this application, and I believe I can gain access to the root account on the system, and you try that and it works. Well, congratulations, you found a bug, and you can report it and you can get some money. So mind you, the main thing about this is it's not just that you found it, you have to report it. Obviously, you can't just keep it and then use it to gain access to everything else. That's hacking, that's illegal. You are doing this purely from an academic standpoint of, does this bug exist? And if so, how do you stop it? And then you report it. You take it to the company, you say, hey, I found this. This is part of this bug bounty program that you have offered on your website, and that I've contacted you about. You know that I'm trying to do this. So they have an understanding that, okay, this person's, they're trying to help us. They're not just doing this, for malicious purposes. So real quick, let's just really understand what a bug is, right? A bug is a misconfiguration in an app or a program. And by that misconfiguration, I mean, it could be anything large or small. It could be something that causes an app to crash or just not function properly. It could cause a security vulnerability, allowing an attacker an avenue of attack, or it could just be something totally benign. It's just, something nobody really knows. It doesn't really do anything. It's just there, but it wasn't intended. Those are bugs, right? And so companies are constantly looking at, refining their applications and getting rid of bugs. So like, why do bugs happen? You might be thinking, well, a lot of these applications, especially bigger applications, will have teams of developers working on them, but they may not exactly be working on the same things. They're kind of putting together different sections of this app and then forming it, like fusing the app together later. But sometimes whenever you fuse them together, they may not work together the best of ways. Or maybe those core, applications, they may not work, 100% the first time. It happens. It's a natural part of building an app. So it's totally natural. It's a thing that people know is going to happen. But the important thing is, trying to fix it, trying to get rid of bugs, before it can become a real security liability down the road. So the thing about bugs is that attackers are trying to find these bugs. They're trying, they will commonly go after bugs in an application or a program and try to use it to gain access to a system, to gain access to information, and just generally target a network. So obviously, let's say, an attacker's trying to use this bug, to gain access. You're a cybersecurity researcher, you find that bug and you report it. Well, that will allow the company to create a patch for that bug, roll it out to everybody that's using that app, and then the attacker will no longer be able to use that bug as a threat vector for their attack. Now, some of these competitions and some of these bounties can pay out so well that people will make this their entire career. In fact, it's not uncommon to hear of people actually leaving their 9-to-5 and choosing to do bug bounties full time. But a couple caveats, right, is that you will have to be able to intimately know the way that a program works, what was intended, what's supposed to happen when I hit, the executable that's supposed to run this app. And if so, and then what's happening, is the intended consequence happening? Is anything extra happening as well? And being able to identify that, that will really help you find bugs, right? But then on top of that, understanding, okay, well, what does that bug really mean? Is that bug something that can give an attacker access? Or is that bug completely benign, right? These are important things that you're gonna have to be able to analyze. But the pro is that, and that might be actually a pro, but another big pro is the prize money, right? A lot of companies will pay quite a lot of money for people that have found or reported a bug. And there are some cases of like people making in the hundreds of thousands, some cases of people winning a Tesla by hacking the Tesla. There are just all kinds of cool, stories out there that you can find of bug bounties that are, really just winning people cool prizes because of the cool work that they did. So you may not even need to do this on your own. You might be able to join a team. There are companies out there this is their entire business model, is they will go out there, they will do these bug bounty competitions. They will do bug bounties that are just outstanding all the time. They'll be constantly looking for, misconfigurations and widely used apps and programs and reporting them. And then that will give them, of course, contract money. And that's how they'll be able to pay for upkeep and salaries. So that's what bug bounties are. But because I mentioned earlier that bugs are a common vector for attackers, I also want to specify that some of the better attackers will try to exploit features. So if you think of the phrase, it's not a bug, it's a feature. Well, imagine that phrase being said whenever you're having a conversation about how an attacker got in, like what program the attacker used. You cannot patch a feature. If the intended purpose for an application is to run, certain processes, and it relies on those processes to actually function, you can't just shut it down. You can't flip a switch and turn it off, right? You're going to have to find a way to close the doors that the attacker is using. And so that's one thing, you know. In a bug, you can just shut it off anytime. You know, you just need to find the bug itself, create a patch for it, and then you shut it down, and then the attacker's lost access. But whenever the attacker has exploited a feature, you know, it becomes much more interesting. Now, with all that being said, it is much more common for attackers to target a bug than a feature. Mind you, bugs exist. There's a lot of them. It's just a matter of finding them. Features, on the other hand, are often designed to be made secure, and so it's infinitely more complicated for an attacker to be able to exploit a feature. So with all that said, do you want to be a bug bounty hunter? Comment down below. If you have any questions for anybody else that might be watching this channel that is part of bug bounties, you know, hey, comment down below, and we'll try to get you connected. Of course, like if this video is helpful, and subscribe for more content. Thank you. So imagine this, you're a doctor and you're preparing for surgery. Everything's going super normal. You've already talked to the patient's going under right now, and you're just kind of preparing all your things, and you're looking at, let's say, a computer, a terminal that'll let you know just different details about the patient. Maybe you can input some details prior to surgery. And as you're doing some work, suddenly a screen pops up and it basically says everything's encrypted. Pay this group here for a decryption key. What? That doesn't make any sense. Well, now you have to figure out exactly how to make that work while you're about to jump into surgery. And the surgery is time sensitive, or perhaps if it's a life-saving surgery, this person could die. So that's actually a thing that has happened before. And this is what happens when ransomware happens. So how does ransomware work? Let's find out in this video. Hey everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like this video if it's helpful. Comment down below with your thoughts on ransomware, and subscribe for more content I'm posting every week. Ransomware has been in the news a lot lately, and it's been in the news a lot in the past. We've seen everything from WannaCry, and now more recently, we've seen the Colonial Pipeline with the dark side ransomware. So what exactly is ransomware? Well, ransomware is malware that encrypts a file system and basically lets the user know that in order to decrypt their file system, they're going to have to pay the attacker a sum of money. Now, attackers can and have used this kind of attack historically to gain a lot of money, millions of dollars. However, in other cases, it has failed magnificently. If you're familiar with the WannaCry scenario, basically it was reverse engineered and everything that was previously encrypted got decrypted. So basically it was reverse engineered. It stopped the spread of WannaCry almost immediately, and that's a story that you can read on this guy's Twitter profile. So what really happens is, let's say you click an executable, or the executable is part of another task, it's another sub-process, and it executes. And it just starts looking for file systems on your machine, and it starts encrypting everything. And the decryption key may not be stored with the malware itself. It could be stored somewhere else. It could be stored, you know, at maybe a command and control server that the ransomware will call back to, or it could be stored by the attacker, and the attacker has to provide it only whenever the user actually themselves, you know, they contact the attacker. Sounds like a nightmare, right? Well, how the heck do you protect yourself from ransomware? Well, don't worry, it's super easy. All you really have to do is take backups, but also make sure that you know, the backups that you are taking don't maintain the malware itself. So let's say, you know, your file system gets hit by ransomware, everything's encrypted. You could re-image your OS to your last full backup, and if that backup includes the ransomware, then maybe you'd have to go back an iteration until you can get to a point where you do not have the ransomware anymore. Another option is, if you are better with code, is you can look at the ransomware itself at the executable and try to reverse engineer it, so at least it doesn't execute when running anymore. And that way, if you know, if the ransomware is still running whenever you plug in your media to do your backup, it won't just encrypt your backup. You know, you want to make sure that you nullify the executable first. You want to make sure that it doesn't completely encrypt everything before you back up. So that's a very critical component. And the other thing you can do to protect yourself against ransomware is just follow cybersecurity best practices. Don't inject media that you don't recognize. Don't click on links that you aren't familiar with. You know, just all the other fun stuff that we talk about on this channel all the time. Those are things that can really protect you and keep you from getting hit by ransomware, having to pay a lot of money
just to get your data back. So super easy. Let me know in the comments if you think it's easy or if you have other tips. And like and subscribe. We love you guys.
In this video, we're learning about the 3 main operating systems as well as what differentiates them. Like this video if it's helpful, comment down below with your thoughts, and subscribe for more content that really helps a small channel like mine to grow. If you're familiar with the world of IT, you probably already know that there are several different kinds of operating systems. So what we want to do is we want to clearly differentiate the 3 main operating systems that you'll encounter. Bear in mind that these different operating systems can serve different purposes. For instance, some are created primarily for non-technical people, and some are created for technical people that work in production or in development. We'll kind of go through that and we'll identify which operating systems might be right for you. An important thing to keep in mind is that different operating systems come in different flavors, but they're known as distributions. So you will have, especially with Linux, different kinds of distributions that serve different purpose. However, they are all built on a Linux background. Also remember that these operating systems can be hosted in different kinds of environments. For instance, if you have a Homelab, link right here, they can be hosted in a virtual environment or in a physical environment. If you work in a development or a production environment and you're wondering what kind of operating system you would like to deploy, well, you can bear that in mind. You can use a different operating system for your bare metal, and also, which is to say, you can install the operating system directly to the hardware itself. And then in a virtual environment, you can host a virtual machine using a particular operating system. Now, let's talk about the 3 main operating systems. That would be Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. First, we're going to start with the most popular operating system in the world, Windows. Now, it may not necessarily be the most popular, but it is the most widely used. In fact, over 70% of the world runs on Windows. Windows is, of course, made by Microsoft. In order to use it, you need a license. Now, if you buy a new computer, it probably already has Windows installed onto the host system. However, if you want to use Windows in a virtual environment, in order to get the full usage out of it, you might need to purchase a license from Microsoft. Now, real quick, we'll talk about the different kinds of licenses you can get, because these kind of create the different, quote-unquote distributions or, different types of Windows that you end up using. The most commonly used form of Windows is Windows Home, also known as Windows Basic. And this gives you all the basic functionalities of Windows. For instance, you have your file system, you can connect to the internet, you can launch and execute applications and all those kinds of things. However, it doesn't give you full functionality in that it doesn't directly give you things like Hyper-V if you want to have a virtual environment. You can't really do remote desktop. Now, if you're working in a home environment and maybe you're non-technical and you're watching this video, you may not need those things. So that's fine. And the good part about Windows Home is that it is the cheapest license. So if you're deploying Windows into a large environment, Windows Home might be the solution for you for your average worker. However, if you want additional functionality, maybe you work in a more technical environment or you just want to be able to learn and grow, you can use Windows Pro, also called Windows Professional. Windows Pro is, of course, more expensive than Windows Home, but it does give you additional functionality. For instance, you get things like Hyper-V, again, for virtual machines. You get remote desktop. You can have group policy management for practice with Active Directory multiple accounts. You also get BitLocker for file encryption in case you want to encrypt your entire file system, as well as a number of other functionalities. Link in the description for that. Finally, you come across Windows Business Edition, also known as Windows Enterprise. And this gives you a number of features that are better to use in a large kind of business environment or in a large professional studio, including all the features that we talked about in Windows Pro, but you'll kind of come across some slight differences. The next operating system we're going to talk about is Mac OS. Now, I'm an Apple guy, so this is personally, for my day-to-day usage, my favorite operating systems. No judgment in the comments. Mac OS, of course, is developed by Apple. It is native to all Apple devices. So if you're watching this on an iPhone or an iPad or a Mac or what have you, if it's made by Apple, you're probably running Mac OS. Mac OS provides a clean user experience, and it also provides plenty of functionality similar to Windows just in a bit of a cleaner, in my opinion, presentation. A lot of the functionality is presented in a GUI, so if you want to work in a graphical interface, Apple will probably be able to provide that in a cleaner, more understandable, again, in my opinion, way. A lot of people prefer Windows, and that's perfectly fine. There's a reason it is the most popular operating system in the world. But again, it's clear to understand, or it's important to understand the difference between Mac OS and Windows, and that they are not the same thing. and you're not going to be able to buy a Mac and have Windows installed on it because, again, a Mac is an Apple product and they'll have Mac OS already installed on the system. Similar with a Microsoft product, you can't really buy Windows computer and expect Mac OS. That's, they're not the same thing. Remember that both of these have all the functionality to either do it themselves, and by that I mean you can have things like Hyper-V or BitLocker. You can have these functionalities both in Windows or in Apple devices, but you may not have that natively in some cases. For instance, with Windows Home, you don't have BitLocker or Hyper-V, but they do allow for third-party apps to handle that. The last operating system we're going to talk about is Linux. Now, if you work in a tech environment, you've most likely come across Linux. If you're not from a technical background, you may have heard about Linux, but you're not quite sure what that is. Well, fortunately, you're in the right place because we're about to talk about Linux. Linux is a free open source operating system. So whereas with Apple and Microsoft, you have to purchase a product or a license from either one of those in order to have access to either Windows or Mac OS, Linux you can just get online for free. Updates are also created on a pretty routine basis by just about anybody. So because it's open source, it's a very collaborative environment. Linux is for the most part used by developers and IT professionals. And we'll talk a little bit about the distributions that you can come across with Linux, because there really are quite a few. The nice thing about Linux being an open source operating system is its customization. You come across way more distributions of Linux than you would Mac OS and Windows, just because it's open source. Everybody's able to get it for free and mess with it, and the code is open source. So if there's a particular flaw in the operating system, anybody that is involved with this collaborative open source effort can push out an update. Now let's kind of talk about some of the different distributions of Linux. The first one we're going to talk about, of course, since this is a cybersecurity channel, is Kali Linux. Now, if you've heard of Kali Linux, you probably have an idea on what it is, but if you haven't, it might have evaded you. And if you haven't, then no problem, we'll talk about it. So Kali Linux is a distribution of Linux that is primarily geared for offensive security. It also has some nice defensive security tools in it, but mostly cybersecurity professionals will be using Kali Linux to either do different forms of reconnaissance, perform a penetration test. There are a number of different tools that you can use to test your environment or test different strategies that a cyber attacker might use. There are several other distributions like Ubuntu, which it's pretty wide open. It's a form of Linux that there's a lot of customization you can use. It can be great in a production environment. There's Linux Mint. There's Linux Cent. These are different forms of Linux that you can use in a development or a production environment that will really help you to get a pretty nice, flexible use out of your Linux system. Now, as far as hosting servers, Windows has a form of a server system called Windows Server, and you may have come across that. There's of course Server 2008, which is now outdated. So in Windows 2012, which is also outdated, the most recent version is Windows 2016. Now with Linux, you have Apache, which is a competitor to Windows Server. But it is, again, because Linux is open source, Windows Apache can also be open source. So the Windows Apache is a very popular operating system for web hosting. And then again, for your home lab, if maybe you have a Raspberry Pi, there are several different distributions for Linux that you can use there. For instance, Raspbian, Debian, and Noobs are all generally used with Raspberry Pis. You can use most distros with Raspberry Pi. For instance, in my home lab, I use 2 Raspberry Pi Kali machines, but you can use really anything you want on a Raspberry Pi. Remember that the default operating system on a Raspberry Pi generally will be Noobs, which is a pretty bare bones Linux operating system. Remember that each one of these operating systems can serve a very important role in your organization. If you're really just looking for something to be able to deploy for your workforce, Windows is probably going to be the way to go, since it it comes standard in just about any device you purchase. It really requires minimal configuration on setup, and it's easy to deploy. Mac is kind of a similar product. Again, these are generally more expensive devices, but if you want a clean user interface, that can be a good option too. However, if you're looking for a lot of flexibility and you have a lot of technical projects and programming you'd like to do, then a Linux operating system might be for you. And again, you don't necessarily have to have this flash onto the hard metal or onto the bare metal. You can host it in a virtual environment. In fact, that's probably advisable, especially in a development kind of environment where you have your host operating systems, which might be a Mac or a Windows, and then you have a virtual environment that's a Linux. And that way, everything that you do is segregated from your primary operating system. So if anything breaks, you can just reflash your virtual machine and start over. You don't necessarily have to worry about completely breaking your computer. However, just make sure that whenever you're deploying operating systems, that you're deploying each operating system to its maximum effectiveness. You don't want to hand a Linux box over to somebody that doesn't really have a technical background. It might be okay, but again, there is a bit of a learning curve. It's not necessarily as user-friendly as Windows or Mac might be. So, pop quiz time. Which version or versions of Windows allows for Hyper-V? Comment down below with your answer. Like if this video was helpful, and subscribe for more content I'm posting every week. Thank you. In this video, we're learning about attack types. Hi everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like this video if it's helpful, comment down below with any thoughts you might have, and subscribe for more content I'm posting every week. Subscribing also helps a small channel like mine to grow, so I really appreciate your help. There are many different kinds of cyber attacks. Really, there's a ton. So we're gonna try to make this quick and easy for you to understand and reference anytime you need help. However, it's important to remember that knowing each type of cyber attack will really help you to attribute the attack to a particular threat actor. Here's a link right here to different types of threat actors. We actually discussed that last week. Also, knowing these types of attack will help you to know what kind of countermeasures you need to put in. What kind of security protocols and different strategies you need to implement to make sure that you are secure when an attacker decides to implement a certain attack strategy. Also, and I've included a link in the description to the MITRE ATT&CK framework. And this will kind of tie different attack types to different threat actors. And so knowing what kind of attacks are going on, that might kind of give you an idea on what threat actors you're really dealing with. So the first one that we're going to talk about is probably something you've heard of, and that's a denial of service attack. Of course, the goal of this attack is in the name. It's to deny service to a particular application or service that your organization provides. Another way this can be achieved is there's denial of service, but there's also distributed denial of service, where the attacker has what's called a botnet, or a network of robots, where they've gained access to many different kinds of machines, and they're focusing all of those machines on your particular service. So if you were to see a distributed denial of service attack happen, it would appear that many different IP addresses are trying to ping your server. But really, it's just the botnet. There's one attacker using a botnet to try to deny service to your organization. And you can probably guess just from that description how this works is they're trying to overwhelm your organization's application's ability to handle requests. If it's a web server, it will try to go beyond the capacity of that web server to service requests. So legitimate requests are denied. Fortunately, the impact is limited to however long the attack persists. So it can only really go on for as long as you don't do anything about it. If the attacker just keeps it going on forever, then you can just start blocking the source IPs of the botnet, and you're able to regain access. This kind of attack does not gain access to any kind of infrastructure that you have. So it really is just denial of service. So like I said, blocking known malicious IPs can really help you avoid this kind of an attack. Also, using load balancing can be kind of helpful because you may have a denial of service situation occur that might have been accidental. Perhaps you have a, not a very robust web server that is handling multiple legitimate requests and is unable to do so. So clustering and using load balancing can help with that. The next attack type is phishing, and I'm sure you've heard about that. Phishing is whenever an attacker is trying to email a link to you or an employee or to whoever their target is, and to try to get that employee to click that. That link might redirect them to a malicious website or might download an executable. Whatever it's going to do, it's generally going to give the attacker access to your internal network. Of course, phishing also has variants, like whaling, where an attacker is sending a phishing attack to a high-ranking member of your organization, like your CEO or CFO, or even a CIO if you are the CIO. They also might try to do spear phishing, where they do reconnaissance on the target that they're going to try to phish and tailor the email to match what it is that they might actually click on. The impact of a phishing attack can mean that the bad guy can get access to your internal network. So it's a pretty big deal. Fortunately, this can also be an easy fix. Just enable email filtering and educate your staff on what phishing attacks are, and then train them, test their knowledge. Make sure that they do not click on links in emails. It's pretty simple. However, if they do not have that education and training, it can get very difficult to protect from. Next, we're going to talk about social engineering. Social engineering happens whenever the attacker tries to get somebody in an organization to do something that they know that they're not really supposed to do. Most of the time, it will be to give the attacker access to information or infrastructure. A common method that this happens is the attacker will pose as somebody that is high-ranking and tries to create a situation of high intensity where it's very time demanding, where they need somebody like quick in the next 30 minutes, I need you to give me access to this asset. Or in the next 2 minutes, I have to go, I have to move to this next meeting. Something like that ratchets up the stress and intensity, and it causes the employee to just be like, okay, I'll do it, fine. But that's not what you want. That's not what your organization needs to be secure. So you need to set up clear guidelines and procedures for these cases so they pass this situation up to the manager without giving access, and making sure that only legitimate users have access who have authenticated that they are real and that this isn't a social engineering attack. Of course, this comes with training your staff to be able to recognize these situations and to be able to implement these strategies. The next type of attack would be cross-site scripting. This happens whenever an attacker embeds malicious code in a website. For instance, you probably have seen on some websites that they rely on Java to be able to allow certain functions of the website to happen. Well, an attacker might use that to embed malware in a website. So if you were to request a specific web page in a website, then that program would run, and it might attack the target's browser or their whatever it is that's contacting the web page. Ultimately, it can mean that the attacker can gain access to the target computer and to the wider network that host computer is on. To protect against this, allow only trusted, known secure websites. Do not allow websites that you don't trust. Try to implement a trustless strategy where generally unless it's a site that you know and trust and for sure that it is a secure site, then you do not allow it. Also, of course, make sure that you train your staff on the risks of visiting websites that they're not familiar with, and to know exactly what can happen if they were to access a specific web page on an untrusted site. The next attack type is an SQL injection. And this happens whenever your website or whatever is web facing might rely on an SQL database to be able to store large amounts of information. Well, let's say on this website that it has an input field, and the attacker is able to type in an SQL query into the input field, and the web server actually takes that SQL query and retrieves the data from the database and displays it on the screen, as if they were to actually have had access to the SQL database itself. So this is easy to defend against because you can do input validation. So if you have an input field, it'll only accept inputs that it recognizes as legitimate. So say, for input first name, they cannot type in an SQL query into input first name. It'll only accept first names. Also, we're having stored procedures. So it's not gonna, automatically run, an unauthorized SQL grab. It's only going to run, legitimate procedures that are actually intended to run on the web server. The next is man-in-the-middle attacks. And this can happen whenever the attacker is able to get between a legitimate conversation between two legitimate individuals. This can be a result of, poorly encrypted web traffic, or, allowing a replay attack to happen. There are a number of reasons that a man-in-the-middle attack can happen. It's fairly common, but you want to make sure that you make your organization resistant to these kinds of attacks. So ensure that your web traffic is properly encrypted. Make sure that whatever web servers your company is using to communicate with the internet is actually owned by you and not the attacker. And that can help with having an intrusion prevention and an intrusion detection system. And of course, whenever a transaction is complete, make sure that the session is closed to prevent a replay attack. The next type of attack is a drive-by download. And this can happen whenever the attacker, let's say for example, you're at a public coffee shop that offers free Wi-Fi for customers. Well, let's say an attacker sets up a spoofed internet network, and they use the exact same name as that coffee shop's Wi-Fi network, and they even on the sign-in page use the exact same page layout as the coffee shop's network. So if you were to log into that network, it would look and feel exactly like it would if you were logging into the real coffee shop's Wi-Fi network. However, there might be a transparent link that you don't even see, or it might be, as you're logging in, you click a link on the site that downloads malware onto your machine. Or it could be that, you have Bluetooth turned on or AirDrop turned on if you have an Apple machine, or, something like that that allows easy file transfer between devices close or nearby. An attacker can just push malware through that protocol. Now, generally, if you keep these patched, that can be, pretty uncommon for that to happen, but it does happen. So make sure that you're keeping Bluetooth turned off whenever you're not using it, and you're only using trusted Wi-Fi that is secure. For instance, don't use public Wi-Fi networks to get work done. The next type of attack is a password attack, and this happens whenever the attacker is able to gain access to a password repository, or maybe they're trying to guess a user's password to gain access to a particular account. There's a link right here actually talking about password security, and I go way more in depth on this topic on that video, so be sure to check it out. But the main thing to remember is that the attacker is trying to break the encryption or get the correct hash of the password to gain access to the account. The last type of attack that we're going to talk about is a malware attack, and this is really a much less common but also a much more technical and potentially lethal type of a cyber attack. And this happens whenever an attacker is attacking unpatched and unupdated and unsecure systems in a target network. This happens whenever they're using malicious code and they're pushing it into a server, and they're using exploits for vulnerabilities, and they're gaining access to your network using a more technical style of attack. They're not really talking with employees. They just see that a particular port is open and they're attacking that port. To protect against this, make sure that you're installing patches and updates, and making sure that if a service isn't running or if it's not needed, that the ports linked to that service are not open. Now, yes, I know what you're thinking. This is a lot to think about and consider when trying to secure your organization, and that's intimidating. There's really a lot to do, but the good news is generally you need to implement common sense security and best practice cybersecurity strategies, and for the most part you'll be okay. Make sure that you train your staff. Your staff can be your worst weakness, but they can also be your greatest asset. So make sure that they're educated on these different concepts. Send them my videos if they're helpful, and make sure that your organization is secure, from these different types of attacks, using common sense and best practice strategies. Speaking of which, there's a link right here to a video I've made on how to secure your business if you're a small to medium-sized business. So to make sure that you've retained all this information, pop quiz. Comment down below with your answers. What is cross-site scripting? So be sure to put your answer in the comment down below, like if this video was helpful, and subscribe for more content I'm posting every week. Last time we talked about the CompTIA Security Plus, we went through section 1.2, which covered the different kinds of attack types that happen in cybersecurity. So now we'll be going through section 1.3 and talking about different kinds of threat actor types and their attributes. Hi everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like if this video was helpful, comment down below if you've learned anything from this video, and subscribe for more content. I'm very excited to continue to post this content for you, and we're posting every week. In addition, be sure to follow me on Twitter. It's at SEC_studio. Tweet at me if you have anything you want to learn about. Comment down below if you have a specific video idea that you'd like to see some content on. Let me know, and I'd be more than happy to put something together for you. Now, if you saw the previous Security Plus study guide video, we covered section 1.2, covering different kinds of attack types. Well, those come from somewhere, and today we're going to be talking about where those come from, like what kinds of threat actors there are, and we'll even talk about some of their attributes and why, they might want to be doing some of these kinds of things and what they might be doing to accomplish their goals. A thing generally to understand is that you could be going up, if you're on the blue team, against any one of these, and that could be anything from just a small petty cyber criminal to literally a department of a nation state's military. So the spectrum is pretty wide there, but don't worry, we're gonna go through it here. Now, if you're setting this for the CompTIA Security Plus exam, again, this is section 1.3. These will be on the test, and this section actually makes up over 20% of your exam. So, and I'm gonna say this at the end as well, but threat actors, they can kind of cover more than one of these, and I'll explain that here in a moment, okay? But we're just gonna kind of break right in. So, of course, the first kind of threat actor we're gonna be looking at is script kiddies. Now, what is a script kiddie? That's a funny name, right? Well, that is somebody that is taking code that's already been posted online, and they're trying to run it for their own purposes, right? They don't really know how to create malware viruses. They don't really know how to do a lot of things. They're kind of newer to being a threat actor, and so they're taking things that they're finding online and trying to use them for their own purposes. They aren't necessarily the biggest threat actor out there. Again, a lot of the code that they're pulling from might already have patches out there for it, but that doesn't mean sleep on the threat that script kiddies can pose. They can still cause all kinds of problems for you, especially if you're not following the basics of cybersecurity practice, like having a good passphrase, using passphrase managers, making sure that you're resisting social engineering attempts, etc., etc. Next is going to be a hacktivist. Now, a hacktivist is hacking not for money, not for power, but for a particular message that they're trying to send, right? So they might do anything from like a defacement attack on a website. They might be taking a service down that maybe they find to be disagreeable, right? So hacktivists, they're out there to send a message through what they're doing, whether that's for good or for bad. That's what they're doing, right? Organized crime. Now, organized crime, they're generally out there for money, right? For the most part. And they'll do so in a number of ways. They might do so by getting access to data or machine and then ransoming that out on the dark web. There are different kinds of auctions that might happen down there where people are selling access to machines or even data. They can do so with ransomware attacks, so they'll try to extort you or other individuals or organizations for money by saying, hey, we've encrypted everything that you possess, now pay us this sum of money. So organized crime, they can be definitely a threat, and they are more sophisticated than your run-of-the-mill hacktivist or script kiddie, because they might be working in groups. You might find an organized, it's organized crime, right? They're working in teams that might be, trying to coordinate these kinds of attacks. Next, we have nation states or advanced persistent threats. All right, now this is where things can get really interesting. All right, obviously we intuitively know every country on the planet has some sort of intelligence community, and every nation is trying to gather data. Well, they're going to gather data in cyberspace using hacking techniques. It's just a thing that happens. Well, obviously those are things you're going to want to pay attention to. So is it an organized crime group trying to attack my company? Or is it literally the military of Russia, right? Is it the GRU that's trying to break into your organization? And for them, you'd want to look at a number of things.
things. You know, what purpose are they trying to accomplish? What mission are they looking into? What kind of access are they trying to gain? So if you are an organization that maybe works with the government in some kind of way, you work with the military in some kind of way, maybe you have some kind of, some kind of technology that might be of interest to, other governments. They're probably, advanced persistent threats are probably something you're going to want to really pay attention to in their tools, techniques, and procedures. They're not, for the most part, they aren't necessarily looking for money. They're looking for access and information. Sometimes they are looking for money. I mean, North Korea is one of those cases where they're looking for money, right? Because they're very heavily sanctioned. They're very poor officially, right? And they're trying to find different ways that they can get money through criminal means. Next is going to be insiders. And what that means is just people that work inside of an organization that are giving information or access to an outsider threat. So another term for this would be insider threats. You may have had meetings or training in your organization about insider threats, things that they're out after, and the information that they're looking for. But insider threats, they might be a number of things. They may have been radicalized by a particular group that's trying to get them to gain information or collect information to give to them, or they might be a disgruntled employee that's looking to hurt the company. There could be a number of reasons why insider threats happen, but it's very important for your organization to catch those things, to look for indicators of who might be the next insider threat. Now that might make you paranoid. Please do not be paranoid. You do not want to just distrust everybody. Trust that people are legit, but verify. Always trust but verify. And next, of course, is going to be competitors. Again, we'll use the technology analogy again. Let's say you have access to a particular kind of proprietary technology that you've been developing for a long time, and another company wants access. It may not be legal, or let's say not even a company, another organization may want access. It may not necessarily be legal, but then again, none of this is. And if they can find a way that they believe cannot be traced back to them, which may or may not actually be realistic, they will try to gain that information by gaining unapproved access into your organization. So, and they might be looking for a number of things, but it's probably going to be some kind of data, right? So look at things that you have that your competitors do not have and think about, okay, well, how would they get this data if they really wanted it? Now, we're going to look at attributes of actors, right? As it can be internal or external. We talked about insider threats. And this is kind of what I meant in the beginning, that you might be getting combinations here where an insider threat could be associated with organized crime. Maybe you hired somebody that you did not realize was part of the mafia, and they're going to start stealing things. That's crazy, and I'm curious about your background checking practices. Wild. But that may or may not happen, right? An insider threat could be working with a competitor. Perhaps, a nation state is putting an insider threat. So that's where internal or external means, right? Are they inside your organization, or are they outside of your organization? So that's something you really need to take a review of. Just because you have been attacked doesn't mean that attack might have originated from outside, but it doesn't mean that there were some elements operating on the inside that could have assisted with progressing the attack. Next is levels of sophistication. And so I kind of talked about earlier how script kiddies are probably not the biggest threat out in the wild, but your nation states absolutely are, right? And the reason for that is going to be resources and funding. So your script kiddies, again, they're just randos on the internet trying to pull stuff from GitHub and fire it off and see if it sticks, right? And if you're implementing good patching, if you have, strong firewalls, you're implementing solid securities, you're probably not going to have a problem when it comes to script kiddies. Now, whenever it comes to a nation state, and they're recruiting some of the best and brightest that their country has to offer, they're giving them the best training available. They basically have a limitless budget because they're working for their country's government. you're probably going to be dealing with a different kind of beast than you would a script kiddie, especially whenever you put a bunch of, these geniuses in a room and then you tell them, okay, you need to hack this organization, right? Now, an organized crime group would be somewhere in between, right? A nation state is going to be probably your biggest threat, and your script kiddie is going to be the lowest threat, but organized crime is going to be somewhere in the middle. It could be an unsophisticated crime syndicate that's trying to hack you, or it could be a very well-funded organized crime. They may have some sort of support on the back end. If we look at all kinds of groups out there that have some kind of proxy funding, or they might be operating as a proxy for another government, that's a thing that can happen, right? And that is a thing that has happened. So just because it's organized crime doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a nation state, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it won't be like a nation state in its sophistication. Now, we've already talked about resources and funding. The main thing to note here is just, what kind of threat actors do you believe them to be? If they're hacktivists, then they probably won't have a ton of resources or funding. Not like if they were a nation state or an advanced persistent threat. Intent motivation. Now remember, a script kiddie, they're just pulling stuff from online and trying to see if it works. So their motivation is probably not going to be there. They're not, they'll probably throw a couple things at you and then bounce if they believe that they're not really getting anywhere. Hacktivists, they might be pretty motivated. They have an intent to send a message, and they're going to send their message one way or another. Organized crime, they're out for money. They're probably going to be looking for targets of opportunity, companies that are not really paying as much attention to security as others, and so they're going to be looking for your weaker targets that they can get a lot of money from. Nation states, they've got all kinds of intent and motivation. It just depends on what kind of information they're after. So if you have information that is particularly juicy, they'll probably be after you. Now, if you're an organization that has incredible security, like, you are really knocking it out of the ballpark when it comes to your organization's cybersecurity, and let's say maybe you don't have that much information that's really that interesting to them in the grand scheme of things, they'll probably not go crazy when trying to breach your company. Maybe they will, because they're curious why you're knocking it out of the park cybersecurity wise. Like, what are you really trying to protect here? But ultimately, it's just down to what are they intending to accomplish, and how motivated are they to accomplishing that task. Now, next is going to be use of open source intelligence. Now, here's the thing. You can go on the internet and you can learn a lot of things. Right? A lot of facts are out there on the internet that you can learn, and that's information that you can use when kind of creating a picture of the environment that you're in. So open source intelligence is a very important thing from a defensive side, but it's also very important from an offensive side. So, if let's say your script kiddie is paying attention, and maybe they have found out that there's been some kind of a controversy about maybe your company's not using the right kind of patching program, right? And you have some gaps in your security. Well, the script kiddie, might find the right malware to run that might get them access to your organization. And a lot of that comes down to Google dorking. Hey, comment down below if you don't know what Google dorking is, and I can make a video on Google dorking. Pretty crazy and interesting stuff. But anyway, that is one way. They're basically, just to summarize, they're very specific Google searches, but that's basically one way that you can collect open source intelligence, is by creating these specific Google search queries that might be able to pull up information that is on the internet that a company didn't necessarily plan on being available out there. So with that, like this video if it was helpful. Comment down below if you want to see a video on Google dorking, or if you have anything else that you'd like me to make a video on, just let me know and I'll do my best to put something out for you. And subscribe for more content. I'm posting more content for Security Plus, but I'm also posting all kinds of other really cool content that I really want you to check out and be a part of, right? So hey, join the subscribing list, and maybe once we hit the 500 subscriber challenge, you can be a part of that and win a prize. So like, comment, subscribe. See you next time. In this video, we're going to talk about what exactly threat hunting is. Hi everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like if this video is helpful, comment down below with your thoughts on threat hunting, if this is a career path maybe you want to get into, and subscribe for more content. We're posting content every week. Threat hunting.
That sounds pretty cool, right? But do we really know what that is in the context of cybersecurity? Well, in this video, we're gonna find out. And truth be told, it sounds cool because it is. You see, threat hunting is whenever a cybersecurity professional puts on camouflage and face paint, and then they go out into the woods, and then they wait for a threat to hunt. It's just like normal hunting, except the threats hunt back. Not really. But sorta, kind of, not really. Like in an analogous kind of way, but we'll really talk about what it is. Threat hunting is basically hunting for indicators of compromise within your organization. Now, as you can imagine already, this is a huge and important task. Now, if you've already seen the Cybersecurity Tools video that I posted, then you know that intrusion detection systems are available for an organization to find indicators of compromise. So then why do you need a human being to do this job? Well, truth be told, no technology is perfect. You'll always end up with false positives or false negatives. And both of those, and let's break down what a false positive is. A false positive is something that is shown to be true when in fact it is false. So think of someone logging in that is authorized, like a normal everyday employee logging into their account, and then that login session being flagged as suspicious. That would be false positive because you know that they have permission to log into their account. They log in all the time. They're a regular employee. They're not accessing really anything. They're just logging in for work. That is a false positive. A false negative is, let's say, same example, that person logs into their account, but let's say it's like months or years after that person has left the organization, right? So a false negative is saying that that's not really suspicious, but if they're not a part of your company anymore, that truly is pretty suspicious, right? Any kind of automated system, like an intrusion detection system that might do these checks on its own, it will need a human pair of eyes to verify whether its assessment of this being suspicious and this thing not being suspicious, if those assessments are true. Now, of course, if you've seen the technologies video, then you know that AI is going to be able to help in this area. And that's true, AI will be able to help in this area, but you'll never really be able to mimic a human understanding of ultimately human behavior. The attacker on the other side, they are still a human being. And so it takes a human to beat a human in this chess game, right? So that's where threat hunting comes in. There's a little bit of the technical aspect, but there's definitely some of the psychological aspect of thinking, if I'm going to attack this system, what would that attack look like? And can I find indicators of that kind of an attack right now in the network? Another reason is attackers are getting better and better at being able to avoid detection. They can avoid an IDS. They can, avoid firewall flags. And that's kind of why you need to have, a pair of human eyes that can monitor some of this traffic and can identify, okay, well, this clearly is not an automated process. It's not part of how our app is supposed to work. So maybe there's some foul play. So specifically, what kind of things are threat hunters looking for on a daily basis? Well, I've listed off 3 here, just examples. There are many more than just these 3, but these I think are 3 that'll kind of give you an idea. And the first is going to be privilege escalation. And privilege escalation is whenever an attacker has already gained access and now they're trying to escalate their level or improve the amount for them, the amount of permissions, the amount of rights, what they can access, what they cannot access. They're trying to gain as much access as possible, and so therefore they escalate privileges. And this is, this kind of is targeting privilege management or access control in an organization. Obviously, you don't want to make everybody in your company an admin. So let's say a normal standard user who is not an admin has their account broken into. Clearly the attacker is going to get in and be like, okay, well, I need all this access, but I do not have those permissions right now. So privilege escalation is where they try to get those permissions for themselves by essentially exploiting processes within the system. And so that is something that can be flagged, and that is something that probably will be flagged, and that's something that a threat hunter will notice and see, okay, well, that's
definitely suspicious behavior. Nobody, should be escalating their privileges on their own, and that's kind of why you have like a help desk, right? If, say that standard user does need to be escalated to an admin, well, there would probably be some paperwork to go along with it. Maybe it's a promotion. Maybe it's a sensitive project that they might be able to help out with. And you'd want to have some kind of paper trail showing, okay, well, this is approved, that they can improve their level of access. But if it happens just kind of all of a sudden without any paper trail, then it might be something nefarious. Another thing that they're looking for is connections to suspicious and or dangerous IP addresses. So there are lists of IP addresses that are floating around that you can get off the internet that lists off IP addresses that are known to be malicious, that organizations have found that have been blocked. And you can actually import this list and add it to your own firewall rules to block those lists or block, the IPs that are found on that list. Now, the important thing is you want to keep that up to date. You might have an IP list from last year, but other organizations may have seen more dangerous IPs and added more IPs to that list. Now, obviously, if you've automated the blocking of those IPs, you're probably not going to get a whole lot of leakage where, one of those IPs manages to get through. However, you do want to monitor if any of those do. Obviously, that's something you want to know. Maybe a rule wasn't correctly put in place on a particular firewall if you have multiple firewalls set up. That kind of thing. Maybe an update, reset the rules. And so, you thought that you had it properly configured and you did, but whenever you put an upgrade or an update through a firewall, maybe those rules reset. They may not necessarily be common, but there are things that could potentially happen. And so that is something that a threat hunter would look for these are some IPs that we know are bad. We're blocking for them, but did any of them get through? And another thing of that is any of those IPs that should be added to that list. Are there any IPs that we've noticed that perhaps it's been hitting our network? It's trying to break into an account. It has too many password attempts on a particular account, keeps getting blocked, and we know that it is not an employee. Right? It's not coming from any controlled workstation. It's just coming in from the internet. That's probably one you're going to want to block. And then these blocks will later go into this list. You can, continue to contribute to this ongoing list, and that will help other companies do their own threat hunting. A lot of cybersecurity is collaborative. You're really, even if you're a staff of one, you're not alone. There's, everybody's trying to help each other out because ultimately your security does affect them. Especially if you're a provider or you are a vendor and you have any kind of exchange of information, they are invested in your security as well. So, being sure to plug back in and provide help where you can and receive that help whenever you need it, that's super important. Now, a third and final thing that threat hunters might be looking for is the installation and execution of files. And this can kind of come with the privilege escalation, where a standard user may not be allowed to execute certain files. Well, let's say you notice privilege escalation and then you notice that a particular executable or .exe was run. That's definitely going to be suspicious behavior that you're going to want to investigate, right? What is that executable? Did they install that? Did they bring this in from the internet? Or was it already there? And if it was already there, how to get there? These are all things you're going to want to pay attention to. Now, this executable could be a virus. It could be something totally benign. But either way, that's something that you're going to want to pay very close attention to. Now, those are just 3 things, but there are many other things that threat hunters are looking for. But we've dissected these 3. For more, check online. It's pretty much anything. It's pretty much anything that can happen on your network. They're probably looking into it and thinking, well, is this something that should be happening on our network? So as you can imagine, there's a lot for them to look for, and this is going to require, just the collection and the monitoring of just an incredible amount of information, an incredible amount of data.
from your network. Even if you're a small organization, it's going to be quite a bit, and that is definitely going to be more than just one person can handle in a regular 9 to 5. And so to make it easier, that is where a SIEM comes in, or Security Event and Incident Management System. That allows you to collect this information, to read through it, to query it, to create alerts and reports on it. And that will really help a threat hunter or threat hunting team even to be able to find these kinds of suspicious things that are going on and to act on them. Now, another huge help on this issue is the MITRE ATT&CK framework. And there's a link in the description for this website as well. But the MITRE ATT&CK framework will map tools, techniques, and procedures that known threat actors are known to use. So whenever we talk about privilege escalation, that is something that will be on there. Whenever we talk about remote code execution, that's going to be something that will be on there. But it's a graph that will show you and map these out, and you can find the list of known threat actors. And those threat actors, typically will have their tendencies. If you think of like a football game, you know how teams have their tendencies. They have the plays that they're comfortable with and the scheme that they like to run within. Well, it's the exact same with cybersecurity. You have different threat actors that have the tools that they're comfortable with, the scheme that they like to, the workflow that they like to operate with. And the MITRE ATT&CK framework, really in a graphically easy to digest way, will map this information for you. And so if you notice something going on your network, this can help towards attribution, and it can also help in just generally understanding how threat actors work. Whenever a threat actor gains information, what's logically the next thing that's going to happen. And so whenever you're investigating, and maybe if you're new, this can be a great thing to look for or look after and reference from, and kind of get an idea of, okay, I just saw this alert that someone gained access to an account, like a suspicious IP managed to gain access to this particular user account. What's the next thing that they're going to try to do? Oh, okay, it's probably going to be privilege escalation. Well, okay, what privilege are they trying to get to? Probably root, right? So you're going to want to try to check this out and really digest the information. Another really cool thing is that the MITRE ATT&CK framework can map to a SIEM, to some particular SIEMs. So, if you're looking for getting one for your organization, that might influence kind of, your decision there. If you're trying to get one just for threat hunting, that would be a good option to get a SIEM that really can, work with the MITRE ATT&CK framework, which most probably will, but, it's definitely something to keep in mind. Now, mind you that if you're in charge of an organization and you're trying to get some threat hunting started, this will be a good option. But the more capabilities that you want access to, the more expensive it might get. So there's definitely a cost-benefit analysis there to really think about. What's your objective? What are you looking for? What capabilities do you need to import, and what can you create yourself? That's going to be, an important journey for you to be able to embark on. So with all that, quick question: do you want to be a threat hunter? Comment down below. If you're watching this video and you are a threat hunter and you have advice for anybody that's watching that might be new to this, or any just wisdom you want to impart, also comment down below. I'd love to foster this collaborative community where people can grow and learn together. So with that, like, comment down below, and subscribe for more content. Thank you. In this video, we're talking about 3 pivotal technologies that you will be seeing in cybersecurity and that you need to know about starting right now. Quick note to those of you that are watching this for the CompTIA Security Plus study guide that I'm building, stay tuned to the end of this video. I'm going to have all kinds of bonus technologies that you're going to need to know about, and also a note for you at the very end, so stay tuned. Now, the first thing that we're going to talk about is a SIEM, or a Security Event and Information Management device. And basically, these can do 2 things. They aggregate and correlate a ton of data, and I mean a ton of data. What does it do with that data? It can automate and trigger alerts. Now, that means something, right? So let's say it's collecting packet information, or it's connecting metadata about connections on your network.
and it's going to have a whole lot of that data, because think about, your network, or think about your business. That could be quite a lot of traffic. And so it's automatically aggregating and correlating that data and creating alerts and triggers, and it's executing on alerts and triggers. And you can set those up. Now, one of the most important things for SIEMs that you need to know about is time synchronization. Time is incredibly important, because you may get different timestamps, and it's important to know when specifically, or which timestamp specifically is referring to when the packet traveled and was received versus, when it hit the SIEM or when it is being presented to you now. Another thing is event duplication. You don't want any kind of duplication. So you want to find a way to prevent duplication or get rid of duplicates where possible. And of course, you'll have a ton of logs that you're going to want to look at. So make sure that you know how to leverage your SIEM to create alerts and triggers and build reports. SIEMs can be a very, very, very powerful tool whenever you have one. However, the learning curve can be pretty dramatic at times. So make sure that, you're looking into SIEMs more, especially if you're wanting to get into cybersecurity. Being pretty proficient in a SIEM can provide some pretty cool opportunities for you down the road. Next is data loss prevention. One is USB blocking, so preventing people from plugging in USBs. Yes, sometimes people will just drop a USB in a parking lot thinking, okay, someone's going to plug it into their computer. And then someone plugs it into their computer, and now they got malware. So you can prevent that by preventing USBs. Another is cloud-based DLP and leveraging assets that maybe a third party can provide to you to prevent data loss. Another is via email. So tracking, what kind of attachments are being included in emails, what general information is being typed in emails. Say there are keywords that can trigger an alert or hit a filter and say, hey, so-and-so's trying to share some critical information. That's something you're going to want to know. Next is network access control. And this basically is just determining who can have access when and putting people in quarantine if need be, putting people in timeout, and also making sure that the right users have access to the right tools and the right network for the right amount of time. So there will be dissolvable and permanent network access controls. So dissolvable meaning that you can set an expiry date for certain settings. So let's say you want to give someone access for a project for like 3 months. That's the expected time that the project's over. And then at the 3-month mark, they lose all their access. Well, let's say they need an extension. You can add an extension to that. And then let's say 5 months, then they lose their access. Whereas with permanent, you just kill their account. They no longer have access. There are all kinds of host health checks that you can perform. And that basically just lets you know, hey, is a host up? Who has access to that host? What kinds of things are being done on that host? You got agent versus agentless. And basically what that means is, is there a console that you can interface with? Is there an agent console that you can work with to build certain rules and do certain things? Or is this all done automatically, just built into the hardware itself? So that is agent versus agentless. And of course, let's talk about bonus round. We got mail gateways. Let's keep them fishes in the bay. Don't we love puns? Man, I'm such a dad. I'm not even a dad. I'm making dad jokes. First, we got the spam filter. It'll catch just known spam. Very important. You can have a degree of data loss prevention added in as well to make sure that you're catching sensitive data in transit. You can also encrypt your emails. Very important whenever you're trying to actually send, legitimate email traffic on sensitive matters back and forth. You're going to want to make sure that you have an ability for your people to encrypt their emails. Now let's talk about additional tools and technologies, and I'm just going to flip through a few of them real quick. Make sure that you take some time and you research exactly what each one of these are, but really quick, let's talk about a few of the important ones. SSL and TLS accelerators. These basically, if the hardware on site is not that crazy and you want to purchase extra hardware purely designed just to help with SSL and TLS, the encryption algorithms that are going on there, they can lend CPU power to make sure that that's being done. So that's pretty sick. You also got SSL decryptors, and it kind of similar situation. It's helping that. And then you've got hardware security model, which basically handles some of the cybersecurity principles and techniques that we've talked about in a couple of the past videos on this channel, and it unfortunately may not allow the most customization through like an agent or any kind of like web agent that you can access, but it might have, you know, heuristics, and it might be able to just on its own handle a lot of the security needs that you have. So with that, those are the top 3 with some bonuses, technologies that you need to be aware of in cybersecurity. If you are watching this for the study guide, make sure you comment down below on something that you learned, and there's a chance I might shout you out in the comments section. So with that, stay tuned for the next element of the Security Plus study guide. We'll see you next time. Bye. Today, we're talking about 3 technologies that you can use to secure your network. And if you're watching this for the CompTIA Security Plus study guide that I'm running on my channel, make sure that you watch all the way until the end. I have something to say at the very end for you. All of that starting right now. A brief admin note right before we start. I wanted to obviously point out the link to the CompTIA Security Plus exam objective study guide. The link is down in the description. I've included it here in these slides. The first thing that we're going to talk about is firewalls, and I put here that they catch malicious packets in transit, and that's really what they do. So they do that by using access control lists, and this is one of those things that you can get from the vendor themselves, that you can build yourselves. There's a number of ways that you can build up your access control list, but that basically tells the firewall what traffic is okay to allow through and what traffic may be malicious. Of course, now we have stateful versus stateless firewalls. Now, what exactly does that mean? A stateful firewall takes the context of the packet and it just makes a determination on if that packet is malicious. And so in order to really understand the depth of that, you know, you might need to understand how like a 3-way handshake works. And you know that in certain Nmap scans, the 3-way handshake isn't even completed. And that basically allows it to get past a firewall, because a firewall may prevent 3-way handshakes for certain devices. It'll take the context of a relationship between 2 different devices, and it will basically prevent any kind of malicious connection. A stateless firewall just inspects the packet in isolation. Does the packet contain any malicious data? Is it coming from a malicious location? And if so, it drops it, but if not, or if it doesn't catch anything, then it may allow the packet through. And of course, we have application and network firewalls. And so the difference really here is, where the firewall lives and what it's inspecting. You may even have host-based firewalls. And you may have, just firewalls at different levels of your network. And so it's important to know where the firewall is to know what it may be catching. Of course, have implicit deny commented here. That is, of course, an important rule to have. You want to make sure that you are specifying what traffic is clear and what is allowed and what's normal, and what traffic is not allowed and what is denied. And so with implicit deny, we're really saying here is basically think of it as like blacklisting pretty much anything that hasn't been whitelisted. So if, say, some rando wants to connect to your network, it probably will get dropped. Unless it has been whitelisted or unless it's known that it's coming from a known good host. The next tool we want to talk about is VPN concentrators. And I goofed here and said remote org starts here. What that's supposed to say is remote work starts here. So comment down below org, just ORK. And that can be a thing now. Thanks to that for me. But VPN concentrators are basically, we wouldn't be able to do remote work if it weren't for VPN concentrators allowing employees to VPN into or to remotely access internal corporate systems. And so that's kind of where we talk about remote access versus site to site. Now, a remote access versus site to site basically is talking about the context in which your VPN concentrators are being used. So for remote access, that's basically the VPN concentrator is open and it's listening for authentication requests from legitimate users from outside in the internet. So say you are working from home, you want to connect to the VPN on your work, that request will be funneled through the VPN concentrator. Now for site to site, that's going to be a special connection that's set up from one office location to another office location, so members of both locations can access internal resources remotely. And of course, VPN concentrators use IPsec. That's a newish and more secure form of security for packets in transit. One of the things to know is tunnel versus transport mode, and really that is to say that these are 2 different ways that IPsec encrypts packets. So in transport port mode, IPsec basically will encrypt the data, and then it will encrypt some headers, but it will use the original IP header to make sure to route the packet through the network. However, in tunnel mode, the whole thing is encrypted. And so the whole thing is encrypted, including the header itself. And of course, the two main elements of IPsec that you want to keep in mind is your authentication header and your encapsulation security payload. And basically the header is what's kind of telling the packet where to go. And of course, it being an authentication header basically shows that it has some integrity. It's proving that this packet is legitimate. It's coming from a legitimate source, and it's trying to get to a legitimate destination. And then the ESP is basically just the rest of the body of the packet. There's a trailer involved as well. We don't need to get crazy in depth unless you want me to. Put that in the comments. Of course, we have split tunnel versus full tunnel VPNs. Split tunnel basically means that, or let's say you're working in an office environment, right? You're inside of a private network, and you need to access resources on another site, on another office location remotely via a VPN. But you also want to access, Facebook or something like that, right? Or that's maybe a bad example. You want to access another website that you don't necessarily need your company's VPN or encryption to access. So in a split tunnel architecture, one tunnel will actually, or your traffic that actually needs to go through the VPN will go through the VPN to the other site, and then whatever doesn't need to be encrypted just goes out and then it comes back in. And obviously, if it's coming back in and it's not encrypted, it'll probably be really inspected by the firewall. So let's say you do try to access Facebook and the company has blacklisted Facebook for productivity reasons, then you may not be able to actually get those requests back to you or even sent off to Facebook servers. A full tunnel, however, is everything's encrypted. Everything's part of the VPN. It's all there. And then, of course, VPNs use TLS to make sure that it is secure. It has some confidentiality and integrity. And then, of course, we also have always on VPNs. This literally means it's always on. You can access certain things within a VPN anytime you need. That obviously will increase its threat profile because it's always on, as opposed to just turning it on when you need it and then turning it back off. So you only have access when you need it. And then whenever you do not need access to the resources, it's shut back off. However, an always on VPN, again, kind of really allows for remote work and a lot of flexibility for employees. And then we got NIDS and NIPS. And what does that even mean? Well, think of it, before we talk about it, it's a giant baseball net. And what do I mean by that? Well, NIDS means Network Intrusion Detection System, and NIPS means Network Intrusion Prevention System. And these can exist on other levels as well. We're going to talk about it on a network level, but think of it as a baseball mitt. So you got your firewall up front, and it's going to be approving and denying packets coming in or out of the network, and whatever makes it pass. Like, how would you know if a firewall made a false negative and something malicious actually went past the firewall? Well, you would have your NIDS or your NIPS right behind, and it would look for indicators of compromise or indicators of some sort of indicators of compromise, and it would be preventing indicators of compromise. So let's say a malicious packet makes it through, a malicious executable is run, your NIDS or your NIPS, your intrusion prevention system, would be able to catch that, and the NIDS would be able to detect that and let you know, hey, we just detected that this happened, investigate it. So of course we have two different types of intrusion systems. We've got signature versus heuristic, and a lot of what you'll see out there is signature based. That is to say that, certain malware has a unique signature or some way to identify, okay, this is the kind of malware I'm looking for. And that's exactly how it looks for malware, is it's looking off of a unique signature from any given piece of malware. Heuristic is more behavioral. And so that is more coming into form as machine learning advances and AI is taking a greater role in security. It's basically just learning from the environment. What is normal behavior on this environment and what is malicious? And that really is helping to mitigate false positives and false negatives. Of course, it's looking for anomalies. So what is an anomaly? Anomaly is something that is bad, something that doesn't look right? And so it will notify you when it has detected an anomaly. Basically, we got inline and passive, and basically what that means is, is it on the network or is it off the network? And that leads to in-band versus out of band. Basically is it on the same network as the packet itself, or is it on a separate network? And is it, passively looking at packets, going through the wider network and trying to see if, something malicious is going on. Of course, you can set up all kinds of cool different rules, and that really ties into the signatures, and that really can tie into signatures or specific user patterns. And then, of course, it will provide a level of analytics that you can use to show, here's what was blocked in this period of time, here are different things that we realize can happen if certain malware is run in our environment, etc. And then, of course, that leads to false positives and false negatives. Now, this is always going to be a thing that exists in any environment, anywhere you go, any kind of data, anytime you're trying to analyze something or any kind of a behavior, everything makes mistakes, even computers. And so identifying false positives and false negatives is incredibly important. You want to minimize the false negatives, obviously, but you also want to minimize the false positives. You really want to find true positives and true negatives. And so, let's break that down real quick. If you don't know, a false positive is something that was identified and flagged as malicious whenever it's actually innocent and normal and okay. And then a false negative is something that was allowed, basically thought to be something that could be trustworthy or allowed to pass. However, it was malicious. And so an attacker is always trying to be identified as a false negative. If they have to be identified in any way, shape, or form, right? And so you want to make sure that you're finding true positives and true negatives. So those are the 3 tools that you can use to secure your network. If you're following along for the CompTIA Security Plus study guide, catch this next video covering 5 tools you can use to build your network, and comment down below with something that you learned, and there's a chance that I might shout you out in the comment section. With that, I'll see you next time. In this video, we're going to talk about 5 tools that you need to build your network, starting right now. By the way, if you're watching this video as part of the CompTIA Security Plus study guide that I'm building for this channel, make sure you watch all the way until the end. I have something for you at the very end. Let's dive right in. The first thing that we're going to talk about is routers. Routers, along with the very last device that we talk about in this video, are going to be one of the main things that you're going to want to have on your network. Routers can use a series of access control lists to determine where to route certain traffic. Routers can use anti-spoofing technology to make sure that traffic is coming from a genuine source and not being spoofed. That basically will allow you to know that whatever web traffic is being received by a client is legit. Next, we move on to switches. And basically, switches provide a great length of scalability for your network. Basically, switches can provide a degree of port security, but the important thing to really dig in on switches is layer 2 versus layer 3. Now, what does that mean? Right here's a link to my OSI model video. Very important to understand the OSI model, where things fit in, because this is where switches kind of can get a little confusing. This is referring to layers of the OSI model. A layer 2 switch will use devices and their MAC addresses basically to segment a network into logical segments. Whereas a layer 3 switch basically can take on some routing roles along with its switching duties. So it can be a little confusing. Make sure that you know the difference between layer 2 and layer 3 switches. That may be something that you encounter later on down the road. The next thing is loop prevention. Basically, this is an availability technique, making sure that if there is a process that is looping across the network, it will kill it so that way the traffic isn't bogged down by that process. And then same thing with flood guarding, and that basically prevents denial of service attacks or any kind of like ping flood or any kind of other flooding attack that can bog down a network. A switch can automatically protect your network from that. Next, let's talk about proxies. Now, there are 2 main kinds of proxies. There are forward and reverse proxies. A forward proxy is used by the client to bypass, like, let's say, firewall restrictions. So let's say, for example, you are in an arbitrary country. Let's say it rhymes with China, right? And it might have a great firewall, let's say, that is maybe very restrictive of certain sites that you may like Twitter or YouTube or Facebook. And so you can use a forward proxy basically to skirt that great firewall and use all the great services that you enjoy. A reverse proxy, on the other hand, is basically used by server and network admins to increase the availability and performance on their network. Transparent proxies, this is pretty common. They basically they're acting as a proxy. They just don't make any changes or alterations or any kind of impact whatsoever to the data that it is being a proxy for. So think of it as a game of hot potato where the potato is a packet. It's literally just going to take it and shoot it off somewhere else. It's not going to alter anything, turn the potato into a tomato and fling it at somebody else. It's not going to do that. Next, you got application and multi-purpose proxies. Application proxies are really probably the proxy that you're thinking of in your mind when you think of a proxy. And it is the most secure type of proxy. That basically just sits between you and whatever network or service or site that you're wanting to access, right? And the traffic is being funneled through that proxy. A multi-purpose proxy is basically a proxy that can just handle multiple types of packets. So, normally, whenever you're going on the web, you're using HTTP or HTTPS types of packets. But let's say, you want to use SSH or Telnet or FTP or any other kind of service, a multi-purpose proxy would be able to handle those requests. Next, you got load balancers. Load balancers are very important. They can really help increase the scalability of your business just on the volume of requests that you can accept. And so let's talk about how load balancers work. Of course, we can talk about load balancer scheduling. We're going to talk about how it can schedule, when to shift packets from areas of demand to areas that can handle greater demand. One would be affinity. So let's say, you have certain endpoints that are not really handling a lot of requests and some that are just getting absolutely hammered. So affinity will basically allow the load balancer to start routing certain demands and packets over to the lesser impacted endpoints, and that will basically relieve some of the greater impacted endpoints. Another would be round robin, where it evenly distributes the demand across all of your endpoints. So basically, one packet goes to one, and then it literally just passes through to the end of your list of endpoints sequentially, and then it starts back over, and it just kind of loops back through the list. And that helps your endpoints not get overburned, and it balances out the overall demand on your network. One way that you can do it is active passive. So let's say you have a series of devices that are actively handling requests, and then a series of endpoints that are there passively to jump in and help when needed. But generally they're there really more as a ready reserve. Whereas active is you have your primary endpoints that are used as service requests, but then you have an active set of reserves that handle requests on a much more active basis. And then of course, this is one of the most important things that you need to make your network, and that is an access point. Lord of the Rings fans, what's up? Now, how do access points work? They can use your SSID to grant you access or any other kind of authentication method. They can also filter MAC addresses. So let's say you have a MAC address that has been blacklisted from an access point. Well, that's not good. For you at least, but for the access point, maybe it thinks that that's the secure thing to do. It may filter access through signal strength, and it may prioritize stronger signals to weaker signals. And then of course, whenever we're talking about this, you want to pay attention to, well, where do I place an access point? Let's say, you're a business owner and you're just moving into a new space and you're building your network literally by hand from scratch right now. And that's why you're watching this video. What's up? Comment down below. Well, you want to make sure that you're paying attention to the band strength of your access point, and then that it can have the bandwidth output that you need to make sure that you are servicing, the kind of foot traffic, or let's say it's a public AP, like you're opening up a coffee shop and you want to provide Wi-Fi. Can your access point handle the web traffic and the demand that will be needed of it? And then of course there are types of antennas, and where it matters where you place them. So let's say you have an omnidirectional antenna. That literally means it's shooting everywhere. It can it will send out a pulse in all directions saying, hey, I'm an access point, and then a mobile device will see that pulse and say, hey, cool access point. Let's see if I can connect to it, right? There are directional antennas, meaning it'll shoot in a specific direction, and everywhere else will have a harder time picking up that pulse. There's long-range antennas, so you can actually pick up pulses at a longer distance. But these matter, especially in, whenever you're building your network. What kind of antenna do you want? Let's say you're an attacker and you're trying to spoof an access point. What kind of antenna do you want? Do you want a long-range antenna so you can sit at range and try to spoof an access point? We do not condone any illegal activity. Just don't. I only mention that for educational purposes. So those are the types of devices that you need to build your network. So if you learned something today, comment down below with something that you learned, and I might shout you out in the comments section. So stay tuned for the next video. We'll see you next time. In this video, we're going to be continuing our study guide into CompTIA Security Plus, this time covering section 1.6, which is on cybersecurity vulnerability types. Hey everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like this video if it's helpful. Comment down below if you're studying for the Security Plus, and we can wish you good luck. And subscribe for more content. I'm posting more every week, including more Security Plus information. Now, a quick caveat about this video. This is just part one. There will be a part two. I decided to split this section into two different parts. If you watch my cybersecurity attacks video, that was like 30 minutes long, and who the heck is gonna watch that whole thing? If you have, comment down below. I'm your biggest fan. But to make it easier on everybody, myself included, editing that was horrible. We're gonna be doing this just in two different parts that'll kind of split it up and make it a bit easier. So stay tuned for part two. Now with that, we're gonna dive right in. And of course, the first type of vulnerability is going to be race condition. Now, race conditions occurs in a multi-threaded application where you have a specific series of events that needs to occur. And a race condition happens whenever basically those events go out of line and an attacker is able to do something to kind of disrupt this process, thereby creating any kind of damage or disruption to this service. Basically, it can violate an application security and or leak data from any program that is vulnerable to race conditions. But it happens basically whenever an attacker is either able to inject code, which kind of can cause basically disalignment in these processes, or is able to disrupt either one of the processes with some kind of similar privilege and cause some sort of disruption. The important thing to remember is that this happens in multi-threaded apps. This does not happen in single-threaded apps, which is to say multi-threaded programs are whenever you can do two different things at the same time, right? And a single thread is whenever you can do one thing at a single time. So it can't happen whenever you're only doing one thing. Next, we're going to talk about vulnerabilities due to end of life. Next, we're going to be talking about vulnerabilities due to end of life, embedded systems, or lack of vendor support. Now, vulnerabilities due to end of life systems, obviously, they're at the end of their life. They're older. They're probably not supported by the vendor anymore, and that kind of ties into lack of vendor support, but that can be a little bit different. But end of life basically means that it's no longer supported, it's not receiving any updates or patches anymore, and it's probably best to find a system to replace that. Embedded systems happens whenever you're running some kind of a system and maybe you have a vulnerable virtual machine down inside. So it could happen with in a virtual environment, it could happen with containers, but it could happen with maybe just an application you're running. But vulnerabilities by embedded systems are really just whenever something inside, let's say like the shell you have is secure, but if there's some kind of vulnerability or weakness on the inside, like something that's embedded into that shell, then that can cause vulnerability everywhere else. So it's kind of an analogy, but maybe it's not as good. And then of course, lack of vendor support. Maybe it's because it's end of life, but maybe it's just because the vendor doesn't, really support the app. It could be because maybe it's open source and it's a project that the vendor works on, but they really focus on, maybe more of like an official deployment somewhere else. And so whenever it comes to like patches and updates, you may not get that kind of level of support. And so you'll want to try to find some apps that have some good support, so that way you can patch vulnerabilities and not run into any security issues down the road. Next would be improper input handling. And this can lead to all kinds of things like an SQL injection, any kind of other injection attack where you're not doing any kind of input validation, and the attacker is able to put some kind of string of code or some kind of a command into any kind of field on maybe a website or a database, and they're able to return data that they shouldn't have access to. That causes data leaks, that causes all kinds of issues. So make sure you're doing input validation on your apps. You're not allowing just anybody to put whatever they want in a specific field. It will only accept certain values. Next is improper error handling, and this can be similar, where if your system runs into a specific error and it doesn't know how to handle that, then that could cause disruption of service, that could cause data leakage, it could cause any kind of vulnerability that the attacker could pick up on. So you want to make sure that you have, especially in the programs that you're developing, proper error handling that will allow your program to kind of work through those issues on its own, and the attacker won't really notice whenever, hey, there's an error going on, I could exploit that. Next is going to be misconfiguration or weak configuration. And this is important because this can happen often. But misconfigurations can happen if maybe you aren't very familiar with a system, and so you think that something looks about right, but maybe it's not configured properly. Maybe you're not following best practices in some cases. And that can lead to some weak configuration. But misconfigurations and weak configurations could lead to permission issues where maybe a user have permissions that they aren't supposed to have. Ultimately you want to make sure that you are properly configuring your apps, following best practices, and you're staying on top of it. And you're not, sometimes you might find a set it and forget it kind of system, but really you're going to want to just kind of monitor everything and make sure, hey, do we need to reconfigure something? That might be an important thing to do. Next is default configuration. This is a big one because a lot of cyber attacks happen because people don't change the configuration on their devices. They leave it at default configuration. And password is a perfect example where if you leave the default password on a device, then attackers are able to find those online. Believe it or not, there are lists of those passwords online that an attacker can use to gain access to your device, and they can even automate that process. They don't even have to physically do it. They can set a program to exploit that password. So you want to make sure that you're changing your passwords, you're changing the default configurations to match your environment and match your security posture. Next would be resource exhaustion, and this happens whenever you have a computer that might be running some kind of a resource-intensive application or process. This could cause crashes, it could cause some kind of disruption of service if your computer is becoming overwhelmed with what it's trying to do. And so you want to make sure that you're really managing your resources wisely so you're not overwhelming your machines and causing any kind of outages. Next is untrained users, and this is a huge one, and this is really something that as a cybersecurity professional you're going to end up spending a chunk of your time doing, is training users on certain items. So especially whenever it comes to, like, for instance, phishing attacks, you want to make sure that you are training your users on what a phishing attack looks like. You want to make sure you're training on your users on how to change their password and what good passwords look like. So untrained users can really be the bane of an organization's existence, but trained users can be the absolute strength of an organization's existence. So it really is a very big swing here. You want to make sure you're training your users and people in your organization, because if they're untrained in cybersecurity, it could cause serious issues. But whenever they're trained and they're vigilant, you really have yourself a juggernaut. And next we're going to look at improperly configured accounts. And this is kind of similar to misconfigurations. You want to make sure that you are giving people the proper permissions level. You're not giving somebody too much permissions. You're not giving somebody too little permissions. You want to make sure everybody's permissions are just right. And you want to continue to audit. You don't want to set it and forget it, because people might leave the organization. As soon as they leave, you have to have a process in place for deprovisioning their account, for taking care of their permissions, and making sure that people that maybe they get promoted, they get the access level they need, or maybe they get demoted, they get the access level that they need. But this can really cause some serious problems if you are not being careful. So that's it for part 1. We will be posting part 2 here very soon, so stay tuned. See you next time. In this video, we're finishing up part 2 of the CompTIA Security Plus section 1.6, covering vulnerability types. Hi everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like this video if it's helpful, comment down below, especially if you're setting for the Security Plus. I will cheer you on, and subscribe for more content. I'm posting more every week, including more Security Plus content. Now we're just gonna jump right in with vulnerable business processes. This is a fun one, Now this you can actually identify with a risk assessment, and we will be talking about risk assessments soon. But you want to make sure that you are looking into the business processes that your business is employing. You are not basically getting lazy with your business processes. You want to make sure that you are looking for when data enters and leaves your organization, who it goes to. You want to look at who's handling data when and where, and where are the insecurities. Is your business following best practices when it comes to certain processes? But those are things we'll talk more in depth on the risk assessment video that's coming. Next is weak cipher suites and implementations. Now this can be a big one, especially if your company is running basically a bunch of potatoes for its network infrastructure. And the reason I say that is because stronger cipher suites can be a bit more resource intensive. And so if your company basically hasn't invested in its network infrastructure of late, then you're probably going to run into some issues with weak cipher suites. So you want to make sure that you're running the latest whenever it comes to encryption versions, different hash versions. Yes, they do get stronger over time, so you want to make sure that you're updating on those and you're using the strongest versions. Because if you're not, believe me, the attackers will find it. Next is going to be different kinds of memory vulnerabilities. And we're going to start with memory leakage. Now this can happen whenever a programmer or a developer creates some kind of memory heap in development, but they forget to get rid of it. They forget to delete it or create a process to get rid of that memory heap. Now this can especially become a problem on things like daemons, which are running constantly in the background. And if it's not deleting that information, then you could actually find it in memory, and an attacker might be able to find that information and use it. But that kind of makes it hard to tackle, which is why it's so important to know what it is and be able to find ways to assault that problem. Next is going to be an integer overflow. This basically happens whenever the result of an integer is greater than the space allocated for it. And this can happen whenever you just have certain memory constraints. You want to make sure that you are allocating enough storage space for what you're trying to do. Next is a buffer overflow, and this happens whenever memory is being written, but more memory is being written than what's available. So it starts overwriting stored memory. Again, this happens whenever you don't have proper memory management, and you're running out of memory, and then an attacker is trying to perform some kind of action. They can delete items inside memory, which can be a real issue, and they could also cause some kind of memory leakage that will give them access to unwanted information. Next is pointer dereference, and this happens whenever you have some kind of basically a pointer which is pointing to a storage space, and then the pointee, I guess we'll call it, which is actually the storage space. So let's say in a pointer dereference, that pointer is no longer pointing to the correct storage space. So basically there's misalignment, memory is not being written, whatever you're trying to do that needs to be saved to memory is not being saved to memory, and that becomes a real problem, especially whenever you're running with memory intensive applications and you need to have things stored in memory. Well, pointer dereferencing can be a serious impediment to storing information over time. Next is a DLL injection, or data link library injection. This basically runs code within the address space of another process, forcing it to load the data link library. And for those of you that don't know, a data link library is basically a stored procedure that can be referenced and used by pretty much any application or process within your machine. So an attacker can create their own data link library, put that under your system, and inject their data link library into other programs, so it'll have to be referenced at some point, especially if it's a daemon, that would be a problem. And that will basically guarantee that their program will get run. Now onto system sprawl and undocumented assets. Now this can be a big problem, especially for larger organizations, and this is why documentation is important. Because ultimately, as your network grows, as your business grows, you're going to be accumulating more and more things, right, that you're going to want to put on your network. But you have to be documenting those. You have to find processes and ways to manage those, because if you don't, then maybe you'll have an unmanaged server that's networked to everything else that could be breached, and now everything's gone. So you want to make sure that you are really staying on top of documentation. Documentation. Did I said it 3 times? You have to do more documentation if you aren't already, and make sure that you are mitigating system sprawl as much as possible, so attackers have just as small an attack surface as possible to work with. If you're wanting to work in cybersecurity, and it doesn't matter what niche you're wanting to work in, it's incredibly important to understand enterprise level security for businesses, because whether you're on the red team or you're on the blue team, you're going to be working somewhere around this. And so understanding kind of not only how enterprise level security works and how it's laid out, but also kind of the mindset of business people that are in charge of making these decisions, that'll not only help you in your communication with them, but in your ability to perform your job. So anyway, we're going to be diving into all of that right now. And of course, before we dive in, I have some playlists for Security Plus and for Cybersecurity 101 and Infosec News. We have all kinds of cool playlists, actually. I've included a few links down in the description. If these are playlists that you would be interested in to learn more about cybersecurity, or you know somebody that would benefit from that, please share it and please view it. I really hope that these are providing benefit to you. Let's dive right in. So of course, the first thing we want to talk about here is configuration management. And it really is one of the hardest things to get right, because especially for larger environments, the amount of configurations you have to make correctly is incredibly vast, and it's incredibly complex, and you have to make sure that you're getting it right every single time. And so one of the things that you can do to make this easier is by using diagrams, by showing the network in a visible and graphical format to show, where everything's located, how the network logically would appear, and then, what machines have access to which subnets. One of the other things you can do is create a series of baseline configurations. So let's say, if you stand up a machine and it's just fresh out the box, what are some configurations you need to do right then and there to automatically harden it? Another thing is standard naming conventions, and this will just kind of help you see it in an environment and know exactly what you're dealing with. And that will help with confusion that might prevent you from accidentally pulling out, a device that you absolutely need. And then another thing is IP schema. So assigning IPs to certain devices and making sure that your subnets are logically laid out. Now let's talk about data. Data is so important, obviously, because attackers are trying to steal it, defenders are trying to defend it, and data is just trying to chill and drink its freaking martini. So one of the things that we're talking about here is data loss prevention. Now that's obviously the number one duty of the blue team, but that is actually really difficult the more we zoom out or even as we zoom in. The users may occasionally email things. They might just put it on a physical drive and walk away. They might, use Bluetooth to airdrop data. You have to have policies in place and other mechanisms in place to hold people accountable to make sure that you are not losing this data and people are not violating these policies. Another thing is masking, and you can use this with hashing. You could use this with other forms of encryption, basically while it's in transit. And you really want to try to mask data in 3 different cases: while it's at rest, while it's in transit, and what it is in processing. And so obviously data in those 3 states, pretty self-explanatory, but you want to consider what the data appears as whenever it's in those states and who can have access to it and what that data is actually doing. Another thing you can do is tokenization. That's basically replacing the data itself with a token to signify. So think of it like a hash, where, if anything in a particular document changes, like a lowercase a turns into a capital A, the whole hash changes. Well, similar to that, like the token might change if data is different. And then of course, rights management. You want to make sure that, the right users have access to the right information for the right amount of time and no longer and no more. And no more people, right? So, and that really requires good rights hygiene, right? Good privilege hygiene, making sure that whenever users do not need access to certain resources at a certain time, you're pulling the plug. They do not have access to that information anymore. Of course, you got management considerations, and this is where you got to really zoom out and understand that a lot of people that are managers in these companies, they're not, they're not very technically savvy, perhaps, or they're not even really thinking about cybersecurity as the first thought in their head. And so what they might be thinking about on the security end of it is a lot of it's the more strategic considerations, like geography. Let's say they have a data center in Florida, and a hurricane comes in and destroys that data center. Well, they need some level of business continuity and disaster response in place to be able to allow for a situation like that and for business to continue on unabated. So that might be where they have hot and cold sites. You have a backup site in a different geographical area. And that allows for some level of site resiliency. So if one site goes down, you can just kind of pick it up. The thing of it is like load management or something like that, right? And then you've got all kinds of like response and recovery controls. That can come in the forms of agreements with other businesses that could lend assistance. That could come with, policies and guidelines and standards and practices that you have in place at your company, basically to ensure that if something happens, here's how we're going to respond and here's how we plan to recover. And then of course we got advanced security considerations, and these are really things that more mature level security or that more mature organizations will be focusing on. Of course, SSL and TLS inspection, that's really they need a pretty good thing, method of inspection at the gateway. That could be, the firewall. That could be an IDS or an IPS. It could be an all-in-one platform that's basically breaking apart a packet and identifying if it is or is not malicious. Another thing is hashing. And really a lot of these things that are things that, not even a mature level organization would have to do. Security immature organizations can do, but you have to be able to, but some of these are kind of more expensive to implement in the real world. So that's why I kind of categorized it here. But anyway, we'll talk about hashing. You want to hash data that is at rest. You got API considerations. So especially in larger organizations where you're using a lot of like third-party software and you're using a lot of APIs, right? You want to make sure that those are secure. That those aren't, old busted APIs, that those APIs aren't exposed to the internet in any way, right? So making sure that you're properly going through and making sure that your APIs are secure, that'll keep an attacker from gaining all kinds of access. And of course, deception and disruption. You can create some sort of like honeypot, a honey file, or a honey net, and that's designed to trap an attacker into believing that they've found the jackpot, they found the honey, but what they really walked into was a bear trap, and now you're going to destroy them. But it actually allows, the defenders a chance to steady the attacker. What kind of malware are they using? What do they do whenever they actually gain access to a system that they find to be pretty juicy, right? And then that allows you to adjust your defensive plans from that. Now there is a DNS sinkhole, so it's literally just sending them to nowhere, right? Sending them on the yellow brick road to Kansas. If you're watching this from Kansas, hey, I'm a Chiefs fan, so no shame, but what's in Kansas? Anyway, so yeah, a DNS sinkhole is another thing that you can do to deceive or disrupt attackers. So those are the more mature manager level or, and really big picture enterprise level security considerations that you want to be thinking about. And so make sure that you like this video if it was helpful. And subscribe for more, but also share it with anybody that you think might benefit from it. And this all kind of ties into the CompTIA Security Plus, so make sure that you are preparing for that in case you are wanting to take that certification. So that, I'll see you next time. You've just been hacked, but how could you possibly tell that it just happened? Today we're going to be talking about different indicators of compromise and how you can identify when you have been hacked and what kinds of steps that you can take to handle that situation. And we're going to talk about all of that right now. Of course, before we get started, I want to make sure that, hey, I'm getting the word out on these playlists. We got the Security Plus playlist and we got the Cybersecurity 101 playlist. If these are interesting to you, make sure you check them out. And of course, on this video, make sure that you share it with anybody that might benefit from it. I really appreciate your help on this. Let's dive right back in. So how can you tell that you have been hacked? Now, we got malware. So maybe you discover malware is on your system, and this is actually a pretty long list, so let's dive in, right? But first, malware is malicious software. It's just an abbreviated term. But ransomware is a huge topic, especially in 2021. If you saw my video about the Colonial Pipeline attack, there have been several other attacks involving ransomware. Ransomware basically encrypts your file system. And so it's an executable that once it runs, it'll just start encrypting crap, and then it'll flag a picture or something that basically tell the user like, hey, everything's encrypted, and it will not be decrypted. In fact, it might be deleted at a certain deadline if you do not pay the attacker a certain sum of money. That is ransomware. Very scary. Another would be Trojans, and what that is think of like the Trojan horse, right? So it was basically a gift that was actually a weapon, and the Trojans accepted the horse. We're talking about the Trojan horse right now. They accepted the horse into Troy, and then at nightfall, the Greeks left the horse. They were able to open the gate, let the army inside the city, and it was game over from there. Now, with malware, it can kind of be the same thing. Maybe the attacker is able to create a false version or a malicious version of a certain program that you trust and that you want to use or download, and it includes malware on it. And so you believe that what you're downloading is safe, but it might include, a rootkit or some other form of malware inside of that program that gives the attacker access. Another thing is worms. And worms are basically just self-propagate or self-spreading and self-copying, right? So once it runs, it executes, and then it creates a copy of itself and spreads its copies to all other, infectable locations on a machine or on a network. This could be on files, it could be on machines on a network. It could, it's incredibly dangerous, and it's important whenever you encounter these threats to make sure that you are quarantining systems to make sure that you're stopping the spread of worms. Of course, you could discover that you have potentially unwanted software. That's not to say that it is necessarily malicious, but it can be an indicator that if you don't recognize it, if it is not associated with a program that you are familiar with, it's potentially unwanted, and you might want to get rid of it. Of course, you got fileless viruses, and these are basically just very, very small, but almost fileless, right? Or they appear to be fileless, but they definitely run and give the attacker access. And then of course we got command and control, and this basically shows that, the attacker, once the malware runs, the malware connects back to a command and control server, which allows the attacker to execute arbitrary code onto the target machine. They can upload files, they can download files, they can do just about anything. Another thing is bots. Maybe in IoT systems, this is a common thing. If you do not change your default passwords, it might just get hacked by any kind of a script running on the internet that is able to discover it and connect to it, run the default authentication, and then basically becomes a bot that's used in denial of service attacks. So, if you notice any kind of, for command and control and for bots, if you notice, on your network, perhaps that you have connections and you have network communications that are running that you're not familiar with, that you're not comfortable with, that might be an indicator that something malicious is going on and you need to investigate that. Yeah, there's of course a part 2 on this. We have crypto malware. It's just about the exact same thing as ransomware. Same structure. It executes, it encrypts everything, it prompts the user to pay up. It's kind of like a synonym. We got logic bombs, so it's malware that may not execute whenever, immediately. It might execute at a certain time. It might execute in certain, environmental considerations. We got all kinds of spyware, and keyloggers is kind of like a form of spyware, which is to say, like keylogger, basically it's logging your keystrokes, what you're typing, what you're clicking on, things like that allows attackers to collect any kind of sensitive information like credentials or banking information. Think about what you're typing in. Basically, all of your Twitter DMs, whatever you're typing into Twitter, a keylogger can collect that. So be careful. Don't send whatever you're about to send. Of course, you got remote access Trojans, and these are, they kind of follow the methodology of a Trojan, but it gives remote access to an attacker, so it calls back to a command and control server. You got a rootkit, so that can be run, that allows an attacker to gain root on a machine that is the highest level of authority on a machine and perform all kinds of other things. And then, of course, you got a backdoor, and that's really just saying that is allowing an attacker to maintain persistence on a system. And now you got password attacks. So how did you get hacked? Maybe your password got busted, and attackers are able to spray passwords on a domain or on a system for accounts that they have enumerated. So maybe they know a list of usernames, and now they're going to just spray a bunch of passwords that might work. And so make sure that your password is unique. Make sure that your password is long. And complexity never hurts, right? Another thing that attackers can do is dictionary attacks. That's literally just kind of going through an entire dictionary of words, like rocku.txt. You'll see that sometimes on my live streams whenever we're trying to actually do a password attack. You got brute forcing attacks, and that's basically where, let's say, an attacker knows that your password will be comprised of a certain amount of characters at a certain length, and then they're guessing every single combination. This is incredibly lengthy. It's incredibly resource intensive, but for those really complex passwords that might be able to defeat a dictionary attack, that might be one of those areas that your password gets got, and that is where a lengthy password really matters. And then, of course, one of the other things is plain text passwords. Guys, sometimes there are misconfigurations on a company website or on a company server, and they're storing passwords in plain text. That's a big no-no. You want to store them at least hashed, and an attacker can basically gain those plain text passwords and just use it. So make sure that if you are working in an environment where that's the case, hash it. Of course, you got physical attacks, and I say that this requires 007 behavior. This kind of ties into the social engineering video that you can check down in the description, but they do need to gain physical access to be able to perform, obviously, a physical attack. They can use USBs to upload malware directly to a system by plugging it in. They could, of course, clone an RFID card if they're able to gain access to your card or somebody else's card, and then create a copy of the RFID. And then that would give them access to the facility. And then, of course, skimming is where they, basically, or is where they manipulate the scanner, and then they're able to gain data information on the RFID or any other kind of card, and that allows them to do other further attacks or steal information. Of course, we got artificial intelligence. Yeah, Skynet is petty. All right, sometimes Skynet is tired of taking your crap, and Skynet wants you to pay up. So, of course, there's a couple of things. Maybe you're wanting to utilize artificial intelligence, and you might know that machine learning takes an incredible amount of data in order to create accurate predictions, to create accurate alerts, and negate false positives and false negatives. And one of the ways that attackers can impact that is by tainting the training data for machine learning, so they can create more false positives and more false negatives by basically giving false data to the machine learning algorithm. And that is terrible. Man, that is so much data that they'd have to send to do that, but it's absolutely doable. And so that really ties into machine learning security. Whenever you're testing this, you want to make sure that only the team that needs to have access to that system can have access, and only the team that has access to the data can have access to the data, and that you're authenticating that the data you're receiving is true and accurate and real, and realistic, so that way you can negate false positives and false negatives. And of course, we got our up and coming concerns. Now, 2021 has been a crazy year. If you've checked the playlist on Infosec news, you definitely know we got issues, right? And one of those things is supply chain attacks. We talked about SolarWinds, we talked about Kaseya. These are companies that have a lot of clients, and AT&T is another one of those that has a lot of clients that might have a lot of subsidiaries that rely on the data that these companies are storing. And so with like Kaseya or SolarWinds, where they get where their actual where the software itself is getting breached and ransomware is being used, that could in fact spread down to some of their clients and impact all kinds of organizations. In the case of Kaseya, it was pretty well reported that there was a grocery store chain in Sweden that was down. They lost over 800 of their stores, had to shut down as a result of the ransomware that was spreading throughout their system. So supply chain attacks are very, very real. Another is cloud versus on-prem. And the differences in the security level there, and whose responsibility that security is. Obviously, on-prem, you own it. The security requirements are on you, but on the cloud, some of the security is in fact adopted by whoever is running the cloud environment, but that doesn't have you off the hook. You are still responsible for your end of the bargain. Now, this can be very, very nice because it gives you access to more security features. However, this could also be dangerous because all this data is being stored in a large data facility somewhere. And let's say, imagine a large cloud provider got hacked and the attacker was able to migrate from client to client and gain access to all these different environments. That would be a nightmare. That would be a nightmare scenario. So that's an issue. Another is cryptographic attacks, basically like ransomware or crypto malware. That isn't necessarily like a new thing, but it's certainly something that people are waking up to as a threat, which is good that they're waking up to something. At least we have that, right? So there is your indicators of compromise right there. So if this video was helpful, make sure that you like this video, you subscribe for more because I'm posting more, and you share this to anybody that might benefit from this, because I'm trying to raise awareness about cybersecurity, and I feel like this video could be very nice, and I would really appreciate your help with that. So that, I'll see you next time. Today we're going to be talking about ethical hacking, also known as penetration testing, and we'll be doing so as part of the CompTIA Security Plus section 1.4, covering the different kinds of penetration testing.
Hi everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like this video if it's giving you any kind of value. Comment down below about your Security Plus studying journey and subscribe for more content. I'm building a Security Plus playlist. Also, follow me on Twitter and Reddit. I would love to be able to get to know more about you, and I'd love to be able to create more content that is helpful to you. Let's get into it. So of course we have multiple different kinds of ways that you can perform a penetration test. And basically some of these won't necessarily include actually penetrating a network or a system. Some of them will include reconnaissance. We'll talk about active and passive reconnaissance. We'll talk about different things you might do in a penetration test, like pivoting, maintaining persistence, escalating privilege. But if you're not familiar with what a penetration test is or what ethical hacking is, basically this is whenever an organization, a company, or an individual pays you money. They agree for you to perform hacking tools, techniques, and procedures on their device or on their network. And what that does is that allows them to know how you gain access. And then whenever you're done, of course, you're going to write a super detailed write-up about how you did it and what they can do to improve their security. Now, obviously, you'll be performing this within a certain scope, meaning that you will only be allowed to perform these actions on a certain set of machines that is agreed upon. And whenever you're done, you're going to relinquish access. You're basically going to tell them, hey, here's how you improve your security. Here's what I did. And then you're gone, right? You're gone until the next agreement. Now let's actually get into the concepts for section 1.4, explaining different concepts in penetration testing. Of course, we have active and passive reconnaissance. Now there's a very crucial difference here. Active reconnaissance is whenever you're performing reconnaissance on your target and you're actually sending packets to the target. And we'll talk a little bit about that here in a moment. But passive reconnaissance is whenever you're not sending packets to your target, and we'll talk about that as well. But whenever you're sending packets to your target, that really is kind of like whenever you're running the ping command, which it lets you know if a system is up and if it's responsive. If you're running the Nmap command, if you're using Nmap to gain information about your target or a network, right? That is going to let you know all kinds of information, specifically if it's responding, what kind of programs it's running. Nmap's a great tool for people that are running reconnaissance. But it is something that will come up in a firewall potentially, that your target might be notified, hey, you know, this person or this machine is running Nmap. They're trying to collect all kinds of intelligence on our network. Maybe we should block that IP, right? So while active reconnaissance will yield you a lot of good information, it's also very risky because it might get you caught. So perform at your own risk. Of course, passive reconnaissance is whenever you are not making contact with the target network. So maybe you're looking for open source information, like you're using Google, you're using social media, you're trying to get information about what the target does. So if you're trying to do a penetration test on a company, maybe you'll try to get information on social media about who works for that company and if you can socially engineer an employee. There are all kinds of different things that you can do, all kinds of angles that you can perform, and reconnaissance is really that first step whenever you're trying to figure out, okay, well, how am I going to try to get into this organization? Next, we're going to talk about pivoting, initial exploitation, persistence, and escalation of privilege. Now, these are all concepts kind of in the middle of the penetration test. So pivot is whenever you are in a system, let's say you've gained initial access, you own a box, and you want to pivot to another machine. So you will, that's basically what that is. You've maintained a foothold. Now you're going to find another target within that network. You are pivoting further into that network from the first machine that you exploited. Initial exploitation is that first time that you've exploited into the network. You have, gained some kind of access to the target machine. Now you're trying to either escalate privilege, you're trying to maintain persistence, and then you're looking for other places to bounce or to pivot onto that target network. Persistence, of course, is whenever you're wanting to stay on that network. Of course, they're going to be trying to kick you off if they know that you're there, obviously. But maybe they'll just be performing basic maintenance, and that might disrupt your presence on that machine. So you're going to want to try to create multiple different ways that you are maintaining access to the system, exploit multiple programs on the same device that give you that level of persistence. So say you exploit a vulnerable program and then you're able to exploit, some protocol. Well, if that program gets restarted and you lose access through that program, you still have access through the protocol. Escalation of privilege, basically that's whenever you have your initial exploitation, you have your foothold, but you're not necessarily an admin user. You're not going to be able to run root commands. And what that means is there are certain commands that you're not allowed to run unless you have
full authority in that machine. So escalating privileges whenever you're trying to basically game the system, run different programs on the target machine, that will basically allow you to have full control, allow you to run all the different commands you need to run on the box, and that is going to really make it easier for you to maintain persistence, for you to pivot, for you to exfiltrate whatever kind of information you're after. You need to be able to exploit, you need to be able to elevate privileges if you want to fully succeed in your penetration test. Next, we got black box and white box hacking. Now, these are different kinds of penetration tests. Black box hack is whenever whenever you, the attacker, you, the penetration tester, you, the ethical hacker, do not really know anything about your target. That's whenever the company just says, hey, here's the IP, or maybe they don't even tell you the IP. They just say, hey, we want you to attack our network. We're going to, here's your scope, and that's it. And so you're going to have to do all the target enumeration. You're going to have to figure out all the information about the targets. And it's on you. I mean, they're not going to give you any information. White box testing is whenever they give you all the information about the box. They'll tell you the IPs, they'll tell you the operating systems. They'll give you the information you need to be able to get into the box. They'll give you the information you need to be able to get into the box, and that's going to allow the penetration test to roll a little bit faster. A gray box is a mix between the two. So they'll give you certain information about the target, but not all. And so it's kind of like just dropping hints. Now, next is another very important thing to learn, and that's penetration testing versus vulnerability scanning. Now, believe it or not, these are not the same things. And this is a spot that a lot of people can get confused. In a penetration test, you are actually trying to exploit vulnerabilities to gain access to a target machine, trying to maintain persistence, pivot, escalate privileges, etc. But with vulnerability scanning, you are simply scanning a target to check and see if there are any vulnerabilities present. You're not actually trying to exploit those vulnerabilities. You are just checking, hey, is this vulnerability in existence here? So those are the main concepts in penetration testing that you need to know. These are all, of course, in the CompTIA Security Plus. This is section 1.4, and you're going to need to know these for the Security Plus. As you probably know, penetration testing is a very, very popular career path within cybersecurity. There's a lot of people that do it, and I'm sure if you want to get into it, you could have a great career in penetration testing. But these are the concepts that you want to be able to know, off the top of your head, to be able to get started. Now remember that the number one thing in penetration testing that you need to be aware of is scope. Do not go outside of scope. If you are going outside of scope, you're not only breaking an agreement, that could get you into a lot of trouble. So make sure that you are being completely sure of the scope whenever you're in an engagement, whenever you're doing any kind of test, so that way you are not exceeding that scope. Don't do it. Thanks, everybody. Today we're going through section 1.5 of the CompTIA Security Plus, going through vulnerability scanning concepts. Hi everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like this video if it's helpful. Comment down below if you're studying for the CompTIA Security Plus, and subscribe for more content. I'm posting more of this content and other content every single week. Last time we talked about the CompTIA Security Plus, we talked about penetration testing concepts. Well, now we're going to be talking about vulnerability scanning concepts. So here's a link to that video, and then I'll have a link right after it up above and down below for the CompTIA Security Plus playlist. Let's jump in. Now, the first thing we're going to be looking at is passively testing security controls. And this really ties into the concept we talked about last time, which is passive testing. So this really means that we're just looking for information without actually touching the target. This just means we're going to be just doing some scans, nothing crazy. We're not looking to actually, interrogate any particular host that we find. We're not looking to make any kind of network content or contact in any significant way. Maybe the most we'll do is a quick ping, just kind of see what's being broadcast onto the network. And that's it. We're really just trying to check and see what's there. We're not looking to really produce any noise for the most part. Now, some of the information that you'd be looking for would be operation system information, what kind of ports are open, what kind of services are being run on those ports, what version those services might be. That's a very important one. If they have any ports open that aren't running any services, and even if you can find any kind of interconnectivity. So like if you're doing any kind of passive network sniffing, like you turn on Wireshark and you're just trying to see what kind of communication is going on the network, that could count here. Now the next thing will be identify vulnerability. These next few points are actually pretty straightforward. Obviously, identifying a vulnerability, you've identified a vulnerability. Congratulations, you found a vulnerability. That means that it's something that there's an exploit out there for it. There's a way for an attacker with any level of sophistication, strength, or persistence, they could exploit that vulnerability and gain unauthorized access to the system or information on the system. Next point, identifying lack of security controls. That would be if there's just no security controls on a particular system. So let's say, you're checking to see if there's a firewall and there's no firewall. You found lack of security controls. You found a lack of a firewall. That's probably a really important finding you would want to report to the network administration team. Next would be identify common misconfiguration. Now there are lots of misconfigurations out there in the world that are quite common, and that's kind of one of the reasons why attackers are able to exploit them, is because they're common. And so obviously you want to make sure that you're not falling into those pitfalls. If you're a network admin, you want to make sure that you are configuring devices, following best practices both for efficiency and security. And if you are doing a vulnerability scan and you find a common misconfiguration, that's something you should report as well. Next is intrusive and non-intrusive vulnerability scanning. And this is something that can get kind of confusing here. So intrusive scanning is you're actually actively trying to exploit vulnerabilities. So, and in some ways you can actually try to script it. It may not actually succeed all the time, but if you have a program or an application running that is scanning and it has a bunch of exploits already loaded up for specific vulnerabilities that it finds, it will test that exploit and see if it works, and then it will note that in the report. And that's obviously something you want to know. So that would be an intrusive scan. You are trying to see what works. Maybe you'll find a vulnerability that an exploit doesn't work. And just because it doesn't work doesn't mean it wouldn't work for the attacker, but it's something that would be noted. But obviously exploits that do work will be noted differently. So you're going to want to make sure that you are not doing an intrusive vulnerability scan whenever the scope is in a non-intrusive vulnerability scan. And what that is you're just doing scans. You're not testing exploits on vulnerabilities. You're just doing some checks on the information that's available on the network. So like Nmap would be an example there. Maybe a ping, maybe some Wireshark. You're not trying to do anything crazy. You're just checking to see what's there, what information you can gather on the network. Next is going to be credentialed versus non-credentialed, and this can be a nice way to see what kind of abilities you can have if you have a certain permission set. So if you have a non-credentialed vulnerability scan, then that will kind of give you an assessment on what a complete outsider with zero access will be able to see if they're doing different kinds of scans and what kind of vulnerabilities might be available if that happens. Now, if you're doing a credentialed scan, that will give you a certain level of permissions and access into the system, and then you run the scan from that perspective, and that will give you escalating tiers of information whenever it comes to your vulnerability scan. Next point is going to be a false positive, but I'm also going to include false negative because both are important. A false positive is whenever something is reported on a vulnerability scan that basically the scan says that, hey, this is something that happened, when in fact that is not something that happened. Maybe it read a certain level of conditions that, hey, when these conditions are met, flag an alert and say, hey, this event's going on. Well, that may not always necessarily mean that event's happening. So that would constitute a false positive. A false negative happens whenever certain conditions are to be met and an event happens and it doesn't flag it. So in a real world scenario, we'll say that an exploit works on a vulnerability and an IDS sees that and it flags it and alerts the staff. That would be a successful alert. Let's say a vulnerability is exploited and the IDS does not flag it. That is a false negative. Something clearly happened, but the IDS did not catch it. Or on the flip side, let's say the IDS says that something happened, but no vulnerability was exploited. So those are some things you want to keep an eye out. Personally, I would say better safe than sorry. Just make sure that you're tying up all loose ends. Just because you see a false positive or just because you see something on the report, never assume it's a false positive. Always assume something to be true until you can prove it's a false positive. So with all that, it's a pretty quick section on Security Plus. Like this video if it's helpful. Comment down below with your thoughts on vulnerability scans, and subscribe for more content. I'm producing a study guide for Security Plus. Maybe that's something that's you'd be interested in. I don't know. See ya. In this video, we're going to be going over the different types of malware, and we're actually going to be reading this for the CompTIA Security Plus exam. So if you are reading along, and I'll have it here next to me, is the CompTIA Security Plus exam objectives, and that's where we will be reading this from. Hi everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like if this video is helpful, comment down below if you're taking the Security Plus exam and you have any questions. And subscribe for more content. I'm posting more every week, including breaking down every section of the CompTIA Security Plus exam objectives. So stay tuned. So like I said, today we're going to be reading from section 1 of the CompTIA Security Plus exam objectives. That's basically going over different types of malware. So let's just take a dive. So first we got viruses. And basically viruses are short lines of code that try to change the way that a program or the computer or the machine that you're using operates. And that can be, anything from a very benign impact to something very malicious, right? It could literally be, I'm just going to change this meaningless value that has nothing to do with anything from true to false over and over and over and over and over again. Or it could be, I'm going to completely turn your operating system off. That's what viruses can do. And so that's what a virus is. Short and sweet. Now I'm actually going to go in reverse order by age here. So ransomware we've all probably heard of, right? WannaCry is a very famous instance of ransomware, right? But ransomware encrypts a file system on your machine or on a particular network, and the only way to decrypt it is by paying a ransom to the attacker. Now, for a time, most ransomware attacks, there would be a way to actually decrypt it anyway, maybe because the encryption software wasn't as strong, or there was just a way to get your files back. Normally the way to do it is by reverting to an older copy or a previous save of your file system. If you're saving images of your file system, and that'll kind of save you from having to pay for the ransomware attack. But if you're not taking consistent backups, this could be debilitating for your organization. Now, a crypto malware attack is the exact same thing, except the ability to actually revert back or the ability to break the encryption and decrypt your file system without paying the ransom is exponentially more difficult. And so that is, crypto malware, if you get hit with that, it's fundamentally the exact same as a ransomware attack, but just more sophisticated. So that's what those are. But, those are great reasons why if you are in an organization, you need to be taking backups of your file system and the data that you rely on to run. Because the worst thing that that you could ever imagine is showing up to work one day, everything's encrypted, and you have to pay $5 million to North Korea, right? That would kind of suck. So that's what those are. A worm is the same as a virus, except it's self-replicating. So it's also making changes to an application or to whatever program it's infecting, but it can self-replicate and spread on the system and on the network, and so that's pretty dangerous. But that happens. You can find that in the wild. So that is what a worm is. A Trojan is basically it's something that it's malware that is hiding in a legitimate application. So think of the old Greek story of the Trojan horse. How they gifted the Trojan horse to the Trojans. The Trojans brought it into the city gates, and then that night, the Greek legions dropped out, or I guess it wouldn't be legions, would they? What would they be? hoplites, whoever they were. They drop, led by Achilles. You've seen the movie, Brad Pitt. But they drop out of the horse and then they take the city, which to that point they had been fighting and had been since unsuccessful, but they managed to take the city because they hid within a gift. Well, that is kind of like what Trojans in cybersecurity do, is they are malware that hides in a legitimate application. So if you want to think about the most recent SolarWinds attack, the SolarWinds program is a legitimate application that, tons of people used, but it had malware in it. So the platform was Trojanized. So people downloaded the platform thinking that it was okay, but they did not realize that they were downloaded a malicious copy of that platform. Heck, even SolarWinds, they didn't know that their product Orion had been Trojanized. A rootkit is basically a piece of software that an attacker can use to gain root access to the target machine. And what that means is, if you think about different levels of access in a machine, the highest level of access on a machine that will give you access to everything is root, right? And that's what the rootkit does. Is you get that, and then it allows you basically full control of a machine. So now oftentimes the rootkit will kind of mask itself in other software, so it can be very difficult to find, but clearly it is something that is very important for you to be able to find if you are looking for indicators of compromise. Next is going to be a keylogger. So, it's a form of spyware, which we'll cover here in a moment, but a keylogger is basically it's logging the keys. Yep. So if you think about the things that I'm typing into my keyboard, that's all being recorded. Now, it might sound like you're just going to be recording like paragraphs and paragraphs of me writing in like a journal or something, right? But I also need to type my passwords, and I need to type my usernames, and I need to type the websites that I need to put those usernames and passwords into. So that's where keylogger can come in handy, is it can really help you get usernames and passwords, to different accounts and sites. So that's what keyloggers are for. Adware. Now, I'm sure everybody probably uses ad blockers by now, right? Because those are awesome. But ad blockers can help with this, but adware, those are, kind of fake advertisements that appear, in advertisement fields on websites, but they provide links not to a legitimate company, but for malware. And so that's why you don't want to go clicking on ads, right? Because you might be downloading adware all the time. Now, another crazy thing about adware is sometimes they'll be transparent. You won't even you might see an exit box on like a corner of the screen, or if you're lucky, but otherwise it's all completely transparent. So you don't even realize that there's a click box right in front of you. You click it, and you might be downloading something without even realizing it. So that is adware. Spyware, and we just talked about it with a keylogger. A keylogger is a form of spyware, but spyware is designed to spy on you. Yep. So, you think you're recording what you're typing with a keylogger. You think about recording with a video camera on a computer, or recording with a microphone. There's probably some interesting information. You could record the screen, right? There's a lot of interesting information you can get from spyware if you're an attacker, but and if you're a defender, it's very important clearly to make sure that you're mitigating the access that spyware can have. And so that's what spyware is. Bots. Now, you'll probably hear about these whenever we talk about denial of service attacks, as they'll often use what's called a botnet, right? Or a robot network, or a bot network, right? And those are basically, they're just machines, right? If you think about let's think about the Internet of Things, right? Well, how a light is connected to the internet because you can turn the light on and off with your phone, or other household objects, right? Well, because those have access to the internet, those can be incorporated in a botnet if you're not securing those devices. And those botnets can be used to provide denial of service attacks. And we'll go over what a denial of service attack is later, or if you've already seen the threats video, here's the link there. But basically, a denial of service attack is it's death by 1,000 pokes, right? It's basically using all these different machines to send simultaneous requests to a particular server, causing it to be overwhelmed and it'll crash. That's what bots are used for. A RAT, this is actually a remote access Trojan. And what this does is it controls a device remotely as if the attacker had physical access to the machine. So, if you think about, some kind of, SCADA system, or, something where maybe the attacker would want physical access to the machine, a remote access Trojan can allow that, where maybe they need something that they can't necessarily get out of the CLI or the command line interface. A logic bomb. Now, I'm going to return to the example or the analogy that we used with the Trojan, but you remember how the Trojans waited until nightfall to drop out of the Trojan horse. Now, in a way, that was kind of like a logic bomb. Now, a logic bomb waits for a set of conditions to execute. So the Trojans waited until nightfall to execute. If they dropped in the middle of the daytime, whenever the horse had just been pulled in, well, there's going to be a ton of people there, right? That's probably not the best. If their number one job is to open the gate to let the rest of the army in, then they probably don't want to drop in the middle of the day when there's a ton of people around, right? They want to wait till nightfall. So at nightfall, drop out of the horse, open the gate. That's exactly how logic bombs work, is they wait for certain conditions to occur on a machine. So like at 6 o'clock, do this, or when the user opens this application, do this. That's how logic bombs work. Backdoors. Now, backdoors are basically they're unpatched issues within an application or an environment that allow the attacker to gain access. So if you think about your house, do you close your windows at night? Do you make sure your doors are all locked? It's kind of the same thing, how a cracked window, even though it's cracked, it's still obviously unlocked, and someone that's trying to break in can exploit that. Well, it's the same thing with a back door. You want to make sure you're sealing your applications shut, and you're taking care of bugs. You're taking care of areas where data might be leaking, because those could be backdoors that attackers can use to gain access. Now, we've learned about all kinds of malware today. There's a lot to think about. If you need to go back and rewatch this video to just kind of refresh on some of this, absolutely feel free to do that. If this has been helpful, like this video. If you have any questions, comment down below, and of course subscribe for more content I'll be posting every week. Thank you. So if you're following along with our Security Plus study guide, which there's a link right here, we've been covering already types of attacks in section 1.1, following the CompTIA Security Plus exam objectives. And today we're going to be continuing that by going through 1.2, which is comparing and contrasting different kinds of attacks. So there's a lot of information to get through, so let's get to it. Hi everybody, welcome to StudioSec. Thank you for watching. Like if this video is helpful, comment down below if you're studying for the Security Plus. If you are, hey, I'll leave a little encouragement for you, and subscribe for more content I'm posting every week. So like I said, last week we looked over section 1.1, which was covering different kinds of malware. And today we're going to be going over different types of attacks. So we're going to jump right into it. So of course, we're going to start here with social engineering. But first, let's overview the different kind of sections you see in bold. These are kind of the different categories of attacks, right? So we have social engineering, application service attacks, wireless attacks, and cryptographic attacks. And we'll digest kind of all the different kinds, because clearly, as you can see, each category, there's a lot. There's a lot that you need to know. But that being said, a lot of them are very similar, so that helps. And they're pretty easy to remember, right? So we'll get through it here. So of course, starting with social engineering, we have one of the most common types of cyber attack, and that is phishing. And I use the term cyber attack, right? That sounds like big and scary, but really phishing happens all the time, right? We've all been phished to some degree, right? Like you open your junk folder and your whatever web email client you use probably knows to filter out junk mail. Well, that junk mail is probably just automated attempts at making you, get phished, right? So of course, what is phishing? Phishing is trying to trick someone to click a link or download some kind of malicious code, right? So this is generally done over, email. Email is one of the more common ways that phishing happens. And you can see there are several other different kinds of phishing, like spear phishing, whaling, and vishing. Those are also different kinds of spear phishing. Phishing really is just a generic, hey, I'm sending out to a lot of people, a kind of, a link that might have some, malware on it, that might have a virus on it, or it might take them to a site that will then, have some virus or have some malware on it. And so that's really what phishing is. Now, spear phishing is whenever they have a specific target. So like with phishing, they're attacking a lot of people, right? They'll send it out to like a receiving list, and it'll just be like, send all, right? But spear phishing is they've done some research on the target. So let's say they know that a particular employee at a particular organization is a huge sports team fan, right? And they're a season ticket holder. They go to a lot of games. They attend a lot of fan events, and they're very keen, to click on links from that team. Well, the attacker might masquerade as that team and send an email that looks just like the team, right? And it'll have a link to a specific website. Well, the hope obviously is that they're going to trick the target into clicking that link. So that could happen. That's what spear phishing is. It's just, you're engineering your phishing attack towards the target and making it something that's, they think is relevant to them, that's more likely for them to click on. Now, whaling. Whaling is whenever you're attacking a high-level individual. So let's say the CEO of an organization, right? That's whenever you're, and you'll probably combine that with spear phishing, right? It'll be something more geared towards them to trick them. But whaling is whenever you're going after an upper management or a senior management type of individual. Vishing is that's on the phone. So I'm sure we've all heard of examples of, or maybe we've been part of that, where you get a random phone call from a number you don't recognize. They tell you, hey, you are due in court right now, and we need some information from you right now to make sure that you don't go to jail right now, right? And they'll ask for, just give us your credit card information and we'll pay your lawyer, or give us your social security information and we'll make sure nothing gets stolen. Whatever the message is. That is vishing, right? It is done over the phone. It's to try to freak you out, get you to give some information. It happens all the time, and they'll unfortunately take advantage of a lot of elderly people that aren't quite aware that this is a thing that happens. And so that's probably something you might want to educate family on if they're not aware that that's a thing that happens. But phishing happens to everybody. Tailgating. So tailgating happens whenever, the target is trying to get somewhere. They're trying to get into a place where access is restricted. And so they're going to follow you, right? And that's where man traps come in. And we'll talk about that later in this guide. So stay tuned. But it's basically where you have two sets of doors and you only allow one person to traverse through those doors at any given point, and that prevents tailgating, right? So they open the first door, only one person's allowed in that door. There's one person stuck in this middle area, and then they can get through that second door. That's a man trap. So, but that is to prevent tailgating, where say someone's following you, and they're trying to get in somewhere, you don't want to hold the door open if it's if you're opening a door that is secure, like it has an access card that you have to use to get in, right? That's tailgating. That is a successful tailgate if you hold that door open. So, but that's what happens there. Impersonation is it's impersonation. It's pretty easy to know. It's whenever the attacker is masquerading as somebody else, right? They are impersonating another person or individual to get you to do something. Dumpster diving. Yes, this happens. So that's, think of all the things you throw out in your trash. Do you ever throw away something that might be interesting to someone that's trying to gain information about you, right? Do you throw away mail without shredding it? And how do you shred it? That's also another important thing. Because you can shred something and it can still be, put back together if it's not using, a cross cut, if it's not being burnt after being shredded. If it's using just that single stripe cut, it can be put back together. So
dumpster diving happens. They'll just jump through your trash. Yep. Shoulder surfing. I hate shoulder surfers. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's just like, leave me alone. I'm working here. But it's, shoulder surfing is whenever an attacker is looking over your shoulder. They're just looking to see what you're doing. Maybe, think about what's on your screen while you're at work. You think something might, important might pop up. Well, that's kind of what they're after, is they're hoping to see, maybe if they're walking through an office, if they can see something on a screen while someone's working or whatever, if they can just kind of loiter behind you without you noticing, what kind of information could they get? So that takes a little bit of awareness, environmental awareness, just to kind of know, hey, someone's watching me and it's a little creepy. So a hoax is kind of like impersonation, but it's of an organization, right? So they're faking like a public release, for instance. You could say, I guess, the spear phishing example where the attacker is masquerading as a team. That could be kind of like a hoax, right? They are posing as a team to try to get somebody to do something. Well, that's how hoaxes work, is sometimes attackers will release fake statements out to the public for any kind of a misinformation campaign. Those things can happen. We all really, we're familiar with what hoaxes are, but that is a kind of social engineering attack. A watering hole attack. So this is whenever, the attacker knows a place that, employees might go to, a website that maybe you enjoy, that you might go to, that maybe isn't particularly secure. A watering hole attack. They're basically just taking advantage of a place they know you're going to go, and they're trying to embed some kind of malware in a link, right? Or they're trying to create, some way for them to attack you using the place that, the website that they know that you're going to go to. Now, we see here principles, and in parentheses, reasons for effectiveness. And these are very important to understand about social engineering. Is they will do one of or more of these things, right? Is they will try to show some sort of authority, right? They will try, like with, let's say, impersonation. They will try to show that they have authority over you by saying, oh, I have, let's say a position that is higher ranking than you. I outrank you. I need you to do this for me. So, they're creating a sense of authority. Intimidation, it could be kind of tied to that. Like, listen, if you don't do this, I outrank you, and there can be repercussions if this isn't done, right? So they'll use intimidation. Consensus. So consensus is whenever the attacker is trying to kind of create like a fake sense of consensus on the validity of something, or how valuable something is, or how effective it is. Let's say in a phishing example, they're trying to send, a link like, hey, here's a limited time offer. So they're trying to use scarcity, and we'll talk about that here in a minute. And they're trying to use urgency, which is something we'll talk about in a second as well. And they're also saying, hey, not only is this limited, not only is this, a limited time offer, but this is this is a well-used product. Look at all these, testimonials. Well, that is consensus. Okay, so scarcity. So that happens whenever the attacker is trying to trick you into believing that there's, it's a limited time offer. There's a limited amount of these in stock. So take advantage now, So that could be done in a phishing campaign or whatever, or done on the phone like, hey, this is an offer we made exclusively to you for whatever reason. So take advantage of it now. It's now or never, right? And you might believe that to be true, and you might give whatever information they're after. Familiarity. So, this is basically an example where, the attacker is trying to relate to the target, where, let's say the target is a fan of, a sports team, like in the spear phishing example. Well, the attacker will come in and try to also show, hey, I'm also a fan of that team or whatever, right? And that might kick off a conversation, and, the target's guard might be let down, because it's just like, hey, we're both fans. We're human beings, right? And whatever you need, sure, I'm here to help you out. So that is familiarity at play. Trust happens whenever, the attacker's trying to gain your trust. That can certainly take a while, and that's if, the attacker has some time, right? But they might even try to exploit trust with another, individual by impersonating that person. But trust is, it can be difficult because for most people, it's kind of hard to gain, right? But once you get it, it can be valuable, right? But it's quickly lost. So you have to be careful, if you're a red teamer, whenever you're using that. But anyway, trust is whenever, the attacker is trying, they've gained your trust and they know that they're trying to gain your trust to get, they're proving, hey, these things are true. We both know that these are true. That therefore I am, privy to this information. And therefore, you should let me do this. You should let me have that, whatever. They'll make all kinds of requests once they have your trust. Urgency happens like limited time offer that we already talked about. That's a sense of urgency. That is a timestamp saying, hey, this is only going to last for a little while. So take advantage of it now because it's not going to be around forever. So next we have application attacks. And of course, we're going to start with denial of service. So denial of service attack is, it's pretty simple. It's whenever you deny a service. So, these can happen from time to time, but basically the point, it doesn't really do any real damage. It's just an inconvenience. It takes a website down for a little while and it can pause or disrupt business, right? And it's also a great way if you're an attacker to get yourself caught. There's really no point to denial of service attacks, but they happen. So denial of service attack is whenever you are, you're trying to deny service to something. A distributed denial of service attack is whenever you are using what's called a botnet or robot army, and you are using a distributed network of devices to deny service to something, right? So it's not just you alone trying to deny something; it is you and your network of computers that you effectively control to do that. A man-in-the-middle attack. So now we're getting into it. So a man-in-the-middle attack happens whenever there's let's say a transaction between person A and person B, right? And person C gets, effectively in the middle of the conversation, and they're able to intercept messages between persons A and B, right? So let's say person A says, hey, what's your bank account information, person B. Person B fires that information away. Well, person C is in the middle intercepting all of that, so they can take that bank account information. They might pass it along, but now they have it, that's how they're able to just gain information. A buffer overflow attack. So this is whenever, the attacker basically is attacking, some kind of data storage system, and they're going to fill it with so much just junk information that you'll find information leakage. So they'll actually be able to gain information just by injecting the data storage with so much data that doesn't matter, that they'll be able to gain the real data that was previously stored within. So injection, this happens whenever an attacker is able to put some sort of input into a field or whatever, and let's say a website, for example, or an application, right? They're able to run a command or run some kind of a query or deploy some kind of malware by, injecting data into a particular field. So this happens whenever an application does not have input validation, which is which is where an application really is only looking for certain types of inputs, and if it doesn't, then it ignores. Or if it doesn't receive that, then it ignores whatever's in there, right? So input validation can help with that. This can come with an acronym of XSS, right? And cross-site scripting is a type of injection attack. Using a website or to target. So basically, the attacker will target or attack the target's browser by injecting some code into the website and some malware. And whenever the target reaches the website, the target's clearly going to believe that the site is safe and trusted, and then the malware will actually run on their website or on their browser, and so that is cross-site scripting. Now, cross-site request forgery, and this has an acronym of CSRF or CSRF, right? You can just say it's CSRF. This happens whenever an attacker is trying to, trick the website or trick the target into performing unwanted actions on a website, right? But they have to be logged into it. So let's say a bank account or a bank website, right? The attacker is trying to dupe the target into running or doing something on their account
that they may not really want to. So it takes a little bit of social engineering, but it really can have some serious consequences. Next is privilege escalation. So this is, the attacker has some access, but they may not have like total access. They might have partial access. And so privilege escalation is really the attacker is trying to expand their reach, their access into the site. That might be from going from user to admin. That's kind of, privilege escalation. ARP poisoning, that's a kind of attack where they're attacking, address resolution protocol. So they're going to basically put in a different address for your machine. So whenever you're trying to, let's say you go to Google, so you type in google.com. Well, that changes to 8.8.8.8. That's the IP address for google.com. Well, let's say they change that IP address to a malicious website that they've created that looks just like Google, but instead, the search field, whenever you click that, it actually downloads malware. So that is ARP poisoning. They're changing your address resolution protocol to take you somewhere you don't want to go. Amplification. So this happens whenever an attacker is basically increasing or multiplying, their strength of attack or gaining more ability to attack. So let's say, they're trying to deny service. Well, let's say they gain access to another machine and now they're able to use that machine to also deny service. They're amplifying their attack. DNS poisoning. This is similar to ARP poisoning, but now it's with your DNS. So on your network, you're all going to a specific DNS to access websites you may not know already. And so basically it's the same thing as ARP, but it's attacking your DNS. Next is domain hijacking, and this is whenever, so all websites rely, you own a domain. Whenever you have a website, you have to own a domain to run the website, right? And let's say the attacker is able to gain control of that domain, and they're going to leverage that to gain control of a website, right? So that's what happens whenever domain hijacking happens. Is they're attempting to gain access to a website and to information that might be stored. So they're going to hijack the domain. Man in the browser. So this is similar to man in the middle, except now the attacker is in the browser of the target, right? So, you are communicating to a website via the browser, right? The browser is handling all the requests with a website. That information is having to pass through. So whenever you are downloading something, you're really downloading it to the browser, and then the browser is passing it to the computer. So there's a lot of information that your browser is dealing with, including some information that you may not want out there. And that's, if the attacker is in there, they can do quite a lot with that. A 0 day. So these are kind of the famed things, for people that are wanting to get into ethical hacking, right? Is, let's find a 0 day. And a 0 day is an undiscovered vulnerability in a system. So it's basically, you can use it and there is no patch for it. There is no fix for it. It was previously undiscovered, and you can use it anywhere. Well, clearly that is something that is of big interest. Companies are doing bug bounties for that. And here's a link to bug bounties. And 0 days are a big deal in cybersecurity. A replay attack. So this happens whenever the attacker, literally is trying to replay a transaction that happened online. So if they know that you went in and you transferred money on your bank account, well, then they know that, they'll know that you access your bank account and you passed credentials to log into your bank account. So they might try to replay the transaction that happened online and see if they can get the credentials that you passed to the website. Pass the hash attack. So this happens. So whenever you create a password for an account, most of the time that password might be stored as a hash. So they make a hash of your password and they store it on somewhere. So pass the hash is, instead of typing, the target's password into the password field, they'll put the hash in, right? They'll try to see if they can come up with the same hash as your password, and they'll pass the hash to the website and see if that can log them into the account. So hijacking and related attacks, and we got clickjacking, session hijacking, URL hijacking, and typo squatting. These are several different kinds of hijacking. Clickjacking happens when you're clicking on something that you think to be one thing, but it's really not. It's like, let's say like a transparent advertisement almost, or a transparent pop-up. You may not see it, but you've clicked on it and now it's run whatever, the attackers put there. Session hijacking, let's say they're able to take control of your session with whatever site you're on, which is horrible.
URL hijacking. So let's say they are able to change the URL and the DNS. So you think that you're going to, one site, you're really going to a different one, or, they own, a very similar URL. And in that case, that would be typo squatting. So let's say you want to go to google.com, but you miss the one O. So you go to gogl.com. I don't know what that is. And that basically is typo squatting. They're waiting for you to make a typo on your search, and they're going to take advantage of that. Then you got driver manipulation, and they're trying to take advantage of the relationship between your hardware and your operating system, right? So you have shimming. Shimming is basically, a small library that they'll put on your driver that can basically intercept API calls, right? And that'll let them know what kind of, programs your machine might be running, and that can give them some good information there. Refactoring can make malware look different, so it can kind of help hide it. It would be harder if you're trying to read Python and you're trying to see, okay, well, this clearly is malware because I'm reading logically. It looks like malware. It's doing things I don't want it to do. Well, you can refactor it and it'll look different, and that's just like the text. The text looks different. You can do that. MAC spoofing, of course, they're giving a different MAC address than what they really have. Same as IP spoofing, they're giving a different IP address than what they really have. So we're getting through here. Let's take a break. If you need, pause the video, get some water. Man, a lot of information here. So next we have wireless attacks. So we've already gone through a replay attack. It's kind of similar, but this is like, let's say, you're logging into a wireless access point, and they can do that. Initialization vector. This is an IV. So this is really an acronym. This is initialization vector. And, this happens whenever an attacker learns the plain text of, a document. Let's say it was previously encrypted. So they learn the plain text, and then they also learn what kind of encryption. Well, there's a variable number called your initialization vector that's used to kind of randomize, the encryption output of that document. And let's say that the attacker is able to gain that. They have learned the initialization vector, and now they can decrypt some of your documents. Evil twin. So this can happen where you're, let's say you're at Starbucks and you're trying to connect to Starbucks Wi-Fi, but you see two Starbucks Wi-Fis, right? Well, someone has set up an evil twin, and they're trying to get you to log on to that. Rogue access point. This can be very similar. So a rogue access point, very similar, is, they're trying to basically spoof and trick you into connecting to a malicious Wi-Fi network. Jamming. They're jamming your Wi-Fi. They're preventing you from logging into the internet or connect to the internet. Wi-Fi protected setup, that is WPS. That basically allows you a secure way to configure your Wi-Fi, and it gives you a secure configuration of Wi-Fi. And so WPS is a good thing there. Now, bluejacking and blue snarfing, these are different kinds of Bluetooth attack, right? So bluejacking is whenever the attacker is sending data to a device over Bluetooth, right? So they could send, a whole lot of things. They could send malware over Bluetooth. Blue snarfing happens whenever they are stealing information over Bluetooth. So that's the difference. Bluejacking, you're sending. Blue snarfing, you're receiving. Or if you are the attacker, bluejacking, you are sending. Blue snarfing, you are receiving. But, probably keep Bluetooth off, or make sure that you're validating who, can connect to you. RFID, that is radio frequency identification. That's basically, it's a method, you can use different kinds of cards that might have an RFID chip on it. It's kind of it's a more popular way of validating, someone's identity these days is by putting a unique RFID chip on their card. And then, they can just touch it to like a pad, and it'll identify, okay, it's this person, they're allowed to enter. Near field communication, very similar to RFID, just so you can a unique identification. And then, of course, disassociation attack is they are basically, say you log into a Wi-Fi network, well, now they're making you log off of that network, right? They're forcing a log off of that network. So disassociation attack, kind of like jamming, but you can still connect to anything, but a disassociation attack, you can't connect. They're just going to keep bugging you about it. Now we got cryptographic attacks. Last section. Hey, like this video if you've made it this far. I will like you. This is some dedication, guys. This is awesome. So hey, so cryptographic attack, birthday tables. So this is based off of a kind of a theory where let's say you have a classroom of 25 people. What's the chance that 2 people in that room will have the same birthday? Well, similarly, let's say you have thousands and thousands of documents that are all using the same hashing algorithm. What is the chance that 2 of those documents that do not have the same plain text produce the same hashing? Now, if you remember from a hashing video a while ago, that each hash is supposed to be entirely unique. You change the cap on one letter and the whole hash is completely different, right? It's a great way to validate if a document has been changed. So if you have 2 plain texts that are producing the same hash, something's wrong. That's called a collision. And a birthday attack is essentially trying to produce a collision. Known plain text or ciphered text. So this is essentially trying to find that initialization vector, and they're trying to find how is it that you are encrypting your documents, or how is it that you're making these hashes, and how can they basically do the exact same thing? And that would allow them to decrypt encrypted documents or find the plaintext values of your hashes. A rainbow table. So a rainbow table is whenever they have a pre-hashed table of passwords. So if you think about like a dictionary attack, which is right below a dictionary attack, is they have a large document of passwords that have been known to be used, and they're just gonna scroll through there and say, hey, do any of these hit as the password that you were using? Well, same with the rainbow tables. Those are all hashed. They're rolling through those hashes. Hey, do any of these hashes match maybe the one that we stole from our target? So, but both of those are trying to find a password. And similarly with brute force, and there's online versus offline, and offline would be using your own resources. Online is you could be borrowing computer resources from other machines. That can happen. So, but brute force is they're just going to use math. They're going to use raw math and multiple combinations. So say they know your password is 12 characters long, and you use certain characters in there. Well, they're going to use that information to brute force and try to produce the same combination of letters and characters at that length. A collision. Collision, again, is what we said earlier. It's whenever you have 2 plain texts that are different that produce the same hash value. That is a collision. A downgrade is whenever they try to get a site to use a lower form of encryption and that is breakable. So basically it's allowing them to decrypt by just making you use a lower form of encryption. Replay attack, replay attack, I mean, it's effectively the same. We've already talked about that in wireless. We've talked about that in application attacks. So, we're pretty familiar with what replay attacks are by now. And then weak implementations, I mean, that could be just you're using a broken form of encryption, a broken form of hashing, and that is allowing the attacker to gain the plain texts or to gain the password of the target. So wow, that was a ton of information. Hey, again, if you made it this far, like this and comment down below. Hey, bravo, that's awesome. That shows that you're into this and you're wanting to pass this test. And hey, if you need to watch it again, I had to. Whenever I was taking this, there's a lot to go through, and you kind of got to get that repetition in there. But hey, comment down below. I will give you some props for watching all the way through, and I wish you luck in your journeys here. And subscribe, of course, for more content. We will be going through every section of this exam objectives to try to make it easier for you to be able to study and pass this exam. So with that, I really thank you for watching. See you next time. You might think that hacking is just some hooded figure locked away in their parents' basement hacking away. And that may partially be true. However, that really misses an incredible amount of very amazing hackers that are out there. One of the other things that it totally misses out is that a lot of hackers are very sociable people, and a lot of them are actually extroverts. You never even realize that they were a hacker. And that's because whenever you interact with them, they might be socially engineering you. And so what we're going to be talking about in this video is different kinds of social engineering attacks, as well as how you can protect yourself against them. And we're going to go through all of that right now.
First, I have a handful of playlists that you may be interested in if you're wanting to learn more about cybersecurity. In fact, this video is part of both our Cybersecurity 101 playlist and our Cybersecurity, or in our CompTIA and our CompTIA Security Plus study guide. And so definitely check those out. I have some links down in the description. Those might be interesting to you. Now let's get into it. So first, let's talk about what exactly is social engineering. Well, social engineering is whenever somebody's trying to get somebody to do something that they may not actually want to do. And attackers can leverage this skill set in order to gain access to different systems. In fact, most of the time, this is actually a much easier way to gain access to information or systems, and we're actually going to break down why that is here right now. So first, let's actually dive into the principles behind social engineering attacks. Why do attackers decide to use these attacks? And how can they actually succeed at it? Well, one, they can demonstrate some level of authority. Now, this is, of course, artificial. They're trying to convince the target that they have authority. Maybe they're impersonating a CEO or any kind of a manager level figure. Or they could try to impersonate someone with an industrial, level of authority, like they are very knowledgeable in something. One of the other things that they can do is they can try to intimidate, so making threats of firing somebody, reporting somebody to their manager. Another way is consensus. They can try to, gain the trust of other people and convince the target that, they have to do something. And I'll leave some of these last ones to you to Google, but of course, one of the things that we want to talk about, the two main ones that we want to talk about here is trust and urgency, and building a sense of familiarity, but that ties into trust, right? And scarcity is also one of the things that kind of ties into urgency. So they're trying to make the target trust them by, of course, seeming like a familiar friend or seeming like somebody, like they have authority. And of course, they're trying to create a sense of urgency by creating a sense of scarcity. Like, they have to do this before time runs out, or, they have to do this before a certain deadline. And so that might make the target feel a little bit more anxious around a topic and get them to do something that they may not actually want to do. Now, of course, we're going to talk about phishing, and I put that this is including all the other issues, and that's because there are so many different kinds of ways that attackers can kind of manipulate this general scheme of sending some kind of unwanted message that might have an attachment, a link, or it might have a call to action, whether subtle or overt, telling the target, hey, respond back to me. Now, phishing is whenever an attacker sends, an email, and it can include an attachment, it can include a link that is malicious, that can include malware, or can send them to a site that can give them malware. Smishing is the same concept, however, over mobile SMS, so like a text message. Vishing can be over the phone, so like directing somebody to a website or to reach out to somebody. Spam can be all kinds of things. It can just be constant unwanted content. You see this a lot on social media like Twitter or YouTube. Spam is basically like spam over instant message. So like, I know I get this on Instagram. Sometimes people will just like hit me up in the DMs like, hey, I'm basically going to give you 1 million subscribers. And it's like, that sounds wonderful. If I did not know that you were in fact actually spamming me right now. Whaling is whenever an attacker is trying to do this, but they are targeting like a C-suite level person. That is to say, like a high-level manager or like a CEO, or any kind of like chief executive. And then, of course, invoice scams is whenever a user or an attacker creates a fake invoice, and they're basically trying to get the recipient to say, this is not a real invoice. And then they'll respond back to the attacker, where they will be prompted to give any kind of information. It could be banking account information, it could be private information that the attacker can use later. And then, of course, we got less social, more engineering, and these are all social engineering attacks, but they may not be dealing with humans directly. And I kind of split these into two things, right? So you got dumpster diving, and that literally is dumpster diving. You throw your trash out. What kind of trash, are you throwing out? What kind of things could an attacker get if they dug through your trash? And that's why it's really important to use something like a paper shredder, and something that shreds, in a cross pattern. And that way, attackers can't exactly dive through your dumpster. And then one of the other things they can do is credential harvesting. Now, this can be due to misconfigurations. This could be, maybe you've posted something online that might show, your naming scheme on how you give usernames, and then also, another document that shows clients that you have. They could potentially enumerate using that. And then other forms of recon that they can use. They could reach out directly. They could also, perform any kind of more technical level of reconnaissance. And then I split those off with typo squatting, and watering hole attacks, because those really require them setting up a malicious website. And typo squatting is whenever they are basically expecting you to create a typo in whenever you're trying to query a link. So let's say instead of facebook.com with an E, you say, facbook.com, and they've typo squatted on that. They've created a domain that looks just like Facebook. So you think that you typed it in and maybe you're not paying attention, and then it prompts you to log in. You give your credentials. Now they've collected your Facebook credentials. And then, of course, watering hole is where they attempt to compromise, let's say, a third party or a site that they know that you will be returning to, or they attempt to clone a site or a location that they know that you will be returning to, where they could collect any kind of information like login credentials or other things. And then, of course, we got these influencer attacks. Little did you know, this YouTube channel is actually a giant social engineering experiment. You've all been had. Good job. Just kidding. This is not a social engineering experiment. Boy, if I were that talented. However, I kind of say that these are the influencer attacks because they do kind of require great social skills. And I include social or shoulder surfing here because you really do kind of have to explain why you're shoulder surfing to somebody, because it's kind of weird, right? Especially if it's with a stranger. So that's kind of where creating that sense of authority comes in. Saying, oh, don't worry, I'm supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be looking over your shoulder and seeing what you're doing. Guys, that's not normal. Don't let that happen. So shoulder surfing is one way that they could do it. Maybe they're walking through an office and just kind of, looking around. Think about, what kind of things could be exposed to passersby in your office or in your workspace. Another thing is tailgating. That's where they're basically just following somebody into an office. So don't let strangers, just follow you into a building if it's your workspace. Make sure that they go, escort them to the front desk. Make sure that they get to, some sort of a security checkpoint so you can validate that they need to be there. Of course, another thing would be eliciting information. So it could be phone calls, could be any kind of way that they're trying to just get information from you. One could be identity fraud, and we see this a lot with criminals, is they'll just try to steal someone's identity. Maybe they've managed to steal personal information to validate that in a way that they are that person. So that kind of fraud happens. Another is hoax, so creating a fake situation or a fake deal and trying to dupe people into it. Another is impersonation. This kind of ties into identity fraud, but maybe they haven't gotten that personal information yet, but they can they just do a really good impression. They're kind of like Bill Hader. They can do the voice, and then they've got the deep fake going on their face. It's amazing. That would be terrifying. And then, of course, you got pretexting. They create a story, right? They create a story that dupes the target. It's a pretext for why they are doing something that basically tricks the target into believing something. And then, of course, you got all the different influence campaigns, hashtag influencer life, and things that will basically just try to say like, hey, push some money to this cause. And if you push money to this cause, you're a good person. But little do you know, you're actually sending money straight to ISIS. So that's not good. So those are the different kinds of social engineering attacks that you'll encounter. If you would like any of these broken down in further detail, let me know down in the comments, and I will be more than happy to create a video just kind of diving into this. I know that phishing specifically is one that we all deal with, and that users are very susceptible to because attackers are great at it. And in fact, attackers are really good at social engineering in general. So I think spending some more time on this topic would be valuable, but I did want to make sure that I at least created this video to get all this out. Now, if this was valuable to you, make sure that you hit that like button, subscribe for more because I am posting more for the CompTIA Security Plus study guide. And of course, just make sure that you're just staying educated on cybersecurity issues. absolutely 1000% share this with anybody that you know could value from this video. It's important that we spread awareness about cybersecurity, and that's really why I made this channel, and I need your help to get this done. So with that, I'll see you next time. If you made it all the way through, like, wow, comment down below that you made it all the way through, and let's use like a keyword. Let's say leprechaun in the comments if you made it all the way through this video. You know, you deserve props. That's incredible. But again, like I said in the very beginning, stay tuned. There's more content being posted every single week, and we're going to get more technical with it as we go along. So, you know, we've covered some kind of high-level overview type concepts here in this video. But again, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and continue to stay up on the new content being posted. We're continuing to explore cybersecurity on this channel. So with all that, I'll see you all next time. See ya.